Hello, YouTube. Hello, PTG fans. Hello, Paired Weapon Podcast fans. Hello, all the fans of our guests yesterday, because there were plenty of guests and it was amazing to see them all. What a fantastic job they've done. Some of them are back for us today. I'm very glad. But let me first go to MattyP. What a day we had yesterday, Matty.
Wow, there was something for everyone, wasn't there? Laughter, tears,
Yeah.
hopes dashed, expectations exceeded. Kid came onto the scene and made a big splash. We had guys in from both sides of the Pacific.
Yeah.
Absolutely epic day. Tanker fighting his way out of a corner, the rats getting out of
Yeah. Yeah, the rats we called a victory for Bondi, didn't we? And
yes,
and then it was the complete opposite. So, I mean, it's incredible. But over to you, Matty. I know that we've only got you for a very short amount of time today. So I'm gonna make the most out of the money that I'm paying you, which of course is zero. But I'm gonna make the most out of that money by asking you to introduce our guests again, if you don't mind.
Yep, absolutely. So once again, we are joined by a man about ninth age, captain of New Zealand's ETC team, coming in from the North Island of the beautiful land of the Long White Cloud, one of the nicest guys in ninth age and a receptacle of tremendous volumes of ninth age knowledge. It's your friend, my friend, and altogether a legend of the ninth age. It's Ryan Sinister. How are you, mate?
Kia Matty, I'm very good. Good to be here.
Thanks for coming back on, man.
Thank you very much.
Did you have fun yesterday?
Oh, absolutely. I was on there for one game, but I think the first game was an absolute cracker. Too many twists. It's great.
It was super, wasn't it?
And it continued with round 2 and 3. There were twists, turns, and all sorts. But we'll cover that, no doubt. But yeah, great to have you back, Ryan. Really appreciate it. What time is it? 10:30? About coming up to 11 o'clock.
It's 10:30, half time
in the evening.
I've got a couple cold ciders. I'm good to go.
Brilliant.
Oh, fantastic. What's the weather like in New Zealand? But it's not raining again, is it?
Today was lovely. Today was one of the nicest days of the year so far. It's great.
Oh, how fabulous. Well, you'll be delighted to know it's absolutely rodding it down here again. We're nothing if we're not predictable. But there we go. So, and then we are also joined by a rapidly rising star in the ninth age scene. He sat through the entire day yesterday and is, I don't think we can really call him a noob anymore, can we?
No.
Can we, Hyper G?
No.
He is, of course, located up in the fine town of Rochdale, and it is your friend, my friend, bestriding the ninth age like the colossus he is, back on for his second day flat out.
I think he cut off just at my name, which was beautiful.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Sorry.
No, you're good, mate. Yeah. Brilliant day yesterday. All three games were very different. Even the third one, which was perhaps slightly less explosive. It was like a fighting game. All the footsies, just at that mid-range, taunting each other, and some crazy results. It's good.
Definitely. So glad to have you back for another day. You were awesome yesterday, and looking forward to your now professional commentating skills on day 2.
But I mean, quite the tag team, me and you, Hyper G. Will
absolutely, yeah. Giving MattyP a run for his money, anyway. Yeah.
I'm going to get replaced for next year. I doubt I'll get invited back. Yeah.
But lurking elsewhere on the Zoom, Matty, is another little guest has popped in. I don't know whether you've noticed.
No, I haven't.
Oh, have we lost him? I think we might have lost him. Oh, we've lost him. He's gone.
You introduced Ryan first, and he was like, "I'm out."
Like, yeah, I'm done. Yeah, screw that.
Yeah.
Well, we briefly had Tommy Tucker, who is PTG super fan.
Wow.
I mean,
come on, Tommy, get yourself back on, Tommy Tucker.
I mean, the only thing he loves more than PTG is MattyP.
A bit of MattyP.
So
yeah,
I don't think we're not going to bypass his intro. We'll wait for him to come back because he deserves a full intro. I've been so excited to see Tommy joining us. I can't wait to hear what he says. You know, there is no censor button. I'll warn you of that, fans. I cannot stop. Anything he wants to say, he will say, and I will endorse it. So, you know, there we go. Yeah. What a brilliant lineup for the commentary table. I mean, you know, it's superb to see you all back. I'm very grateful that I'm not doing it on my own. For one, I'm sure the fans will be pleased I'm not doing it on my own because you know, that wouldn't be great. Oh, Tommy Tucker's back. Is he coming in? We'll let him connect. Hopefully he can connect and get him on, and then we've got a full complement, I think, for the morning.
There he is.
Tommy, can you hear us?
All his glory.
Yes.
There he is.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Hello, Tommy. There you are. We can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, yay.
Over to you, Matty. You can introduce him.
Well, do you know what? Colossi come and go, right? But this next guest is indeed an elusive player. More of a Scarlet Pimpernel figure than anything else, I think. He direct from the mind of Baroness Orksey, we have the Scarlet Pimpernel of the South Coast, a fellow farmer, although to be fair, he's a proper farmer while I'm just messing around at it. The purveyor of some of the most amusing but extremely rude jokes you'll ever come across. He's a legend in his own lunchtime, and I am absolutely delighted to say Salway, Tommy Tucker, welcome to the broadcast. How are you, my friend?
Oh, wow, Matt, I'm touched. I'm almost crying after that introduction. That's so fantastic. Yeah, thank you very much for having me on.
No, well, it's
fully deserved, Tommy.
Totally our pleasure.
You should have heard what you said when you dropped off, Tommy. That wasn't as complimentary when you dropped off, mate.
Oh, I'll listen back later.
Yeah.
On my own.
Little bit of farming chat before we get going, mate. Are your fields in a terrible state? Because mine are an absolute mess.
Well, looking out the window, there's a large puddle at the bottom of the one next to my house, and probably not on its own. Yeah.
Is that anything to do with the rain, though, Tommy? That large puddle?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it is definitely to do with the rain stuff. There's a different kind of puddle you're thinking about.
Of course. Well, I thought I'd set the tone before you started setting it. So, you know, there we go. But yes.
Hey, Tommy, here's another thing. I know it's true, but you won a tournament earlier in the year, mate. What are you doing? Winning tournaments?
Fuck yeah. Big dick in the house here. Tournament winner, Tom Tucker. Oh, yeah, bitches. It was a 10-man event, but yeah, I'll take it.
Do right, yeah.
They all count, buddy.
I leaped my way to the top. A massive submarine got smashed round one.
That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it.
Great.
What you need to do now is just every time something goes wrong, just say, I wouldn't have done that. You're in that position now. You can be Captain Hindsight.
Yeah. Live on it forever. Never enter another tournament again. Brilliant. So, Tommy, you weren't with us yesterday, but we have Kid with us. Well, it depends on what your order is on Zoom, but Kid was here yesterday, and he's on the Zoom chat. Ryan from New Zealand. I think you know MattyP. We've got a decent lineup for the day. Can't wait to hear what you're going to say, Tommy. To update the fans who are watching, and thank you if you're already with us. I can see that numbers are increasing. I'm going to quickly throw up the overnight standings from the Masters, and in case you're looking on Tourney Keeper yourself, you will notice that Tourney Keeper has been locked, so you can see what order people are in the league, but you cannot see their points. That is a tournament setting that is there to avoid players from tailoring their results from round 4 onwards. Now, obviously, that's not necessarily something that anyone is being accused of or anything like that. It's a security method to make sure it's as fair as possible. I'm sure you've come across something like that before. So we won't be able to use Tourney Keeper as a live result reporter. I'll try and feed in from the venue to see who's doing what, etc., where I can. But we won't be able to link to Tourney Keeper. So overnight, the standings look like so. I've got the top 9 there. which is cut off exactly so that Lucky Sixes is not on it. So you know, whether that's intentional or not, I'll leave that completely up to you. But yeah, we've got Kieran sitting on 49 points with the Vermin Swarms. We've got Rory Stoves with Kingdom of Equitaine on 46, only 3 behind. Then we've got a little bit of a gap to Hugh Scowling's Saurian Ancients on 40. We've got Adam Jones, that's Tanker, with Warriors of the Gods on 39. Jake Courtine on 36 with Infernal Dwarfs. Chris Bond's Ogres on 34. Artem's Sylvan Elves on 33. Ed Murdoch's Demons on 30. And Dan Minto's Sylvan Elves on 30 as well. So we've got a bit of a chasing pack, but we definitely have got a 1-2 going on at the moment, Matty, haven't we?
Absolutely, it's starting to look a little bit like well, possibly a 2-horse race here, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, an awful lot is going to go obviously is going to turn on this army swap round. I think this is really the only way that Kieran can really throw this away. To be honest, is if he doesn't get this right.
You've mentioned army swap there, and that has to be the #1 topic of round 4, doesn't it? Because I mean, you know, we've pretty much said how invincible Kieran is with the Vermins, but he's not controlling the Vermins because he's handing them over to Rory, and similarly, Rory is handing his Equitaine over to Kieran. I mean, that is the most. I mean, if you've got a list that you like playing, you think is strong, and you're doing well, that's the worst nightmare, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is one of those armies that's you know, it's a real connoisseur's army. This is not you couldn't just pick up this list and just go to your local tournament and just wipe it out.
No.
You know, you need to graft at this. You need to wail on your art for year after year after year. You know, and Kieran only plays rats, and he's done it for a long time at the very highest level. You know, this is like I don't know, sort of giving someone a scalpel and saying, "Go on then, perform a subdural, lobotomy." You know, it's not good. This ain't something that anybody can do. I know Kieran makes it look easy, but you know, is Rory going to be able to do this? I've got a funny feeling that Kieran's got almost the perfect storm here, because he's brilliant with it, and I don't think anyone's going to be brilliant without it, if you know what I mean. So
and it's worth mentioning.
It could be hard work here.
It's worth mentioning that Rory has never played as Vermin Swarms. So as much as Kieran giving up his Vermin Swarms is a problem, he's handing them to a player who's never played Vermin Swarms. And so Rory has dipped around with different armies, but Vermin Swarms is not one of them.
It's a fascinating matchup, isn't it? Because if we looked at the way that the Vermin played yesterday on the live stream, they were absolutely fantastic, but they also had to be incredibly patient. Exactly like Matty said, it's not the kind of the army where you just push it forward and it wins. He was in a lot of trouble, and that army can fall apart really quickly. I think we're looking at both of these lists because the KOE list needs to come at you and take those long charges and take those risks, whereas the Vermin Swarm list needs to be patient. It needs to take its time. It needs to counter punch at the right times. These two players are going to have to go against what is quite obviously their natural instincts in designing these lists and do the opposite of what they're comfortable with. As much as it's going to be difficult to push around those rats because they are all quite weird and there's so many synergies, Kieran's going to have to take long charges. He's going to have to take incredible risks and just back them up with 2 or 3 charges at once, which is absolutely not what the Vermin are all about. They're all about footsies and countering and making sure the positioning's right. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see who can go against their instincts in this one, I think.
Yeah, agreed. Very much agreed. Tommy and Ryan, have you ever played in a army swap?
No, never.
Well, brilliant. I mean, Tommy, have you ever done an army swap?
No, I haven't. No.
Well, there you go. Matty, you must have done an army swap.
Yeah, I've done it. Yeah, I've done a few.
I knew you'd have our back.
There aren't many things I've swapped over my time, but it's always tricky. I mean, obviously being an Empire and Warriors player, and over the years I've played quite a bit of Highborn and Orcs and Goblins and stuff like that. You know, you're always hoping for those sorts of lists, but if you get one of the very specific lists that requires, extensive training in them, I'm thinking things like VC, UD, BS. those sorts of lists. It's not just a question of, of just shoving it forward and seeing what happens. And there will be a few games out there today that are going to be a bit like that. I mean, there'll be a couple of KOE mirror matches. There'll be, maybe the odd I'm thinking sort of Sylvans versus KOE, which, are relatively straightforward swaps. But, when you're swapping an army, you've got two things to worry about. First of all, that you've obviously got to get to grips with the rules, but secondly, you're touching other people's models as well.
Yeah.
So it's and that could be the cause of some concern.
I did see that Rory has a tube of super glue on hand, which I think is a very gentlemanly move.
Are you sure it's super glue though?
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Hey.
Just in case
Yeah.
anyone forgot, we have Tommy Tucker. Brilliant, brilliant. And as you're speaking of the pairings there, Matty, I've thrown them up for the viewers as well, and we'll go through them. The table order is obviously immaterial because it's been changed so that we could have Kieran and Rory on top table, so ignore the numbers. But we have got Josh's Sylvanels versus Guillaume's Demon Legions. And all of these are going to be swapping, so bear in mind the armies are switched around for all of these. Hugh Scarlin's SA Saurians being given to Tanker's Warriors. I know Tanker is not happy about that. He does not like Hugh's Saurian list at all. And Tommy, you and I have had a lot of fun over these last few months. I'll call it fun, looking at the Saurians. I mean, have you got thoughts on Hugh's Saurians while we're talking about Hugh? Because he is in fourth. Is it fourth or third? I can't remember, but they're chasing pack.
Yeah, well, it's it's quite a tricky list, I think, to play if you're not familiar with it.
Yeah.
I would suggest probably a lot more tricky than the Vermin Swarm for Rory today. So yeah, I'm not. I don't imagine that Tanker. I think Tanker's his concern is well founded.
Yeah.
That it's going to be really difficult for him to take his own warriors on with that Saurian Ancient list. So yeah, I think Tanker's going to get smashed, good and proper, which is only right. That's how it should be. Tanker is a washed-up has-been. He needs to step back and let some of the new blood through.
Wow. Well, I'm glad that I didn't tell you that we have to be unbiased, because we definitely don't. And yeah, I've just thrown up Hugh's list because we saw Tanker in round one. We haven't seen Hugh yet. If Hugh can get that big win and the Rory Kieran game plays out relatively close, then Hugh's in a great position to just leapfrog up to top table for a round 5 victory and crowning the master potentially.
That's what we want, mostly so we can listen to Hugh's laugh, which is the best thing in 9th Age right now.
It is definitely epic, and yeah, that would be a lot of laughing. I'm sure he'll come on the chat if he does win. Great, so that is pretty. Oh, I was running down the matchup. Sorry. We have Jake's Infernals being handed over to Bondi's Ogres. Jake knows what he's doing with every army, so I don't think army swap will phase Jake at all. And let's not write Jake off or Bondi, because they are in contention as well. Certain things go the right way, and you can see someone who's 5th, 6th in the Masters come up and make a late push. Having won a couple of my last round 5 games 20-0, I've seen how far it gets you up the rankings, having had a mediocre tournament up until that point. So don't write off these mid-table boys.
Yeah,
well, we're in the territory here of submarines, aren't we? Whilst Kieran's obviously setting the pace here, and it's going to be difficult to catch him, I do think that the podium places are open here, and I'm not writing off my dark horse Tony Hale yet. I still think he's got a bit of a submarine in him on day 2. He's a day 2 player.
Yeah.
That's, and that is a thing, by the way, being a day 2 player.
Absolutely, it certainly is. And speaking of Tony, he's the next matchup on the card. He's handing off his demons against Luke's Undying Dynasties. But I do know for a fact that Tony has experience with Undying Dynasties, so I don't think that will phase him at all. So he's one of the winners of the army swap round for sure, is Mr. Hale. Luke, however, potentially as a Undying Dynasties only player, or at least mostly, he does play a bit of vampires, might struggle. We'll skip the fifth one there, which is indeed Kieran versus Rory, who is on the table that we're covering. Artem versus Ed, that's a SE and Demon matchup switch around. Ed still very much poised to strike if things go his way. We could see a repeat master if Ed has a really good day too. Kev, your boy Kev, Matty, he is going against Wes in that mirror match you mentioned, the Equitaine mirror match, which was bound to happen throughout the tournament because of how many Equitaines we have.
Absolutely, and do you know what? With Wes, obviously Kev's got a lot of experience with KOE, so I think that's going to help him. But also, Kev is by nature a very aggressive player, and Wes has got a very aggressive list. So, you know, I don't think Kev's going to be looking at this and thinking, "What am I going to do?" I'm pretty sure he'll be, "Hey, diddle diddle," straight up the middle.
Yeah.
And those resplendents will be pushing pretty hard, pretty early. So I'm sure Kev's going to be feeling good about match 4 at the moment. But we will obviously see. And then of course it's your boy, isn't it?
Yeah. Lucky Sixes. Lucky Sixes is going to have to take on the wrong kind of elves as far as he's concerned. He's taken over Dan Minto's Sylvans, and Dan Minto is getting the dragons. I mean, Lucky Sixes is crying himself to sleep last night because it's the worst matchup possible, and not only that, it's his own army doing it to him. So
I was just going to say that looks like such a brutal match. He's got about 300 breath weapons.
Exactly, yeah, and
that's an awful. I mean, what is it? 3 breath weapons and a load of shooting.
Yeah,
that's all.
And a fire master as well, and a pyromancy master, I think.
Exactly, and don't forget. Good man. Write that, or have you got it? Oh, sorry, I'm just talking to the players. Carry on, Matty.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm just thinking that, you know, that with all those flying threats, plenty of shooting, grey watchers, sea idiots, you know, it's gonna be very, very hard work for Lucky Six.
Matt, mute yourself. Not you, Matt. Hyper-G, you need to mute yourself, mate.
Oh, no, sorry. You guys could hear me, but the live stream couldn't, so don't worry.
Oh, right.
You're all right. You're all right. Yeah, sorry. I was rudely still talking to you on Zoom, but the live stream couldn't hear me, so don't worry. I've no idea what you said because I wasn't listening to you.
Wait,
I know what buttons I'm pressing. Don't you worry about it.
I think Lucky Sixes is going to struggle here. I'm loving from the live feed, by the way. Rory is clearly feeling the cold. A bit of his Middle Eastern heritage there. I think he's got his shamal on. He's got his woolly hat on.
Well, to be fair,
got his fleecy top on.
I might put mine on. You know, I was freezing yesterday, so there you go.
Have you got one glove on again?
Not yet. No, not yet. But I will. I probably will.
We were hoping for a hee-hee.
Oh, not another one of them. Probably not. You know, I've embarrassed myself enough.
I'm not gonna lie. If I turned up to a freezing cold venue in a hoodie and a scarf and then my opponent was standing there in a breezy t-shirt, it'd psych me out. That'll do me in that.
Yeah, definitely would. Yeah.
Hey, now, kid, here's something that Key was telling me. Yeah, have you got North African Moroccan heritage?
Yes, yeah, half Moroccan, yeah.
And is it true? Is it true that you used to work in the circus?
Yes, yeah. When I was little, we left when I was 6. My mum, like Nelly the elephant, ran off with the circus, which is not a simile she enjoys, funnily. But yes, yeah, my dad was an acrobat. The guy who brought me up was an acrobat. So I was in the circus for a few years. I know I peaked at 6. Everything after that is less interesting. So.
Superb.
Oh, that is superb. Yeah. That makes being brought up at a sheep farm in Berkshire sound so boring, doesn't it?
No, but the good thing is it leads to very creative insults when I roll unnaturally high. That's the good thing. Yeah. Circus monkey insults are thrown around at me constantly, as was my former profession.
I mean, the loaded dice help as well, right?
Told you, mate. It's not cheating if you don't get caught.
No, true, absolutely. And actually, not that that's a good segue for this, because I know 110% that Lucky Sixes was not cheating yesterday, but I have got an exclusive that the Ancient Dragon of Lucky Sixes Highborn Elves does not have 7 attacks. It was played incorrectly by Lucky Sixes the entire battle. He is incredibly sorry. It is a genuine mistake as well.
I don't think it made any difference. Still couldn't kill that Hedge Knight. It could have 100 attacks. That one Hedge Knight stayed there for 3
Well,
turns, just kicking it.
the other exclusive scoop is that he never attacked the Hedge Knight. He forgot. And he also forgot on the Swordmasters the Navigator's banner. So those horses that kicked a few Swordmasters in did so without distracting. And he also forgot to put the Alchemy attribute on those knights. So he didn't re-roll to wound.
It might be better off swapping armies today.
So, there was there was a lot of pressure on Lucky Sixes yesterday, and I think in some ways he struggled. How do you feel? Go on.
Go ahead. I was just going to say I've also cleared up the mystery of the magically appearing impassable terrain.
Have you? Okay.
Yeah,
it's gone. No, different table. Ignore that.
A different table now, yeah. I watched back the first game. It was because of deployment. It was essentially already in deployment zone for the demons, so it played no effect because they just deployed.
Oh, because the counter thrust, wasn't it? It was counter thrust. It was bigger.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you for doing that. I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
No, clever. Right, well, I am afraid, Spambots, I have got to go and deal with real life matters. I'm going to try and jump back in when I can.
You're welcome whenever, Matty. You know that.
Have a great call, guys, and I'll be keeping an eye on it. So have fun.
Good man.
Love you,
Cheers,
MattyP. Bye.
Cheers. See you later, chaps. Bye, Tommy.
So Ryan and Tom, what do you guys think of these two lists then? That Vermin Swarm list just looks like it's absolutely crammed full of filth.
It's good. It's good. No Doomsbacks is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing that I was surprised not to see because they are pretty lethal. He's pretty much got everything else that is lethal in there, though. Now, I can't remember who had the pleasure of reading out the Vermin Swarms list.
Oh, I drew that straw yesterday, don't you?
Did you? Oh, won't be that. Tommy, do you fancy reading out the Vermin Swarms list for us?
No, probably because I don't have it in front of me. But
okay, how about you, Ryan? You fancy it?
Yeah, no, I got it.
Actually, Ryan, you know a bit about Vermin Swarms, don't you?
Yes, because I've had to play into them
then
4 times.
Then you're the perfect person.
Oh, you're the
Shoot.
expert. Come on, everyone else, shut up.
Yes. Yeah. So he's got a bell with witchcraft and a rock, and then another swarm priest with thaumaturgy, but no third spell.
Yes, that is something we noticed when we saw him
He's
before.
only got 4 spells, right? Like
he's got 5 because he's got the hereditary on the bell. But no, he's got an extra learn spell on the bell. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, carry on.
And then we've got 3 house prefects, 2 with deep fire throwers, and 1 with the.
Oh, we lost Ryan.
Sorry, still working out the Zoom thing.
Oh, okay, cool. No,
yeah, so he's got the 3 house prefects, 1 that helps out weapon team, and 2 with throwers, 3 assassins, and he's got 4 big blocks. 1 of them is veterans, some slaves, and then he's got 3 units of weapon teams, the 4 canister launchers, some deep fire throwers, rotary guns, and then 2 units of grenadiers.
Yeah, I mean, filth, right?
It is. Those canister launchers are going to be massive in this game. If they go off, they could just take a unit.
They really could.
Yeah, this you guys are all backing Kieran, but I'm fully behind Rory for this one. I don't think he has to be like some amazing big brain player here. He just needs to park his blocks in the middle, cover his flanks, and shoot off the knights. It's going to be an easy 20 for Rory. He's going to walk this and straight to the top table in the final round.
Well, yeah.
Come on, Rory.
You're
our hero.
The shooting is so overwhelming against poor.
Yeah.
Just
He's just gonna pick up the knights. It's gonna be a walk in the park for Rory.
The only thing I would say is that they do fall apart really quickly when you charge them. It's these things that do us in that the what they call black fur veterans with these ridiculous house prefects in it that you're never allowed to hit because they hide at the back, and give them lightning reflexes on great weapons with agility 1 billion. It's that unit I would just not go within 1,000,000 miles off and try and hit anything else, because that unit is utterly horrific.
Yeah, the assassins are such a good counter as well, because if he makes a long charge, they just appear and dice up half the unit. And the KOE just don't have the volume of attacks to kill the rat blobs. You know, they're good against like high value units like monsters and characters and shit like that, not toughness 2 rat swarms. So yeah,
and I've just
thrown be an absolute walkover, I think.
Fair enough. Well, Tommy, do you fancy reading out Rory's Equitaine, which is now in the hands of Kieran, or have you not got that list handy?
I don't have it handy, I'm afraid.
Fair
but
enough,
It's probably knights and more knights.
Do you fancy it, kid, or shall I take
Yeah,
this one?
can do.
Go
Yeah,
on then.
can do.
Over to
So
you.
we've got a paladin on hippogriff with bastard swords, touch of greatness, and prayer etched, similar to the one we saw actually last night.
Yes.
Damsel, this is my favorite unit entry possibly in the book. Damsel, she's the general. She's on a unicorn. She's a master of divination, and she's sainted. She's ready for a brawl. I love it.
Yeah.
I'm guessing just for placement. We then have an Equitaine Lord on a Destria battle standard bearer, this one with 2 ether icons, so you're not casting into them very easily. Bastard sword with shield breaker, which is not going to be particularly useful in this. Crown of the Wizard King, which is always fun, and generosity. Then 14 feudal knights with the Castellan's crest, so it's got the standard it's got a knight banneret, sorry, with the Castellan's crest. Musician and standard bearer with flaming standard. 8 Ordo Sergeants, 20 Lowborn Archers, which actually might get some use in this for the first time. 9 Knights of the Quest, a champion full commandant. Oriflamme, I don't like that banner, it scares me. 8 Hedge Knights, a Scorpion, and a Ladies Courtier of the Dusk. This is with Druidism. That's the second one of these I've ever seen, and they've both been in this tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, witchcraft is surely potentially a stronger choice for the courtier, but then again, druidism, with single models, there aren't that many of them, but.
And Damsel's on divination, isn't it? Instead of
yes.
At least it's more of an aggressive setup. I'm not 100%. I think if the KOE go in and target out anything they can that's not a standard rat, for the first time in history, KOE outgrind this army, except for that ridiculous block that's invincible. That 1,000-point block that it ends up being with the Black Furin. They are horrible.
Although it is worth mentioning that with the Oriflame, whatever you want to call it, BSB reroll is turned off. And obviously the Eagle standard, the reroll, the synergy that gives, does mean a bit more of a risk for anyone who's relying on a reroll to pass things. And
that'll be the unit to shoot, won't it?
Yeah, me and Tommy both know that minimised discipline does not mean auto pass, don't we, Tommy? Being Saurian players.
Yeah, no, it's pretty much auto fail for you and I.
Exactly, yeah. So we'll see how that goes. If we go live to the table, which you've seen, they are now getting comfortable with the armies. It looks like Rory's dropped, as the rats, of course. So
that's a great idea.
Yeah, absolutely. It does mean. I mean, I know that the Vermin's a short range, but it really
strong move by Rory. That's good. That's a huge advantage for him, turn 1.
Exactly. So if I try and muddle my way through it, but Ryan, you might have to come in and correct me where I'm wrong. Well, I mean, Rory's just standing there at the minute, but we'll see what we can do. We'll start on the right-hand side. We've got 6 of the rotary guns. Yeah, rotary guns.
Yeah.
It looks
I
like...
imagine that's the slave unit behind them.
Slaves behind. We should mention it's capture the flags. So that's an added intrigue for the army swap. So you've got to... Not only have you got to take your opponent's army, but you've got to be careful with their scoring units as well. Next to them, I imagine that's the legionnaires, in a big unit. Yes, he has deployed them behind water. In the chat, you've noticed that, I know. So standard behind water, you would expect they're either going to be moving up slowly, not moving, or don't care about rats dying, which is also a thing with Vermin. Then we've got the bell inside another unit, smaller unit of legionaries. Is it legionaries or legionnaires? I never know.
One of them.
I think most people call them legionnaires, but
it's pronounced filthy rat.
Sure.
The rats go with the bell will just have shields, so they'll be parried, and the other
absolutely.
guys will
Underneath Rory's elbow is a unit of. Wait for it.
We've got spears.
Oh, we got.
The black furs?
I think we got 3 canister launchers actually, or maybe the 3 deep fire throwers. I think they are.
Those are the deep fire throwers. And then the 4 is the canisters.
Yes, exactly. And I think we're not quite sure which is going to be the black fur and which is going to be the legionnaires.
I think the black fur's the one with the canisters behind them.
Yes.
It's got like a weird thing in the middle. I don't know if it's like a
A unit filler or something.
Yeah, I think that was the one that killed the world yesterday.
Yeah, sure. So we'll have to keep our eye on that in case we get that wrong. Then you've got the 2 Ignifier Grenadiers, either side of that unit on the left. In terms of scoring, so we're looking at 4 units of scoring, I believe. 3 units of Legionnaires and 1 unit of Blackfur. And we know
The
that...
slaves?
Go on.
The slaves?
Oh, we just lost you there, Ryan.
Sorry, I was just wondering if the slaves are scoring. I can't remember.
I don't think slaves are scoring.
think
I'd
they
be very
are.
surprised if they were, but you definitely know Vermin more than I do.
No, they're not scoring.
I've got the book up. Yeah, no, I don't think they are.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess Rory's decided that he's got too many units already, so just stick the slaves in a corner and ignore them, right? Which I guess they could have just been thrown forward and killed, and not Rory not worry about it. But another way is to keep the points, not that there's many points in there. And now Kieran's obviously counter-deploying, we imagine, for second turn, do we? Or do we think Rory's dropped for second because of the short range? What do we think?
It's a good question, actually, because he doesn't have enormous range on these guns. That's one of the things we looked at yesterday, wasn't it? That we looked at this range threat and we were like, oh my goodness, these first 2 rounds, he's going to be taking ogres off left, right, and centre. And realistically, he just couldn't get near them with them. So it is an interesting question. I still think he probably wants first, I imagine, because otherwise, you're definitely going to get hit in the face by a bunch of knights.
Yeah, it looks like it's a great place for the KOE.
Doesn't it?
Right in the middle. Get on top of it. Get some rerolls. Get it going.
Something that's intriguing me about this deployment, and I'm looking around at the other tables in case I'm understanding this wrong. I was expecting this deployment to be in circle, and unless has Rory got the big flank, but the centre looks very far forward for a 9-inch deployment.
It's the 2 sides, either side of 15, and then the middle's 9.
It looks big for 9.
Skaven.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what Kieran does. He looks like he has small flanks there at the moment.
It does look like Rory's got the
big flanks.
Deployment
just add
marked
an extra
out,
3 inches onto it.
Oh yes, he has got the deployment marked out. You're right. There's dices, yeah.
Just thinking, if you're looking at this from the KOE perspective, first of all, you obviously have to go for that lovely juicy hill. All the shooting is on one side, apart from those grenadiers who can't shoot into combat unless you're in with slaves in the side.
And they're behind an impassable. Yeah.
Yeah, is it worth just throwing it down on the other side and using your mobility to try and sweep in? Because then you just take away one of the big advantages of this army, which is that it just shoots off every unit you've got in a turn.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. And
he's only got little flanks though, hasn't he? That's
yeah.
I'm not sure how much the deep fire throwers do to KOE.
Sure.
I mean, I imagine they don't do too much.
Yeah.
Are they AP0?
I thought they were AP1, but then I've not actually come across these ones. Let's have a look. Deep fire throws. No, AP0, strength 3, flaming attacks. You do get a lot of hits because you're hitting them. They've got lots of ranks, I guess. But it's,
no, because you can only hit the models in the unit. So I mean, some of these KOE units are what, 9 knights. That's 9 strength 4.
Yeah.
Plus 1. But still, it's not.
You're hoping for ones, aren't you? There, and that's never really a ideal strategy. So yeah.
Rory will probably just play them as chaff.
Yeah.
Scrying will be quite useful. Big scrying goes up. That means the casters.
I mean, let me talk to you. Shall I talk to you about magic while we brought it up? Because I have the spells. Well, thank you very much to the players for handing these over. That was what I was talking to them earlier about. Let's talk about Kieran's magic as the Equitaine player, of course. The Crown has rolled up Alchemy Quicksilver Lash, and as a Equitaine now player, that's like, ooh, I've got Lash, you haven't. Haha.
literally useless.
Exactly, useless for the Equitaine, but great against them. And yeah, Kieran can wave Lash at Rory and say that would have been your ideal Crown against me. But yeah, the Divination Damsel has got the hereditary spell, which is Breath of the Lady, which is an extra Orison couple. Unerring Strike, Stars Align, and Scrying, which has been mentioned, Ryan. So yes, he does have Scrying. He only has one of the missiles. I guess Fate's Judgment hasn't really got any juicy targets, although the weapon teams don't have much in the way of armor, do they? So
only a 5 up.
So maybe Fate's Judgment would have been good against them, auto wounding, but I don't know.
You can target out the bell, can't you? I don't know what the range is on.
Only
on that.
one of the hits can go against it.
Only one on the bell, yeah. I mean, I guess an earring strike is just as damaging against the weapon teams, or nearly. Well,
I think the big
arguably.
thing for is the leadership bubble. I imagine the senator is behind the bell or around there. So I mean, if he gets a magic missile off against one of those grenadiers, maybe he can panic a unit off.
I think his senator goes in with the black fur because they're bodyguards and he can hide at the back. I think. Is that right?
There was a lot of measuring from the bell last game, so I think
it might
be
yeah.
in the bell. But we'll find out, no doubt. I mean, obviously, what Kieran did with them and what Rory does with them is different entirely. So
yeah, that's true.
You know, you never know.
You can't ask where those characters are supposed to go, can you?
Probably not. Whether the opponent would tell you as well is accurately is another matter entirely.
But you leave him out on his own. He's a cowboy, that guy. Don't
yeah. But then to finish off the KOE magic, we have on the courtier, ladies courtier, the druidism, Fountain of Youth, which is obviously the regrow wounds, and entwining roots, which is minus offensive and defensive skill. So, I mean, are rats that high in that anyway? Yeah.
The assassins are 8 agility.
Sure. True. Yep. And then moving over to what the rats have in Rory's hands. I'm gonna make so many mistakes on who's controlling what today. So correct me when I'm wrong.
The rats and the knights.
Yeah, exactly. Forget who's controlling them. So we have on the bell. We have the hereditary. Yes, the bell with the caster on it. It has got the hereditary, and wheel turns and deceptive clamor. So that's. I mean, wheel turns is built for Vermin, isn't it? So yeah.
Yeah, wheel turns is huge in this matchup, isn't it?
And deceptive glamour as well, just to verify the Vermin's extra agility buff.
You get more range off the bell, is that right? I think you get an extra 3 inches.
Yes, an extra 3 inches. Yeah, you definitely do, which is cool. And then on the Thaumaturgy Adept, I think is the other one. Hand of Heaven and Smite. Smite the Unbeliever. So there's not a lot of magic going around, but it's I would say it's pretty devastating. It can be in the right place. So yeah.
We were talking about this yesterday, weren't we? If you've got 3 or 4 spells that you're basically always going to cast, what's the point in having 10 to choose from? If you're usually going to go with those 3 or 4 anyway. I really like the magic setup of both of these. It's kind of spread out as well. There's nothing worse than having one master who does everything, who then just gets slaughtered, or you fail a panic or something.
Yeah.
I feel the Vermin Swarm has missed a trick without the orb. An extra 6 inches on the weapon teams makes them that much, just so much more painful to deal with.
You have a what now?
They can take an orb on a character, and then if the weapon team is within 6 of that guy, you can add 6 to their range.
Goodness gracious
from
me.
like 20, or they go from like 26, I think, with the move 8 to like 30 inches. It's ridiculous.
Totally balanced, completely balanced.
Yeah, it's fun to play into. That's what I enjoy.
but he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it.
He doesn't have it.
It's a nice.
Wow.
So would that be 12 inches on those grenades as well? Then it had 6 to the
What's
grenade.
for breakfast, Steph?
It's a ring donut. Yeah.
Solid choice.
That is breakfast, provided by Lucky Sixes, I will say. So yeah, good stuff. That's just horrible on that range, isn't it?
I think if the black fur weren't able to be built to be so resilient and so hit so hard
uncaring
with lightning reflexes, and you can't snipe that guy out unless you have a snipe spell because he's basically invincible. If it wasn't for that, I think there'd be a really interesting army, just because they are so dependent on tricks at that point. But because they have a unit that I just don't. I mean, it's almost a Death Star. We were saying yesterday, if you pop the assassins into it, it's about 1,000 points. So fair enough, it's a very powerful unit. Without that, they don't have an enormous amount that they can.
Yeah.
They don't have tons that they can take as a punch. Yesterday they played into a pyromancy master as well.
Didn't touch him.
And he still didn't hurt him.
Right, we better quickly go over the Equitaine deployment now that that's down as well.
Good luck.
A little bit more difficult to see them. Do we have the courtier on the far left? A single model, I think, slightly back in the forest. Can't really tell.
Yeah, I think so because he's on a monster base, isn't he? He's on the square one. So
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's him. The one with like a stick above him.
Yeah. I think what's that Roy's just moved? No, Kieran's just moving. I might be able to look.
Archers?
Yeah, they
Yes,
are
yes,
archers.
they
Yeah,
are
you're right.
archers.
I can actually see better when I don't look at the camera. I look at the table. Funnily enough, the table's right there.
And the Ordo sergeants in front of him.
Yeah,
'cause
I think they're
can't- they
spread
can
out
have
wide.
lance.
They're spread out wide. Yeah. Then we've got the big unit of feudals in the middle. Actually, are actually
Yeah,
deployed
14.
quite wide. Are they not in the lance? Well, they are in lance. No, they're not in lance
No,
formation.
5. Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty wide. So that's intriguing
Either
as
hedge
well.
knights.
No, the big unit in the middle, opposite
That
the
one
black
he's measuring
first.
to now.
Oh, the 5, right? Sorry, yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I missed out a unit actually. Whatever the unit is in between them. That shows how little I was paying attention when the Equitaine list was read out. Actually, I don't know why I'm doing deployment. I can't tell.
I think that might be the quest because they're big enough to be.
Yeah, we'll probably home in on the numbers when we get to it. I can definitely see the Scorpion is deployed on the far boundary. The only real target for that is the bell. So at the moment he has got line of sight on the bell, and I imagine that's where the shots are going to go. The Hippogriff is currently blocking between the bell and the Scorpion, but I'm sure the Hippogriff won't stay put for long. And then you've got 8 knights on this right-hand side.
More hedge knights.
More hedge knights. Yeah.
How important are the quest do we reckon? Just because I think the quest are one of the better units in the army, just because they're not as charge dependent. They could be a valuable unit to go.
How many
this
are
one.
there in the unit?
I think 9. I think that's all you can have.
That's quite a beefy block, isn't it?
Yeah. The trouble is the rats are still attacking first, so.
And
Yeah.
they are 700 points.
Wow. And a scoring unit.
90 points. Yeah.
You've got to be
and
very careful with your scoring units.
that regrow has got one target, and
Yeah.
it's those guys.
Yeah.
And they are very, very, very good. But I do wonder 9 of them with that shooting, he can take that off.
Yeah.
If he gets right,
Yeah.
he gets it right.
So
To hide them.
going back to the deployment, obviously we can see now Rory's taken first turn, but
He
the
has.
impossible or building or whatever the thing is in the rats deployment zone is just perfect because it's just guarding his flank.
Yeah.
Basically,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kieran
absolutely.
could send a single model unit around the flank, but he's just going to get shot off by the grenadiers
Yeah.
that are right there.
Yeah,
in
and
the
units
awaiting.
can't fit between that and the
No.
back border. You're
So
absolutely
that's
right.
That's really helped Rory a lot.
He's
I
got an
think.
anchor point, hasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
he can't just roll the flank because he can't even get in there.
I mean, in fact, he's put his grenadiers out wider of the impassable, which might be a little bit of a risky one, getting them shot off. But
It feels to me as if the KOE army is just lacking a little bit of chaff. You know,
Yeah.
if he had one
Yeah,
unit
definitely.
behind the hill, and then he could guarantee to put that in front of the Black Furs and have that turn where he pushes up and says, "Well, you don't shoot me off, I'm going to hit something," and it's not that unit. But,
Yeah, exactly.
I don't
Absolutely right. That's what I was thinking because he can't just push forward because he just gets charged by the Black Fur and they'll take him off.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. They're such a horrible unit.
Oh.
I do love a Sky Herald. I think a Sky Herald in the I know they're expensive, but they are cheeky bloody units. Just the ability to fly and have decent-ish armor, but also hard target. I find them a really handy unit because you can sit them behind your knights if you need to.
Yeah, yeah.
I know
Especially in a
people like
matchup like this, any flying
Yeah.
unit is just a nightmare because he's got all these little tiny units in between that you can charge,
like
hit
hop
them
over.
overrun, or jump
Yeah.
over each other. Yeah, it's a nightmare for the rat player.
Yeah, I do
But-
love. I've only seen Yeoman used as chat. I know they're a lot cheaper. 210 is quite a bit for a Sky Herald, but I do fancy devastating charge plus 2 attacks is really nice on them if they ever get into a wizard bunker because they aren't fighters, but but an extra few attacks going into something particularly soft, of which there is a lot here. They can be quite handy. It is a shame that we don't have them down.
Looks
They'd
like
be
the 5
great.
card come out.
could well be. I mean, Rory's taken it off the table straight away, but that's fine. Rory just came back and grabbed the magic spells he'd given me, which is why I needed to quickly write them down again. Because he gave me the sheet and then realised that was the sheet he needed to remember his own spells. So took it back, which is fine. So Yeah, I mean, on the chat we've got David. Welcome back, David. I know you were with us a lot of yesterday, and thank you for coming again. I can't believe he's deployed opposite the Black Furs. I should have said that a bit quieter, just in case Rory
Yeah.
hears me. Just in case Kieran hears
We're
me.
late now, mate.
Yeah,
I
true.
suppose the Black Furs are protecting the hill, aren't they? I think that's what they. I think it was good deployment.
Rory.
On the Skaven part. Yeah, just stick them in front of the hill and say, you can take the hill, but if I take that long charge, I'm gonna beat anything that's there.
Looks like all the dice have come out for the first cast.
Yeah, I wonder what he's trying to put down. It's a funny phase because there's not an enormous amount
No.
that's going to be actually
Well,
that impactful.
First spell was
Yeah.
stopped, and this is now hereditary at the knight unit. behind
Yeah, I
it.
mean, Hand of Heaven's got to be your first spell, right? With the rats, or your main spell, just to try and. Well, I don't know what you're targeting. Are you targeting the Hippogriff, or you're not in range, though, are you?
No,
Yeah,
no,
range
this
might
is
be an issue.
he's cast hereditary from
Hereditary,
Tunnel to
Ah.
the Black Knights, the unit of
Sure.
Dark Knights.
Yeah, I mean, the
To
Hereditary
resist
is
the root.
AP2, is it? Hereditary for rats? The rats ones?
AP1.
AP1.
There's a lot of hits, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it at the Black Knights with the Hippogriff next to them? Because I think that's the quest.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, that's a good one to throw things at. Oh no, the quests are on the
Anyone?
other side. The quests are on the other side.
Well, looks like he failed a lot of armors.
We're losing models.
Maybe it wasn't
Yeah.
hereditary. This is a lot of knights.
Yeah, that's.
Oh my
look at
lord.
Is that a unit?
Oh, 5 dead.
Nope,
6
it's
dead.
still going.
Oh,
Whoa.
What the hell did he hit him with?
that's the
And there's a
panic
panic
check.
test that passed.
He must have hit him with his. Well, what could reach him?
Brutal.
Was that a boosted Hand of Heaven? And got lucky on the hits.
Must have been.
It has to
Yeah,
be.
I don't
That's the
think
only.
anything else can hit.
No.
Ouch.
Hang on, I'll double check.
Yeah.
Nice. So he must have gone Hand of Heaven first, dispelled, and then cast the Hereditary, which has spiked and absolutely nuked that unit.
I
3d6.
wonder if it's Hedge Knights with the low armor save.
It is, yeah. I think it is because there's 8 of them, isn't it? He took 6 off. There's 2
Yeah,
left.
great
Sorry,
play
yeah.
by Rory there. Well
Yeah,
done,
so
Rory.
to confirm, because the
Give him a round
chat,
of applause.
only you guys could hear me and the chat couldn't. That was the Hereditary that did that on the Hedge Knights, and yeah, it's not. I mean,
suppose
it's not a
it's-
scoring unit, Hedge Knights, obviously, but it's still a great start for Rory, isn't it?
It's just so many
think-
hits, isn't it? It's like the old Swarm of Insects nonsense. The fact that it's low strength doesn't really matter if you roll in a million dice at it.
I don't think you even need line of sight for the hereditary through the tunnel markers or any of that. I think it's just the
Yeah,
it just
from the tunnel
happens.
marker. Yeah.
It's a very silly spell.
It's quite a spell. I always thought you had to walk into it or something. Or
No, you
like, I
just
always
shoot
thought
the
it was-
target point.
Plonk
and
it
you
on
put
If,
top.
on
if,
top of the
Does it?
unit.
if the Skaven player doesn't move it into but places it in front of the unit and you move into it, you'll take an extra dice of hits.
So it's kind of like you can use it as an extra bomb in that sense, or you can just target a unit straight out and do that.
You'll see that happen when things need to charge.
Yes.
Because obviously you can always
discourage
just
the
not
charge,
move
yeah.
into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good idea on the hedges because are they only 3 up armor?
Yes.
I believe so. And AP1
Yeah.
means
So it goes
yeah,
down to
not
4.
great.
I'd tell you what though, if you rolled like that, you'd have wished you'd have picked up that bloody hippogriff.
Yeah. 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 Apparently, Rory just rolled lots of 5s to wound.
So he failed the panic.
Oh.
He's
No,
Turns
this is
over, just
going
moves
going
on.
into. Yeah, I think
They're-
we're-
They're going on holiday.
shooting's out of range for the rats, which is a blessing at least. So yeah, the hedge knights are going home.
I mean, it was a very, very good roll, but for a full turn for the Skaven, that could have been a lot worse. Having said that, next turn's going to be hell to pay because he's going to be within range.
Nothing was in range. So yeah.
How many were the hedge knights to start with? Were they 8?
8, yeah.
So that is exactly 25%. So 0 points achieved for it. You have to get lower than 25% to get the points, don't you? So
Oof.
so that is a good move from Kieran, because as much as that is a good start for Rory, it has achieved him 0 to the tally. Well, I mean, obviously Kieran's a unit down, which is obviously a problem. But interesting start for us. It's worth mentioning actually that the round officially started at 9:30. Maybe 9:35 if Matt Wilson's being generous. We are an hour in, and we're barely into the bottom of the first term. Now,
Yeah, this is one of the problems with Army Swap is that it takes bloody ages.
Exactly. I don't think that's unexpected, and certainly not an indication of the player's ability or whatnot. But yeah, it's quite a chunk of the time for the 3-hour slot to be into already. And especially go on.
I was going to say, I saw a suggestion for Army Swaps. With it being overnight, you have got time to have a look, though, right?
Yes.
So like, you can't be that unfamiliar. You can go home and have a look at the Vermin Swan book and find out what the hell everything does. Maybe make some notes or something. But yes. I do think Ryan was saying it before, a cheat sheet. Just saying that this unit, and don't put the name of the rules. Like, no one cares that it's got a resplendent glamour pants. If it's -1 for you to hit, just give it just say put -1 to hit on it.
Yeah.
That's the problem with the demon books. Yeah, the demon book's got 400 words in 37 different rules, all of which give you a +1 weapon skill, or +1 offense or something. And you just say +1 offense then. Just something like that would help so much, because you can just at deployment, you're not asking that question, you know.
See, whenever I play demons, I always ask them what everything does, because I can't be bothered to remember every single name. I don't have a decoder ring.
Plus, you have to flick 20 pages back to the start of the book to find out the manifestations. So
yeah, honestly, something like when you're doing the list building apps, it would be so lovely if it doesn't tell me what the rules are when I go into summary, and it just tells me what the unit or the lord does. Like, oh, this character's got this item, this item, this item, this item. He has a 1-up rerollable save, and he's strength 6 of this. That's right. Cool. Just telling me that.
That's all I need to know. Yeah.
Yeah, the word, because it's cool. And it's fluff-wise, you'd absolutely need those kind of things in the book. But I would love some sort of summary. And it's not just 9th Age that suffers from this. I used to play a game called Infinity, and that would literally have,
don't start me on Infinity.
Like 53,000 rules, all of which are the same rule, but they have different words. And you just, by the end of it, you end up looking at a list and just going, I don't care what it does anymore. Just run it at me. I don't.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm good at learning new rule sets, or at least I think I am, because I want to play every game under the sun.
Same.
But Infinity is one that I read for a good few hours and came away not learning anything.
It is translated from Spanish as well, which doesn't help.
Sure.
What do you guys think about the placement of the hippo there? Right,
I think
behind the hill.
Or is he on it? I'd click it. I think I don't think there's any point in being coy. If you don't go out here and hope to survive shooting, then the following turn you have to go out and hope to survive shooting. I think you just run at him and hope he runs out of bullets.
But like, at this point, Rory could pull back a bit if he wants, and that's still going to be a very long charge.
Yeah.
I mean, look at how dominant the Rat's right flank is. One unit sitting there.
Yeah.
Having said that, if he does drop back, he drops himself out of range again. And if you leave yourself at exactly 18 to anything that shoots, and he moves a smidge back, he can't shoot you no more.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that he's put the two knights, the surviving hedge knights there, and not put them behind the hill as another chaff.
Yeah,
that's what I think he really needs if he wants to actually try and get in there.
I mean, hedges. Yeah, that's a really good point actually.
Because we said they were lacking chaff, and maybe that is the
Are
answer.
you sure they didn't panic and run away?
No, they can't. They would have panicked off the board through the Scorpion because it came from the Hereditary Bell. I think they've light troops to round between the Scorpion and to there.
The thing with Hedge Knights is they're only 316 points.
So. Yeah, you definitely play 2 of them as chaff at this point, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
They just march straight forward and stand in front.
That's what
they're not giving up a scoring unit point, so who cares?
Yeah, from deployment, it was probably worth looking at those 2 as chaff, because it's the only 2 things in apart from the Ordo Sergeants, who are chaff. They're just very handsome chaff.
I mean,
apart from the Ordo Sergeants, there's nothing else in there that's cheap.
It's worth mentioning though that the choice to not use them as chaff. Kieran, when in control of the Rats, doesn't have much chaff himself, so maybe he's not thinking of chaff as he doesn't need it in Vermin Swarms. I mean, maybe the slaves might be chaff, but even they're chunky. So
it's instinctive choices as well, isn't it? If you don't play KOE a lot, you look at them and go, they are knights, they are expensive. You're not used to thinking they are knights. Kill them.
I've got away with not giving up any points. Maybe I'll hide them now. Yeah.
It's that little bit. We were saying that yesterday in the reverse of this, where the kingdom, the Ogre Kingdoms Cav went into those Black Fur, because you're looking at him going, but they're Skaven. and you're not thinking it's 1,000 point of punchy Skaven.
Death
You're just
Star,
thinking
yeah.
it's Skaven.
Yeah,
So and then they hit
nasty
first.
surprise
They take,
for Bondi. Yeah,
yeah, it took, was it four of his
it was
guys
5.
off?
It
5
took-
or 6?
I think. Well, no, it took off 3 of the 5.
Three of the 5,
before
yeah.
they struck. Yeah.
So yeah, it's just that instinctive play, isn't it? Sometimes. But it is interesting. Definitely got to get forward with those auto sergeants because who cares?
Yeah.
Steal at 260 points for 8 of them.
Yeah. Quickly go over to the chat. Thank you to the 20 or so people that are with us. That's brilliant on a Sunday morning. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Some
Good numbers this year, HyperG, mate.
Hi guys.
I mean, we've had over 500 views of the overall live stream from yesterday. That's incredible. Thank you very much to everyone. I also want to throw a shout out to Matt Wilson as the predominant tournament organizer. He's been absolutely superb, welcoming Proxy Table Gaming into his venue, which not tournament organisers certainly don't have to do. It is something that we're very grateful for. He's also asked me if I could mention Northeast Model Centre, who have provided the prize support for the event. So thank you to Northeast Model Centre for doing that. Looking forward to seeing who podiums and who gets those prizes. And yeah, Matt's done a cracking job. He also organised a curry for everyone, pretty much everyone. We had 27 people on a curry yesterday, so that is pretty much the Masters players and the Open. Pretty much everyone attended that, and that was superb for the Saturday night as well. So big thank you to Matt, who did a superb job of taking the orders and getting everyone their food delivered. Brilliant, nice one. And back to the battle, we've got some sideways movement from that night unit.
Yeah, just shuffling round, moving forward.
He's shifting right over across to the other flank, and this is where the hill is now like totally favouring the rats because Rory's able to move up so that he can't just stand with just touching the back of the hill because he's going to be in charge range of the rat Death Star.
Can the Scorpions see the bell though?
Probably.
Yeah.
Oh, Scorpions are tall, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh,
The
the bell's
bell's
gigantic,
gigantic,
right?
so-
Okay, fair enough.
Not gigantic, but it's towering presence.
Sure. Yeah, fair enough. That's not a problem then.
Just had a quick look at that Northeast Model Centre. It's over 2 floors. That's badass.
Superb.
That's pretty cool. That's how it looks massive.
Superb. Well, yeah. Check them out if you want to see what they can do. I have no idea what the prizes are, by the way. Maybe we'll find out later. But
They seem to sell absolutely everything. So
oh, there you go.
it's a good thing with a miniatures agnostic system, isn't it? You can get some cool stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, what we've got for Magic? There's a handful of dice being got.
Yeah, I mean, Kieran's got more magic choice in terms of spells. In terms
What's going to be the magic play here, guys?
Well,
I think if he'd been more aggressive, then this magic phase is really important. I also think Stone Skin would have been just dandy in this situation.
Couldn't get Stone Skin because of the. Yeah.
I know this. Yeah.
Oh, you mean swap what the damsel has to druidism?
Yeah, I think the traditional plays always take druidism
of course,
thingy, but they are.
That's a list building thing as opposed to Kieran's army choice.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So that one's on Rory.
It's on Rory. Yeah. What defensive spells has he got? Because I doesn't need help in fight at the minute. So what defensive spells has he got to throw?
Scrying. His defensive, obviously.
Regrow. Is it? Do you know what? He could try and regrow that 8-man unit because it's not really worth stopping from the Skaven. They're not worth a lot of points. They don't do an enormous amount.
They haven't gained points already, so yeah.
Yeah, but also getting them back out is a full chaff unit. If he'd have put them forward, regrow. Really,
but he moved them right back. Like you say, Rory's just going to let him have that, no problem. And they're not doing anything until like turn 4 or 5.
Yeah, true.
If you'd have put him forward and tried to regrow, then basically scrying's free or regrow's free because he's not going to get rid of both.
I guess Rory stops scrying, doesn't he?
Depends where he puts it, because a lot of Rory's range is actually on that right flank. Probably needs to move forward to get into range anyway.
I think the big thing for next turn for the rats is those 4 canisters. They are so lethal against any of these 9 units. So I mean, if the scrying goes up on a unit they can hit, that's probably why he stops.
Is the damsel in the big unit? Because it's the big scrying is the aura one, isn't it? Bunching them together and trying to force that through might have been a play, I guess.
Must be. I mean, we also aren't entirely sure that the Blackfur veterans are the one behind the hill, but we think they are, don't we?
I would say so. I think that makes a good spot for him.
Yeah.
If they're not, and say for example they're the ones with a white base, which we know they aren't from yesterday, but just as an example, I think it would have been. I think the KOE would be on that hill right now.
Yeah.
Having a pick.
Yeah, he'd be all over it like white and rice.
Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right there. I wonder whether, and I'll say it a bit quieter, will Rory look to shuffle his Black Fur veterans to the left to make that?
Go regrow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Couple of hedge knights back.
Yeah, maybe because it does look like he's almost redeploying over to that side, isn't it? It is definitely the weaker side. I did wonder at deployment if it was worth, even with your flank being defended by that house, if it was worth just going, I'm not engaging with 3,000 of your 4,000 points, which are stuck out on the right on our movement 4. Just not going near them. Put some ton on his grenadiers.
Yeah.
Maybe must be, I don't know, some damage.
I'm just looking to see what it could have been.
Roots. What does roots do? Entwining
Minus one
roots.
to hit.
Is that just in combat or both?
No, entwining
No.
roots is minus offensive,
Offensive,
and
defensive,
Oh.
and to hit with shooting.
Oh, the
Oh,
boosted version.
yes.
Sure.
Good shout, mate. Yeah, interesting.
So they would be hitting on 6s to begin with then, the Grenadiers.
Yeah, it's interesting. Between that and scrying, he has got a bit of tech. If it must have been a lower magic phase because you'd be going for the bubble scrying if you could, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But then again, would you? What shooting's in range of anything, even if it
We've
marches?
lost a Grenadier there.
He's killed one grenadier.
That must
Hey.
be with an
Strike.
airing strike. It's not going to be lash, is it? So... Although lash is flaming, and they are flammable.
No, he was rolling too many dice. It must have
Yeah,
been.
true. Must have been an airing strike. So maybe Rory hasn't dispelled much there. Unless
Shooting
he's
phase looks like the scorpion against the bell.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's
Here it
spot.
comes.
would it
This
be-
is kind of big.
Got to be 5s, doesn't it, at that range?
Oh, that
Looks
good.
like he's hit it. Yeah.
Yes. Wound on 4s or 3s. It's going to
That's
All
Well,
snipey snipes. Yeah. It's got a war, doesn't it? But I think he's got
No, he's
and it's
failed.
D3 wounds. Yeah. Oh, just one.
D3 plus 1, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it
he's
might be
got-
actually, because clip wings is.
Have we got
is
one
pretty
wound
much
or
gone.
2 going on the bell? Let's watch Rory closely. That could be 1, it could be 2.
These are the partials. Looks like 3 wounds. Not that it ratters because it's just rats, but
Yeah, sure. That might leave us more room for the wound pool, though. So,
I think a bell has 7. They're pretty
Yeah.
chunky.
oh my goodness, 7.
Yeah.
Gets
Yeah.
worse. It gets
So I
worse.
think it's multiple wounds maybe I've got an all. No, I've just opened this up today. So it's multiple wounds D3. Used to be +1. Now it's clipped wings. It'll just be
okay.
the 1 on it.
Yeah.
I had it the other way around in my head. I thought everything had got a +1 and we'd lost clipped wings, but I must have that the wrong way around.
That's interesting. It's only D3.
Yeah, it used to be +1 and clipped wings, and
Well, that-
it's one of the two. I think a lot of
So it's lost clipped
bolt
wings, has
throwers have. No, it's got clipped wings and
Oh, it
lost the
has.
+1.
Oh,
But I think
two-
a lot of them have done that.
Because otherwise, I cheated lucky 6s yesterday in the practice on Friday in the practice battle where I bolt throwed off a couple of his dragons. So you know,
Did you cheat him or outwit him? That's the question.
obviously the latter. Cool. Well, you've now confirmed it because Clipwing still is on them. So yeah. Woohoo. Yeah, Tommy, I'm on a good run against lucky 6s myself. Got a 20-0 win in 3 turns on Friday in the practice. So there you go.
Oh, blimey. That's savage stuff.
Yeah,
You
I've destroyed
looks
him
like-
before the Masters
looks
tournament.
like you've like sucked all the luck out of him.
Maybe.
Left him like a luckless, withered prune.
Yeah,
off
that's
the
no.
Masters.
What kind of coaching is that? That's like in
Yeah.
in the first Rocky film where you look at Apollo Creed getting his hands taped and his manager's like, "You're the best, you're the greatest," and then you see him in 3 when he dies, and Rocky's like, "Ooh, I don't fancy this one, mate." Leaves him all
Spoilers.
flat for the ring.
Yeah. Well,
You should have
actually,
been throwing it. You should have been throwing it for him.
while we're on lucky 6s, one of the things that came up in the curry was that because of the dragon getting that extra attack, he was somewhat called lucky 7s last night at the curry because of the seven attacks he put on the dragon. So yeah, he was sat next to Wes. We had to hold Wes back on numerous occasions.
I can see why he thought that, because it does have +1 attack, but it's devastating charge +1.
There
So I
you
can
go.
totally see where he did it,
There you go.
because even when we were looking up the rules a couple of times, we went, "Oh yeah, no, it's but it, like
Yeah, it hasn't
I can see
charged.
where that's happened."
Yeah.
Yeah, 6
So we-
attacks for a giant, freaking 9 billion point dragon doesn't seem like a lot. To be
Are we
fair,
into Rat's turn now?
Yeah, we
yes,
must be.
yeah.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
the play here, do you think?
Does he
Stay
need to
still.
rush? Because
He's
those
moved up.
auto sergeants can go in, but what are they going to? They're not particularly good.
The weapon team, the rotary
Does he-
guns have moved up.
Does he
which
push
is
the
all right there.
grenadiers forward, shoot, and then flee when charged?
Maybe.
I don't think it
Trouble
needs
is,
to.
and they're a bit chunky. They might not even fit behind your army when they flee.
Mm.
So
Well, he
Is
should
he- is
have
he no
enough
rush,
room
is
for
he?
them.
Is in no rush, because whatever the Knights do, whatever they hit, they have to break it straight away, or those veterans will go into those big fat flanks and just eat them. So I think he just needs to make sure that those Black Fur have got an angle on anything that tries and fails. Because that's as good as that matchup looks for Skaven, for the Vermins. It's really them that can win in a fight, and nothing else is actually ever going to win in a fight. You got one big Death Star unit. The rest of them, I don't think are going to hurt these, especially with regrowth. They're just not going to hurt these Knights.
yeah, very much so. While Rory does more of his movement, we saw in the little WhatsApp group that we've got for the coverage, folks, that Henry was very gutted yesterday that he forgot to bring his snake onto the live stream, because that has been a regular feature of PTG Masters coverage.
That has been. Was a disappointment.
So what I have done for everyone is, you guys on Zoom won't be able to see this, unfortunately, but for the live stream, there is Henry's snake in all its glory. 2 pictures he sent over. One of which showing off the tattoo. Well, both of which showing off the tattoos as well, which is awesome. That's on Henry, not the snake.
It's very large, isn't it? It's very long and
Yeah.
slimy.
Girthy. Girthy is
Yeah.
the word I would use, Tom. It was more than I would have thought.
I
Although
hope
he
his
is a
missus
hairy
likes
man.
him.
He is a hairy fella, so.
There we go. So Henry, if you're catching up with the live stream, which no doubt you will be because you're a trooper up in 9th Age, then the snake. I don't know the name of the snake. If Henry gets a chance, he can update us later, maybe. But yeah, the snake has made it into the live stream for the 3rd year in a row. Thank you very much for sending over the pictures.
Has Rory just got out of line of sight of the that cav unit with the grenadiers? It looks like he has.
Yeah, he might have.
Yeah.
done.
That's a
Yeah,
major
yeah.
mistake by Kieran.
Yeah, especially for such a wide unit.
Yeah,
What's that? What is that
Um,
piece of terrain? The snowy one?
It's a ruin.
it's
A ruin.
yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, also it should be mentioned we are looking at a different terrain setup for our live stream today. Again, Matt Wilson, tournament organizer, has done us a blinder by basically letting us choose which live stream we'll have. It does mean we're seeing Kieran twice, obviously, but this is the top table clash that probably is the most important for the tournament as a whole. But Kieran
With the gap. Yeah.
yeah, but Kieran is gaining no benefit from going on top table twice because the terrain has changed to a table he's never played on. So that's why we're seeing different terrain in round 4 to the previous ones.
That lady's courtier going down the wing is a really interesting one. Not having threat on those grenadiers, it could be a dreadful thing, because
huge
it's
mistake.
not a bad little cowboy. That guy's 4 up ward in close combat, 5 in shooting, but he's basically all his stats are 5. He's res 5, strength 5, 5 attacks. He's not a bad little fella for running around, and that square base is just a lovely fit, I tend to find. Is he supernal as well? Can he do that
Yeah.
weird ghost thing?
I think so.
Yeah, he's a good fella.
Does he fly?
No, I don't think so. I think he's a spooky spookums. I think that's the technical term.
Yeah, so he's just completely wasted sitting behind the cav unit.
Yeah, a little bit. Ladies courtier. Fearless supernal. Supernal's the one where you can go through units, isn't it?
No, it's just crumble.
No, Ghost
He's
allows
gone
you through terrain,
Okay.
but I don't think anything can go through units now, can it?
I
No.
wonder if he can tag those grenadiers with the arch unit though.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, they're
Well, I
only
mean,
hard target 1, aren't
they'll
they?
be discipline 5, non-minimized.
No,
no
that's
reroll.
true. Yeah, yeah.
Ooh,
How
that's a
many
good
does he have
point.
to kill? How many does he have to kill though?
3.
Oh,
Res
really?
2? I think you can.
I think they're Res 3, but I might be wrong.
Two.
Grenadiers?
They're all two.
No, Grenadiers are Res 3 because they're
Are they?
plague.
Yeah.
The tanky ret.
Although, no,
Filthy.
I might be wrong.
That's
I'm pretty
filth.
sure they're Res 3, but I might
Yeah,
be
you
wrong.
might.
Yeah.
No, you might be right there.
I
then.
thought they
didn't
were
think
Res
about
3
them
as
being.
well.
Yeah, no, the ladies courtier can't fly because it's got druidism. The other version of it can,
The
Oh,
dust.
okay.
Yeah, the dust.
and
one.
the other version only ever has Awaken the Beast. It doesn't have anything else.
Sure.
Oh, do you know what?
Yeah, you're right,
Witchcrafters-
Tommy. Grenadiers are Res 3. So, never doubted you for a second, Tommy.
The Courtier, that guy, the square dude, does have access to witchcraft and being able to teleport in a matchup like this.
Yeah,
I
that
don't
came
know.
yesterday, didn't it, on Wes's one?
Yeah, being able to move around big blocks and then also just change the facing when you're so wide, that could have been a really interesting option.
Did he take that spell or not?
No, he went for druidism.
Druidism, of course, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, he's the Healy pants. Druidism is a good. I mean, it is decent, especially if he's going to be out on the wing because you can cast it from stuff. But I don't know. When I sort of play tested a bit of KOE, I used to use the folk hero who can take witchcraft, just the Quinn, just because witchcraft on this army is bent as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
I don't know whether it reflected in my earphones, but Tanker is not having fun with the Saurians. I've no idea. That could mean he's winning or losing. That the result doesn't make any. That could be anywhere, but Tanker's not enjoying himself. I can tell you that.
He's got some mad lizard beef going on.
Yeah, definitely has. Yeah.
Just while we're measuring out and looking at what these black furs are gonna do.
I'm just going to be right back, chaps. So
Yeah,
you carry on without me for a minute.
What's your nightmare army to pick up in an army swap, Ryan?
It's a tough one. Probably UD.
Yeah.
I find UD quite hard to get my head around.
So sometimes everything on their list looks incredibly good. Sometimes you look at an entire list and think nothing on here can fight or shoot. I don't know what I'm looking at. What about you, Tom? Is there any army that it might not just be because you're not good with it. Maybe you just hate them. But is there an army that you would just be like, oh god, not these guys?
Probably KOE actually. I mean, obviously we all know they're busted to high hell at the moment, but
Yeah, they are.
yeah, it's mostly because I used to play them back along, and I'm not sure if I ever won a game with them. It was that bad.
They were terrible for a very long time, weren't they?
Yeah, they were terrible. I just rubber lanced every time or failed charges, and like the long spindly units are so difficult to maneuver.
Yeah.
You know, when you wheel, the back end just swings right around. It's like driving an articulated lorry on a tabletop. You know, it's just
it's horrible, isn't it? And there's certain deployments that if you take big units of core, there's certain deployments where they just can't deploy.
Yeah, you have
They
to
can't
deploy
look
like
at
side on.
That is, I think that's a design thing, though. I don't think a unit that's your basic core build for a unit shouldn't be allowed to deploy. What about you, Hyper G? Is there if you in an army swap, which one would have you throwing out 4-letter words most? Which one would you not want? Whether it's because you're bad at them or you just hate them.
Well, before I answer that, I'm going to ignore your question entirely, very rudely, because I want to say hello, Aoife, once again watching me at home. Love you, baby, and I know you've got your cousin Neve playing with you as well this morning. Hopefully watching the whole live stream, like you really should. And hello, girls. I hope you're having fun. So back to your question, kid. Oh, blimey, who would I hate controlling? I'm not too bad, you know, because of Proxy Table Gaming. I play a lot of different armies. I probably played more armies. Probably played all of them at one point. I wouldn't be comfortable these days with Infernal Dwarfs because I haven't had any reason to play them. Although I do own some Infernal Dwarfs, funnily enough.
Luckily, there's only one Infernal Dwarf list. So that's
exactly. Sylvans. I don't think I've had much experience with Sylvans at all either. And of course, I hate High Elves with a passion. So who'd want to be controlling them, right?
No one does.
Yeah.
Vampire counts for me. I just can't stand vampire
I
counts.
love vampires.
I can't be dealing with all these Twilight nonsense, looking at me looking all romantic with 4 billion rules. I am of the family of this. What do you do? I've got hatred. Cheers, pal. I can't be looking that up. Goodness me, I'd have to be so drunk to push those around. I was saying yesterday, me and my son just for fun play bad lists. So we'll come up with a concept for a list and go, right, you have to do that. And I played vampire counts without a single vampiric unit of any kind because the necromancers used to be able to be generals. I don't know if they still can. But
no, they can. They can.
There you go. That's the army. That's a spooky army.
Mm.
His all barbarian warriors army made an example of me, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Definitely vampires to me.
Yeah.
Unsurprisingly, my main opponent, Kieran, plays vampires, so I think that says.
Oh, there you go.
Probably says a
You
lot
definitely
about me.
develop a hatred of the army you play against most, don't you?
Oh, yeah, high
Yeah.
elves. Yeah, he stomped me real good with high elves.
Okay.
I had an amazing run against him when Warriors of Chaos were completely broken, and I was using them the minute that everything balanced out.
Yeah. We're seeing Rory move slowly through the water, which is obviously to avoid the DTs. That's because there's no pressure on that side, is there? So, you know.
He's having to pull around though, isn't he, just in case everything drops to the right and pushes through.
Yeah, he's trying to get the bell with a good line of sight to blink another unit off with magic, I imagine. Although, surely he can't be as successful against knights 2 turns in a row. Yeah. Did you all go around and say about your army swap nightmare before I came back, did you? Then we lost you there, kid. We can't hear you.
We did, mate.
Oh, great. Cool.
I would hate to be given UD.
Yeah, fair enough.
No, I love vampires. I could do vampires, but I don't know. It's just, I just never got my head around them.
No, fair enough. Tommy, what did you say? I know I'm catching up, but
As he's absent,
he's
he
not there at the
did
minute.
not want. He did not want KOE.
sure.
The buses are too long for him. It's yeah.
Yes, I caught the end of that conversation. That's what made sense. The articulated lorry thing. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
They are tricky.
I mean, I thought Tommy liked things long and hard, but there you go.
Oh. Only when it's you, Staffy.
Oh, it's good. That's the way it should be. Good man.
I think as a direct quote, he does, but he suffers from rubber lance.
Ah.
Yeah. It happens to all men at some point in their life. Yeah.
Certainly does.
Brilliant. I'm trying to catch Lucky Six's eye line to see if it's a thumbs up or thumbs down. He has sat down, and that's never a good sign. No, never a good sign.
I'm so glad that we followed the announcement that Hyper-G's cute, innocent little girl is watching this with filth there, Tommy. It was good work.
Yeah, pretty much.
But it was mostly Hyper-G's fault himself. So.
It was. It's always my
feel too
fault.
bad.
It's always my fault. I stand by it, you know. Yeah.
See, I'm new to the scene, and you've got a reputation here, Tommy, but it feels like it's not your fault at all. It feels like it's all incitement. I don't know.
Yeah, every time. It's never my fault. It's a bit like games. When I lose, it's because of dice. I don't.
Stupid dice.
There you go.
Yeah, fucking dice.
Actually, while we're talking about dice, because I don't think, well, we better concentrate a little bit on the magic phase, which I think is coming up. But while we're talking about dice, and you say, Tommy, you blame the dice always, is that something you do, Ryan, or are you a dice don't matter? Dice are just.
I try not to let it get to me.
Yeah,
I really do.
Sure. And kid, are you a cursing of dices or not?
Oh, I'm salty as heck, but I'll blame. Yeah, I tend not to blame. I play so many different games, and I've seen so many different swings of dice that I tend not to blame the dice. I tend to just either blame a unit entry, or an army, or something.
Highborn elves.
Or highborn elves, or. But no, absolutely, I am. I try not to be, but I am salty as heck fire occasionally.
Yeah.
Get all happens. You won't see it until I go home and then cry myself to sleep.
Yeah. Well, I'm the opposite. You'll see it immediately with me. Yeah.
You know, when your opponent's dice are bad or yours are really good, and you know it gets awkward, it can really sour a game. I mean, when I'm getting
totally
diced and I feel like the dice just aren't doing what I want, I try and, you know, just enjoy the game for what it is and not let it get to me.
Yeah.
I think it's super important to not take things too seriously. As competitive as, and I think Ninth Age of most of the games out there, certainly the rank and flank ones, is the one that is most geared competitively, and good players win consistently. But I don't think you can take it too seriously. At the end of the day, if it's not fun, if you're pushing around an army you don't like thematically because it's dead good, I think that's when I start to get salty, because I've made decisions or I've purchased things that I might not love, and I think it's then that that's when it gets under your skin a bit more. If it's a lot of fun and you're having a laugh at the fact that I've just, you know, a newly painted models always instantly die, that kind of thing, I think it makes it a little bit
that's
easier
new model
to swallow.
curse, isn't it?
Exactly.
New model curse is almost guaranteed to happen.
I
Yeah.
think we've got some magic going down. I
Yeah,
assume
we've
he's going to
definitely
send
seen
those
Kieran.
nuclear bombs.
Definitely seen Kieran dispelling a spell there. I'm not sure which it was, but you'd imagine that was either the Hand of Heaven or Hereditary spell, which is now terrifying, of course.
So is
Here's a
that
question. So go on.
is that the canister launchers that Rory's marched up behind the hill there?
Yeah, I think
yes.
so.
Are
Oh,
they
the deep fire. No, the deep
deep
fire.
fires?
Deep fire, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
So they'll be chaff for next turn.
Unless, of course, the Hippogriff is on the hill, in which case they can pop off some shots as well.
Here's a question for you guys, because obviously you've played in tournaments more. When it comes to psychology, when you have a spell really spike, like the Swarm spell did last turn, you know that's not a particularly brilliant spell in this situation, but would you try and goad out dice by targeting, say, the Griffin, and just because your opponent's got it in his head that this spell kills things, this spell is nasty? Are you ever tempted because something spikes to just try and throw something out and go and try and pull dice out with it in case somebody's going to overreact to it now because it's
Yeah,
it's just spiked
definitely.
so high?
Definitely.
Yeah,
If you've got Swarm of Insects and they've got a monster, even if it's got a 3-up, you're going to be like, oh yeah, he's going down. Just try and wind your opponent up, mess with their mind. Put
It
them off their
definitely
game.
affects your choices though, doesn't it? Like, you can have one game where, I don't know, some core whatever just beat Living Daylights at you because they rolled really well, and then the next game you become really hyper cautious of that unit.
Yeah. We've got a couple of wounds on the auto silence going on. I
Ooh.
imagine that's who could be doing that? Is that a long range hit on them? This is going to be the Hereditary, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, could that be the Hereditary?
So maybe Hand of Heaven was stopped, and Hereditary's doing a couple of wounds again. Not quite as devastating
Yeah,
by the looks of it, but
Order Sergeants can just heal now, can't they? I don't think they need the magic.
if they've got
A champ.
no, they're just ordained naturally, actually, aren't they?
Because they lost the champ upgrade, didn't they?
Is it through ordained that they can just heal one at the start of the magic phase? But
no, they've just got an Ordo. They've got the Ordo Minister special rule.
Sure. But it is at the
Yes,
cost of an Orison token, and that's something that we struggled to monitor the last time we saw KOE on live stream. I mean, the Orisons, that's another thing for an army swap. How do you get your head around that if you've never played Orisons before?
Well, it's got tougher, right? Now you got to do it at the
Start
start
of the player
of the
turn. Yeah.
You got to understand what's going to happen before it happens.
And it's in the opponent's turn as well as your turn, because it's start of player turn, not friendly player turn. So technically you can do it at the start of your opponent's turn and kind of like forecast what they're going to be charging into what.
Looks like a wound on the hippo, maybe?
Okay.
There's a couple of dice rolled, wasn't there?
Yeah. For an armor and then an Aegis.
With the way that the magic is for
Yep.
KOE at the minute, I don't know if I wouldn't be leaning on that Hereditary to throw things out, because they have to just stop scrying the whole time. so
Yeah.
whether it's worth sticking or roots is good as well, but Hereditary is one I would be leaning at and just trying to sort of wind up pulling things out. Because
Although, as mentioned in the chat, scrying, if something gets on scrying, then you just target something else that hasn't got scrying on it.
that's true. That's why I was
So-
thinking putting them together and bubble it. With their range, most of their units can only pick one thing anyway.
Yeah. Although it is bubbled from the bell, which might not be that useful.
The wizard.
Oh, no.
But she is in the middle.
In the
isn't
big
she?
unit, yeah.
Yeah, she's
Right.
in the middle of the unit, which is 5 wide, which is probably 6 inches away, and 5, and it's a big unit, isn't it? And she's not on the front rank as well.
Sure.
Yeah, so he'd probably be able to get all three, the hippo, the big unit, and the smaller unit.
I assume
Next
that's
to
what he was
everything.
going for, because he's clustered them right next to each other, hasn't he? Like,
Yeah. We've got a bit of a check going on there for line of sight, etc. Is this Kieran looking at charge options? It's definitely on the hippo.
He must be clipping that hill, right?
Must be. Well, he wouldn't have been able to be shot otherwise. So
Love the use of a laser pen as opposed to an old 1995 Games Workshop bent pointy stick.
just find me a laser pen that doesn't run out of battery every 5 minutes, and I'm laughing. Yeah. So obviously, in this round, I won't be able to flick to Tawny Keeper to see the results come in. because it's blocked. I can tell you that every table is still being played, which is at least an indication that no early results have come in. We are an hour and a half into round 4 now.
So how did we go yesterday with finishing game stuff? Were they all getting done in time, or?
Yeah, mostly. Round 3 did run a little bit over, but that was consistent across the whole room. So Matt Wilson was fine with that. Most games were encouraged to finish promptly. No one received any tournament penalties, which is always good to see. I know there were a few games that cut it close, and funnily enough, only one game in the entire tournament has finished with more than an hour to go. And that was Kev versus Lucky Sixes in round 1 of the Masters. Kev won that pretty quickly. Not as quickly as when I beat Lucky Sixes, but you know. Yeah, so come on, Kev, you took your time
Up
there.
your game, Kev.
And I'm allowed to say that because Kev has a 100% record against me in battle, so you know. In fact, Kev has a 100% record against PTG now, which is a shame.
He's not the only one, knows his
that's
stuff.
not good.
Yeah. Although I should also mention, actually, the 3 guys from the Spotty Dog that are in the Open have a 7-0 record over Proxy Table Gaming. Can you believe that?
Goodness me.
Yeah,
Blimey.
that's shameful. Why would I ever say that out loud? I do not know. Everyone knows now. What an idiot. Anyway,
So what's going on here? Are we in?
KOE.
We're in KOE
night
turn.
charge phase.
Turn 2.
So yeah, he was having a look at those not auto sergeants, the other ones, the hedge knights, wasn't he? Seeing if they'll get into those.
And if
I'm
we
not
do,
entirely sure what the risk is of not doing it at that
no,
stage.
if we do any kind of body language study,
Mm.
I'm nowhere near as good as Matty is at the whole body language thing, but Rory is standing defiantly, arms crossed over the battlefield, and there's a little wry smile on his face. I wonder if he's feeling a little bit more confident 2 turns in.
There seems to be a mild disagreement about line of sight at the end of that turn, and I'm wondering whether they agreed on something. You know when you agree with gritty teeth. I'm wondering if they agreed on something with gritty teeth.
Sure. I mean, you have to be majority on the hill to get the reroll, right? So clipping the hill to get the line of sight isn't going to give you a reroll. Yeah, there's definitely some discussion going on, isn't there? Oh,
He might be
Rory's
running.
conceding.
Knock the queen over, he's done.
I think Rory's telling him to go ahead with it, whatever it is he wants to do. I really hope we're not talking about a failed panic check and a terror situation.
I think possibly. I think that Griffin wants to go into that big unit of
the bell.
Legionnaires. Oh no, I think the one in front, the one with white. Because you can definitely see the bell from there, but I think he's looking at the one that's a bit
In the
further
water.
forward.
Will he not be steadfast in the water?
He won't be
Possibly,
steadfast in the water.
He won't. That's a really good point.
That's
the other
something the
thing
chat
is
identified.
he's chaffed himself, right?
Mm. Yeah, with the deep fire arrows.
I think that's why. Oh, I see a 6 in there.
There's a 6 and maybe a 3.
7, 8, 7, 8, 9.
Was it a 2?
Ooh,
Yeah.
It might need a big ass charge. If it get,
No, he's failed.
Oh, looks like a fail. Oh,
It's a
that's
fail.
huge.
yeah,
That's huge.
it might have. It looks like he needed some big numbers there. To be fair,
Yeah.
maybe he's thinking he goes there. The Black Fur can't charge him anyway. To be fair, I would have gone. Yeah, maybe he's thinking I go there. Black Fur can't charge me. I can charge off the hill next turn.
Yeah. I mean,
Why
they
can't
could
the
No,
black
no,
fur
no.
charge?
they could charge, but the deep fires would just
Yeah.
have to charge as well.
Yeah.
Which isn't ideal, but it's still worth taking if you can get a hippogriff off the table.
I wonder what the range is on that though, because if the Black Fur overextend
Mm.
and people can get round him, I wonder what the range is on. Because he failed. I mean, let's be honest, spectacularly there.
Yes, looks like it.
I wonder what that charge range is.
I think as well we're seeing a little bit of a good sportsmanship there because it was obviously very close, and Rory has said, "Fair play. It's so close to call. Go ahead with it, mate." Because I'm a
Rory
good
is
player.
Rory is one of the best sports in the
absolutely
game. He's
stand-up gentleman.
multiple best sports prize winner.
Definitely.
I've got to
And,
say,
Lovely chat.
I think they were moved there with the intention that they were out of line of sight.
Yes, I think so.
Because he did check, not the line of sight, but he was measuring to that. So maybe he was checking line of sight from there. I do think it was with the intention. So it's very, very, very nice of him to just let that go because I mean, intention's everything, right? You know, if you're a tenth of an inch out, but you'd already said to the guy,
you're
just
out.
putting him here so he's out of line of sight. I think the fact that
Yeah.
maybe a model gets nudged or something. So I think that that is
everyone
super
everyone at this event will be playing to intent, not to
Yeah.
like what the models actually are.
Yeah, and so in a way, the fact that the Hippogriff has failed will, that's, well done to Rory for allowing it to happen. It hasn't succeeded, and so Rory won't be punished for being the gent that he is, which is good.
More cagey movement from the KOE here.
They're going back to where they started,
Just
and
shuffling across, not really doing anything.
they're going to take 6 barrels of rotary guns in a minute.
Yeah, I was going to say that rotary gun team.
They are AP1, aren't they? Or are they
I mean, is he doing this to stop the rotary guns having a good shot at the hippo?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Saying if you want to go after the hippo, you're going to take the knights.
Oh, not yet.
Oh, no, moving again.
Yeah.
Rotary gun is AP2,
Yikes.
D6+1 hits, and strength 4 with trial and terror.
And plus with the wound, right? So wounding on 4s.
Yeah.
Nightmare.
So Rory needs to look to take that hippo off the board in his turn, doesn't he?
Wounded on 3s, is it not? Because it's strength 4.
Yeah.
And they're only toughness 3.
Isn't a hippo 5?
Oh, sorry,
sure.
the hippo.
Yeah.
I mean I meant the knights. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Does he
we
need to
try
take
and
the hippo
terror.
off this turn, though? Can he wait another turn, or does the hippo just have too much to choose from?
I think I want rid of something flying. I think.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Tommy said earlier on, there's so many little units to nip around and cause problems with a
and
with a little unit.
Also Rory will have identified the danger of having that unit in the water now. So if that hippo gets a charge on that unit, it's a real problem.
It's worth almost twice the points as well.
Is it in board? Is it 8? It doesn't have rank differences. Is it 8 wide?
Looks like it.
I think it there's a lot of rats there.
I mean, it's just got a banner, right? It's.
Oh no, it's 7. Do you mean the ones with the white bases?
Yeah.
Yes, there's 7, I think. 1, 2, 3. Unit filler is 4, 5, 6, 7.
I mean, it's not going to help much, is it? But they're not going to be steadfast anyway. They will lose combat by, I would imagine, by 2, 3.
Well, I mean, the champ takes it, right? So
sure.
Yeah.
So
charge plus 3.
So 5-3.
And
So, but still available.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be -3 leadership because of fear, wouldn't it? So on the break.
Yes.
The 2 standard units are 7 across. That's how you can tell that the black fur are the ones that are threatening the hill. They're 8. The black fur in line. The others are 7s. Yeah.
I think the hippo just wants to get into combat, doesn't he? I mean, he's basically safe in combat apart from the black fur.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the assassins get pretty painful. What, 3 attacks each divine?
Yeah, true. But are you going to give up the assassins to kill the hippo when you've got to deal with all the other units as well?
They're much better against the character, I guess.
Are they?
I think the black furs can do that on their own. I don't know if they need the assassin.
Because the assassin's only multiple wounds against characters. What's his AP though? 3. Yeah, I'm not so sure. He does hit first, but he does need to kill that guy because otherwise he's just going to eat that assassin. I suppose he's not in there for anything else, is he? He's only 120 points, is it? Something like that. Basically free. Champion upgrade.
Yeah, I mean, multi-wounds 2 against characters 2.
It's good, yeah. It's very, for that price, it's so good. 125 points to just play assassin. Ewies. I'm looking at playing Dread Elves, and I had a look at the 2 assassins side by side, and it made me a little bit sick in my tummy.
Don't even mention it. It's just awful, isn't it? Just makes me want to vomit.
It does. It did make me feel a little bit. I've not had breakfast this morning. I've not been able to hold it down, and I had a look at the comparison.
Don't. Just don't. It's really upsetting. I mean, I don't play Dread Elves very often, but it's very upsetting. Yeah.
I think there's something in that Dread Elf book that's not being used that's good. There's something with a synergy or a design. It feels like there's something there, and I don't know what it is. I've got a bit of an obsession with trying to find something in that book. But once I've been tabled for my 8th time, I might change my mind. We'll see. Right, we're on to Magic. Is that the move? That can't be the movement, can it? He has to come forward at some point.
God,
surely.
look at this is exactly what the rats want. Is for him to sit in the middle of the board, achieving nothing, no combats, no charges.
2 hours into a game, you can nickel and dime him for a 12 or 13. What was the secondary again? Did you say?
Capture the flags.
Yeah, this is a beautiful. I think the last thing that the rats wanted was for the knights to stand in front of them and go, "Okay, kill me," or "I kill you." I think that's the play that would have scared.
Yeah.
Skaven. He's going in at something.
Oh, looks like double six.
Scrying, perhaps.
It might just be a normal scrying on the hippo.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That would be the play. wouldn't it?
He's getting rid of it, whatever it is. Yeah, that looked like a scrying, doesn't it? He's thrown every dice he's ever bought like that. And he's going with
3 dice on.
He's rolled out of the box for whatever it is. Well, hang on, I've got his magic set up here. What's he? Not an Erring Strike. Stars. It might be actually. He's rolling dice.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just doing something technical, which is why apologies stream. You briefly saw the picture.
He's
pop
rolling
up.
saves. Yeah, I think he shot him. I think he's an Erring Strike. Struck him. Who's he striking?
Oh.
Nope.
There's a
Oh,
panic,
Grenadiers,
panic
I
that's
reckon.
coming. Yeah.
Yeah, Panic's coming, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's just
Grenadiers.
lost a few models.
Yeah.
Easy come, easy go.
Yeah, that's
Grenadiers.
totally inconsequential. It doesn't matter there.
That unit of Grenadiers aren't doing anything. The other
No,
one are doing.
The other one are going to
everything.
do the
I mean,
work.
now
Yeah.
that the Grenadiers are down to 6, surely they're running forward and lobbing grenades at the Hippogriff,
Yeah,
right?
that's what I think. Yeah.
That's the
So
only
that-
thing they can do, right?
That Ordo Sergeant and that very, very, very expensive Ladies Courtier just stood there this turn.
Yeah.
That is. I mean, unfamiliarity with the list. And we were saying at the beginning of the game, look at the way that Vermin Swarm list is built. It's built for patience, and it's built for little moves and footsies. And then this, and then you can't really build KOE like that. So maybe this is the player's instincts coming out.
Or,
Yeah, but
and I don't want to
again-
necessarily say it, sorry, Tommy, to cut you off there just quickly. Is it a case that Kieran isn't happy with this army, knows he's up against it? There's only an hour and 10 minutes to go.
Going for a 10.
Does he turn around and go home in turn 3?
He's the one with the lead.
Yeah.
A small loss doesn't do him
No.
an enormous amount
That's
of
Yeah, true.
danger.
If Kieran turns around in turn 3 and goes home, the Vermin are out of range. Only an hour to play it out. Sorry, Tommy, you were saying, or about to say.
So all I was going to say is that turn 1 is just absolutely massive, because if Kieran had turn 1, he could have pushed up aggressively,
Yes,
been standing
absolutely.
on the hill.
Like Bondi
And
did.
then-
Yeah.
Turn 2, he can declare long charges.
Yeah.
I think the Vermin needs to start going for a scoring though. If
Yes.
you can just take
Yeah,
one of
definitely.
these scoring units off,
Yeah.
Yeah, he only needs to kill one, right?
just needs
Yeah.
to do one. That's it.
Yeah.
And if he does, he'll take the lead. He's only 3 points behind. If he wins 13-7, he'll pull.
Yeah.
ahead.
Quickly, Ryan, have you ever won a tournament?
Oh yeah, yeah. quite a few.
Oh, I was gonna.
Oh,
Tommy, that's a shame.
I haven't.
No, me neither.
does it count if it's an Australian tournament though? Pff, really?
Or is it a New
We-
Zealand tournament?
New Zealand tournament. Yeah.
Ah, there you go.
It's
Does
all
it
the same
count?
to me,
It's,
mate. You're all throw another shrimp on the barbie, flaming galah, Foster's swilling.
Absolutely. I mean, my good friend Ken is in the chat of the YouTube,
Awesome.
and he
Welcome.
hosts a tournament every year in his house. And literally, there's just a giant. There's 2 fridges. One is just a normal fridge full of your everyday things. The other one is just the beer fridge. It's a help yourself kind of event, and there's
It's a high
tables
class
like
establishment.
throughout the house. It's fantastic.
Oh, blimey.
Well, sorry to interrupt in a question that I sort of posed, but have we seen some more wounds go on the bell? There's a lot of tokens on the back
Yeah.
of the bell unit. The
Yeah, it
Scorpion's rolling
definitely
hot,
has.
right?
Yeah, I think it got 3 on it.
It looks
And
like there's at
there's
least
also
4 tokens there.
Yeah, because he got 1 on the first turn, didn't he? So I think he's hit it.
Good on the Scorpion.
There's a spell on the Hippogriff, and I
there
can
is.
only imagine it's like Stars Align us, because he has to have got rid of Scrying on it. Has to.
Why would he put Stars of Iron on?
Maybe he just had random dice at the end because his opponent had thrown everything.
Scrying? They've both got scrying.
Is this bow shots? Or...
Yeah, I think it has. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that many dice. He's definitely done with magic.
Yeah.
I suppose if you had a random 2 dice or something, or 3 dice, you might just throw something on it.
Surely scrying on
Probably.
the Hippogriff for the
I
shooting.
think that was
coming
I
up.
think that was the one that was dispelled because he
Oh.
rolled 8
Yeah.
dice to get rid of it. So I think
Fair
that was
enough.
the,
He's just shot the rat block on the next to the house.
Can he
Killed
not
a
see
few.
the ones at the grenadiers at the back that are causing all the problems with that are miles away from a leadership bubble? Can he not see? Oh, it'd be on sevens, won't it? Long
Yeah.
distance.
Ruins.
Range, yeah.
Well, yeah, he's only got the druid caster out there as well, who has no ranged missiles.
Yeah, he didn't take the missile, did he? He's gonna have to commit to them at some point.
Hello from Canada. Swiss says hello from Canada. Hello to you, Swiss.
Hello to Canada.
Yeah.
Hi, Canada.
It's nice that somebody's watching this that's colder than me. Like I'm happy with that.
Well, I took that even if Swiss didn't. So yeah.
You did.
Here we go. The gloves back on. You'll be pleased to know.
Good. Oh, there we go. Old lefty.
Yeah. Always left. If things
If,
aren't going right, go left. That's what I say.
Yes, sure. I hope your daughter's not watching this stream now. So,
Well, I
If
hope
we ever
she
play,
is.
if we ever play and you don't wear that glove, I'm gonna have a psychological advantage, just so you know.
Amazing.
I'm-
Well, funnily enough, my daughter bought me these gloves. I do have another one.
Ah.
But, yeah.
when you say play, you're not talking about ninth age, are you?
I've not been talking about 9H this whole time, and I'm talking about my little men moving around, Tommy. You're badly misunderstanding me. I just call it hippogriff. It's just the name of it.
Oh yeah, power move from Rory right there.
It looks
He's
it.
Come round the
It
other
is.
side of the board.
Grenadiers
Shove Kieran
coming
out of the way.
round the side potentially.
Mega power move right there.
Kieran, how you feeling? Do you want to tell them?
It's absolutely horrendous.
Hi, mate.
You all right?
Taste of your own medicine.
I don't like my own medicine at all. I want a whole lot of sugar to make this go down. Rory's asking me stuff. Bye bye.
Sorry. Cheers, Kieran. He's a good lad.
Tell you what.
Couldn't understand a word.
No,
Foreign
I'm just
language,
putting-
right?
I'm sticking him in Google Translate.
We love Kieran.
Something about being a filthy rat player. I don't know.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Almost certainly.
Oh, look,
Swiss.
the rotary guns are out of the arc now.
There they
They're
are.
safe.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That's
There's nothing
upsetting. That is
that
upsetting.
unit can't do right now.
I think the only thing that Kieran's hoping for is Rory falling off the stage on the way back, and let's hope that doesn't happen. Yeah. Not to mention that would absolutely destroy Tanker's table, Jake's table. It'd be game over for the tournament if that happened. So let's hope that didn't happen, thankfully.
It's interesting in it that the way that the KOE have to be so precise because of their narrow frontage. They have to be so precise with their facing
Yeah.
for threats.
Yeah.
And then somebody who's inexperienced with them is just getting danced around because he's probably used to units being 7, 6, 7, 8 wide, where your line of sight is basically the board. It's a completely different skill with such narrow units with the knights.
Yeah.
It was such a learning curve. The amount of time somebody just walked past me with KOE when I first started playing them.
Totally agree. But again, this is why this is just Rory's game to win. He can just sit there in his deployment zone, take small points, and take a win easy. I mean, like, it's all his.
He could get secondary just from shooting the living daylights out of that unit now. I mean, they're miles away from a leadership bubble. They've just got an 8 leadership.
Are they 8? Are they? Yeah, they would be.
I think so, yeah. They're going to get shot a lot. The druid dude is having a picnic on the other flank. He's got his sandwiches out, so...
Yeah. Yeah.
And now he's got grenadiers coming around the other flank. So, like, he's pretty much being completely outmaneuvered at this point.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that last turn he just sat on his
Yeah.
heels, didn't he? And he's paying
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah. They're literally the one army, even above Warriors of the Dark Gods, or maybe even demons. The one army you absolutely cannot afford to have a static turn with is KOE. They have to be coming at
And
you.
is it because of the Hippogriff failed charge? Is he saying I need the Hippogriff to be in combat to really threaten and then move the rest of my army up afterwards? Is he being patient? Or have I got it spot on and is he going to go home in turn 3?
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
That's what I was going to say, Ryan, and hence my tournament question and winning. Other than Tommy T, who has won a tournament, you're probably our most experienced tournament player. Is that a sound strategy to turn around and go home? Is it likely, or what do you think?
This is like I've never played an army swap round. This is
Sure.
this is a tough one. Also, you know he knows the rat list is really good, right? And he probably really fancies taking a KOE list off.
Yeah.
So he's probably a bit intimidated by his own army, right?
Yeah. Sounds it.
Where's the line between good sportsmanship where you're just sort of standing? I suppose running into a corner behind a hill is very obviously
it's been done.
not a nice thing. Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, and obviously he's not doing that. He's trying long charges and stuff. He seems to be accepting a small loss as a possibility if that's what his mentality is. But where's the line where you can go, come on, man, you know?
Yeah.
I think at this level they'll quite happily sit in a corner and take a small loss. Yeah,
I think so. I think that's what you get for playing competitive. That's how competitive things work.
Definitely. Yeah.
Do you think we've got a new convert? Do you think Rory will be turning up with
Vermin next
some
time?
proxy vermins? Yeah, these are all unit fillers. They're knights, right? No, they're all unit fillers. It's fine.
Yeah.
He seems to be having a whale of a time with this army.
Absolutely, yeah.
No, he won't be liking it. Rory's an aggressive player. He likes to come and play the game, not sit in the corner. So he won't be playing rats. Don't worry.
Yeah, and I mean,
he's a good dude, not a
not a rat player.
If your opponent
TFG.
does either turn around halfway through or I need to say that quietly because Kieran just leant down near to where I am saying that. Don't need to give him ideas. If you do that, you turn around halfway through or you deploy in a corner, is it, I mean, if you say about the sportsmanship side of it, surely it's over to your opponent to come get me, right? It's up to them.
Yes.
They have to be good enough to come and get you.
Yeah.
We're seeing the Black Furs move backwards now, interestingly. So he's literally going with shooting, yeah?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I don't think there's anything good sportsmanship about standing there and getting beat up because
I think
it's the right thing to do.
one of the interesting things is probably I play a lot of team events.
Yes.
So a lot of it's focused on team events. If you get a bad matchup, you're taking one for the team.
Yeah.
That style of mentality is perfectly fine. And then, the other guy should know, I got to go dig him out for one anything.
Completely agree. I remember I had a similar. I had a conversation with someone not too long ago about the psychology of playing miniature games and stuff, and how it from his, like, if you're going to use sport terminology or sport similes, it has to be singular sports like boxing or something like that. It can't be like team ones because the mentality is so different. And if you go into a boxing match with someone who hits harder than you and has faster hands, hold him. Like, that's fine. It might not be a lot of fun for everybody to watch, but it's either that or you get knocked out and it's like, yay, round of applause, you lost. No. I think it's fine in a competitive environment. If you're at the local gaming club and you're getting your ass kicked, maybe you just go, right, let's see what these 5 spears do against these knights. Go for it, you
find out how bad it really is,
They're not time wasting. He made a really, really long charge with that hippogriff. He's not taking the mix, so I think he's fine. He's going to lose, but he's fine.
Well, we've said that before about Kieran, not necessarily about the rats, but
that is a very fair point, actually.
So
mate.
Let's not get too excited. Kieran has the ability to pull himself out of a corner.
Can I ask you guys something? In the UK, how long do you normally have for a round in a tournament?
Sure. Tommy, do you want to take that one?
Well, normally it's 2.5 hours, isn't it?
2.5 to 2:45, yeah.
Do you find that a bit short?
I do.
Ninth age being a bit more complex.
I don't. I always finish games well in advance. I don't think I've ever not finished a game.
Such a pro, Tommy T.
No, I'm so shit. I just push it all forward and shout at my opponent.
Yeah, I struggle. I genuinely pick lists that will speed me up because I'm slow.
I think lots of people do that. They change their list to make sure that they can finish the games.
Yeah, I mean,
but like you should be able to play out 6 turns in 2.5 hours.
You should. There should be no excuse. And I took ogres to the 2020 Art of War tournament. Lost all 5 games because I took a horrible list that I didn't know how to use, and it was an MSU ogre list with lots of scoring darts that I thought was great, and it just failed miserably. But not only did I lose 5 games, but I didn't finish many games, and I had the most stressful experience ever because I couldn't finish games. I wasn't doing well. It was a terrible list I didn't know how to use, and never again. So now I pick lists specifically that will speed me up so that I can finish games.
So what's the situation down under then, Ryan? Are you longer rounds or not?
Most tournaments here are 2.5.
Sure.
The tournament we run, me and my local gaming club of 3 guys, we run an event or try to run an event, and we did 3 hours 15.
Wow.
This year,
Wow.
last year.
Was that like just sit back and relax for a half hour and then get on with it, or you know?
I don't know, maybe it changed the meta a little though. If you were able to be a more patient, because the way that the scoring is in this game, there's certain armies that it's going to be very, very hard to balance to be good at a tournament, because you want armies that can win heavy. Winning by 13-7 3 rounds in a row, as far as winning a tournament, doesn't really do anything. You need armies that can really sort of like just come onto you and finish you off.
Get big wins.
Yeah, like dwarves are always going to struggle with it because they're a nickel and dime kind of army, aren't they? They pick you off and hard to lose. So maybe a longer thing will work.
Ryan, are cloud lists popular? Like, or MSU heavy lists, are they popular down under or not?
Touching on this yesterday, a lot of guys, they kind of just play what they want to. There's no like really set in sort of meta. I mean, you're lucky to get 14 guys on a good day for a normal sort of singles tournament. And guys will just play what they like to play, really.
Yeah.
What's hitting the table at the minute? Looks like some Magic Phase is trying to hit the Griffin with something.
Yeah, so that'll be Hand of Heaven or Hereditary Spell, won't it? As the damaging spells.
Yeah, he was measuring from the bell to it, and some dice have been rolled. There is a wound on the Griffin.
There is.
Yeah, there is, isn't there?
Well, there already was. Kieran's measuring wounds with dice, actually, so I'm not sure if that's...
Oh, right, okay.
That might be an Orison, actually.
Right, yeah, that would make sense.
An extra Aegis, I would think, is my guess. The chat's saying, is the issue with the timings for rounds, is the issue the physical game size for the time, or is it mechanics?
The game size definitely is an impact. If we want this game to be one where we can play it in an hour and a half, 2 hours, and have whatever list you want, 4,500 is too big. But then the design of this game is very old-fashioned.
Balance changes. The minute you change the points, it changes the whole balance, doesn't it?
Yeah, and this is an old-fashioned game deliberately. It's deliberately an old-fashioned rank and flank game. There are much smoother back and forth mechanics. You use a unit, I use a unit, that do very different things in very different games. I think you could make a great game doing that. It just wouldn't be 9th age.
Agreed.
I think David could speak on this from the chat. I believe in Australia they play an awful lot of 3-5 instead of 4.
Yeah.
And I think they have a lot of fun. The games are a bit quicker. You get through it faster.
I like smaller. I do like smaller games in general. Anyway, I like you, Hyper-G, I play lots of different miniature games, and I do enjoy that. But I do also understand it is fun to grab 150 miniatures and drop them on a table. Like, that is kind of the heart and soul of where this game came from. It's in a completely different world to where it was now. This is not a tribute band anymore. I think it's probably the best rank and flank tournament game I've ever seen, and since the mid 90s. But being a big scale rank and flank tournament games, you can't make the design decisions that something like Kings of War can, where you just don't remove models. That's not how it works. You almost pretty much reduce the leadership, and when you take damage, that kind of thing. I just don't think you can make those kind of decisions without losing a little bit of the heart and soul of what this game's trying to be.
I agree. I do like it as it is now. I think the last balance update, bar some of the Skaven, it was fantastic. It really did shake up a lot of things, and everyone's still figuring it out at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of that rule book anymore. I remember ages ago I had this conversation where we played lots of different games, and talking about Warhammer 8th, which was a very, very big rank and flank game. We played that for 3 years, and never once did we, at the end of it, not have a discussion where we said, we did that rule wrong. That's not how that movement works. I don't have that problem with 9th, and it's probably more complex. I mean, that speaks to the design team and the iterations, doesn't it? It is an 8-year-old game, though, I guess, which is crazy. That game can survive this long.
I think when they first brought out 9th and they were changing the rule book and a lot of things every 3 months, that was really, really challenging. Now it's very streamlined. I really do enjoy the 9th age game.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's so static. Like, the changes are tiny tweaks, and they make a huge difference. And that's when you know that the game is super, super balanced. And that's just so good. Compare that to any other game that you can play out there. It's chalk and cheese.
None of them can last. 8 years because they need to refresh where
Yeah,
they're making the money
exactly
from.
right. The
Because this is
replayability in
miniature-
this game is
Yeah.
unreal. The fact that you could take a list, you could probably play 100 games with it and not be bored stiff.
I
As long as
believe
you've got
the
different opponents and different armies, obviously.
rotary guns have just opened up on the flank
And
of
they've
the knights.
killed one of
I'm trying my
themselves in
best to
in
talk
return.
over it because I hate to see knights get shot by rats. Can
Yeah,
we talk
take
about
'em off.
something else?
Pick up your models, Kieran. Get those dirty knights off the board.
Are we seeing more dice than models here, though? And is that
Yeah,
correct?
it could be. Yeah, because the rotary guns are
Yeah,
D6 plus
rotary
1 dice.
guns.
And they're allowed
Rotary
to do
guns
more
can
than
do that. Yeah.
more hits than models. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Here we go. How many knights we seeing? Predictions? 3, 4, 5, 6?
No, more. AP2, they are only a 2-up save, not a 1-up. I reckon he takes the back rank
Another
off as a
load.
Four or
minimum.
five, yeah.
The hits have come in. This is going to be the wounds.
Yeah, wounded on 3s.
So I can see a
2s.
green marker next to the hippo. Any ideas what that might be?
Probably an arson.
Can he
Is
have
that
2 at
not-
once?
No,
red-
Rory put that on.
Yeah.
So it's
Oh.
going to
Okay.
be a wheel turns, maybe, on the...
Could be.
No, that's a
Could
buff,
be.
isn't it?
Deceptive Glamour is a buff.
Would he
Could
cast
be
that?
5
though?
knights.
Not sure.
He got a 6 in there, I think. He definitely was targeting it down with the thing.
Oh,
yeah. Oh,
five.
he's still going.
Five.
Nice.
Yeah.
Panic.
Outside of leadership,
Panic.
8 is
That's
very
a big-
failable.
He's done that with
Is
3
that-
dice.
Is that
interestingly.
fail?
He's fleeing,
No, I
is
think-
he?
I
That
think he'd
was the
already
play.
fled. I think that was how far he's gone. There, that one's dead as well.
No. How's it going?
Which way are they going? They're going to run out. Oh, yeah. I think he's got them. It looks weird. I think they're going away from them. The front
that a
of
9?
Yeah. Yeah.
Clean 9. Yeah, this is huge. Like his whole flank's crumbled entirely now.
His general is the mage, and she doesn't have a higher leadership, does she? So,
It's still gonna be a challenge though. He needs to finish off those last guys to get that point before they
Yep.
can get healed.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to
Yeah.
push for it a bit.
yeah. I mean, he can just march up and shoot him again next turn, can't he?
Yeah.
Because if the best case scenario, they rally and just stand there,
Yeah.
and then he can
agreed.
march up and shoot him again. He actually wants him to fail this leadership test and run off. The BSB is the hippogriff, is it? I can't remember what this list is.
I'll throw the list up and we'll just double check.
So one of the reasons I was asking about the torment time, and I'm guessing your masters is 3 hours.
Yes, it is 3 hours.
Ours was in November, and that was 2.5, and that really felt a struggle. You get a hard game where, the smallest mistake with angles or movement just cost you.
Yeah.
I mean, 2.5 including deployment, it really feels a bit of a stretch sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, the 3 hours was voted on by the players. Those players who prefer quicker rounds have voiced their discontent at the 3-hour mark. Tanker, for example, not that it's wrong to complain, you absolutely can. If you vote against something, then, you can show your grievance when it gets voted down. But Tanker, for example, with his very much point-and-click warriors list, and I know how that is not Tanker's skill, including, but very much it's a point-and-click warriors list. You push it forward, it doesn't take long to do its job. So he is one that advocates a short round. Yeah.
But it's not really a short round, is it, Steph? It's totally normal. It's what you play
3
at
hours.
every other event. So
Yeah,
why,
3 hours isn't much longer than 2:45 or 2:30, but still.
no. But I mean, that's part of the skill of the game, though, isn't it? If you're struggling to finish games, that shows that maybe you need to
quicken up. Yeah.
you need to speed up.
And that's exactly what I did when I knew I was a slow player and not finishing games. It was on me to make it better.
Yeah.
And that's something I've been working on. So yeah.
It's
I fully
interesting,
agree.
actually, the way that it's developed over the years, isn't it? Because you go back, I was going to say a couple of years, but we're still in lockdown. Forget how old I am. We go back 5-6 years. The idea of putting down more than one monster was completely abhorrent. Don't be ridiculous. Why would you ever put down 2 single models? They'll just get cannoned off. Cannons are everywhere.
Yeah.
And then over time, people have gotten so much. It's not even the MSU. It's just concise, efficient lists where everything does a thing.
Yeah.
But you're moving around. You're not moving around. You see so many more monster mashes. You see so many more cowboy lords and stuff. I mean, it's great because
Hippo's in.
yeah, that's what we want to see.
Oh boy.
This is the turning point. Starts crushing them Skaven.
Yeah.
He's out of the lake though, right? More than half's out.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
Well,
It's gonna
before
be
they start
steadfast and
dying,
then get countercharged. Surely.
before they start dying,
With
though, the deaths come from the
Champion-
back. Is that going to
Champion
be?
takes it, Steph.
Unless he's
Oh,
just checking to see
Yeah, he's going to get flanked
line
by
of
the
sight.
fucking.
Back first.
Like,
Oh, he's not charged it.
I think he was checking to
He's
see if he
checking.
goes in. What can he
And
do?
then he's like, "Oh no,
Yep.
fuck that! I'm out of
You
here."
know, he's been too cautious with the rest of his army. If his rest of his army was up, one of them could be sacrificed
Yeah,
or
this is-
be thrown into the black first and see
Yeah.
what the hell happens. Or
And again, that was the auto sergeant's job
Yeah.
when there were 2 men left.
Mm.
you know
the-
those
the
little
hedge
units,
knights, yeah.
those hedge knight units.
Hedge knight, sorry, yeah.
If they were aggressive enough and were ignored because they are just chaff, and they go into the grenadier unit, they can do whatever the hell they want on that flank. That is a gap in that because they're not very big. So yeah, I do think that being more aggressive would have helped him out. Having said that, it looks like he's going to take that bloody belt off because he cannot stop rolling with that with that
Yeah.
scarf. Look how many pips there are on there now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
3 left, right? 7. So
Yeah.
It's vulnerable. Although the Scorpion. No, I've already told about line of sight. It can see
So he's
well.
rallied the fleeing knights. on
Yes.
That's the bad times. That is bad times by all.
Yeah. 'cause
There's
they're
not
just
even
gonna
much
get
point
picked up by
in.
the rotary guns, right?
Yeah, there's no point in even putting scrying on. The rotary guns just shoot
Yeah.
too many
If
times.
they can
he
kill.
gets a chance to heal, right? So he's gonna
True.
be able to get something off.
What one?
Yeah, that's true. No, you can get a few knights, can't you? You can get 3.
Was it D3?
A
I
Fountain
think
of Youth D3 if it's boosted, yeah. But I'll
And the
just
dude's
see.
Is
the
that-
dude's off to the left, isn't he? So he's easy enough to move across. I think that's a real waste of him.
Well, Fountain of
450
Youth can come from
points is-
terrain as well. But yeah,
Oh, that's true.
I don't know how far he is away from the hill, but still.
6-inch range is more than that,
6. Yeah. He's
Sure.
fast, isn't he? The Courtier. I do like the Courtier for me. I think was a really big one. I think that's the approach with the Griffin just finding a hole and going into something is a good one. But that Courtier can do the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, look, do we have a charge on
6
the rotary guns?
Ooh, would you want to take that stand and shoot?
And they
Depends how far it is. Or is he pulling
Interesting.
back? Yeah, it looks like he's pulling back. Possibly.
I mean, if I call a turn 3, turn around and go home, then I am going to just live on that forever.
Do it.
Come on, Kieran, turn around, go home. No, I'm not saying that very loud deliberately. I mean, another thing is that Rory's just gone for a loo break, so I definitely don't want to speak too loud and give any ideas. So
Probably gone for a cigarette, Steph.
cool, should be right. I mean, why not? It's going well.
You might need a medicinal cigarette at this stage, mate.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, well, what do we think about Hippogriff going home? Is that the right move?
Well, he's trying to guard the scoring unit, right? But I think Rory would quite happily sacrifice the rotary guns to pick up the scoring unit.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, with the Hippogriff now away from the hill, is this the time where the Black Furs move up and
Yeah,
the
just
canisters
push.
start pushing a little bit as well?
But
Tempting,
maybe-
innit?
will
Can
Rory
he get the bell behind the hill so it doesn't get shot off again?
move sideways maybe? I mean, that's pretty tricky. Although the Hippogriff's standing in the way. So that'll be cover now, won't it?
Yeah, I mean, they might be the same size. Isn't the Hippogriff towering as well? And
Yeah,
large?
true.
Oh, there you go. Did you hear me say that? Oh man. Oh, did I speak
Nah, I
that
don't
too
think
loud?
he did. I think he's got his eye on that bell all day long
Yeah,
as well.
he
So
knows
I
what
don't worry
he's
too
doing.
much about it.
He knows what he's doing. I have to say that in all of the other rounds, it doesn't look like anyone can hear what I'm saying. So
I've got my eye on Staff's bell for sure.
So to go back to the time question, I mean, playing the ETC rounds of 4 hours. Then
wow.
getting guys to slow down and say, "Hey, you've got 4 hours.
Mm.
Don't make a mistake." Use.
There's also a
every
timeout at
minute.
ECC, isn't there?
Yep, you get
Yeah.
5 minutes to chat with your captain and ask
Yeah.
if this is a silly idea, and usually it's a yes.
Yeah.
Here's a question then. If it's because we can't really attribute blame, me and Hyper-G are playing, we go over the 4 hours who did it. Is there an argument for, and in every other miniatures game I've ever heard of, everyone gets very upset about this. Is there an argument for a,
Stop clock.
a chess timer?
I love
like
stop
you get,
clocks.
Yeah, like you get
Yeah.
in
This
Blood Bowl and
is
stuff like that.
this is a bit of a hot topic, and I'm sure we're probably going to be voting on these things at some point. I know one of my guys is like, you know what, they bring out chess clocks. I don't want to
Yeah.
go. I'm paying the money
Yeah.
to fly over there and play and
Yeah.
feel like it's a game of chess clocks.
But you are anyway, aren't you? 3 hours is still an hour and a half of you, or it
Yeah.
should be.
Yeah,
Especially when one
I-
player has more time for
I mean,
their
I
army
heard of
movements.
so one of the guys that was going to play for us but had to pull out played the year before, and they had the chess clocks, and he was playing against one guy that basically he went out of his way to ask him a lot of questions in his turn and ran down his clock, and then from that point on he can't make any like active moves.
Sure.
He basically, his army just stands there for
So
the
your
rest of the time,
opponent
and the other
can
guy just
actually
moves in.
abuse it
He
by
did.
slowing you
It
down.
was,
Yeah.
it was very upsetting for him.
I think there is definitely a risk of that, isn't there? I know that when it was a bigger tournament game, the Star Wars one, was it Legion? I think that introduced stop clocks, and that had exactly that problem. And it was never tournament winners who gamed it, because tournament winners generally don't need to.
Yeah,
but
although-
you do need that one person to ruin it.
Another mechanic that I think War Machine plays, which is not a game that I play yet, but Paul and Tony from Fantasy Wargaming Podcast, they both play that game. The stop clock is there for both players, but if either player gets to 0, both players lose.
Right.
So does that cancel out the possibility that your opponent
Yeah.
runs it down for you?
Yeah,
It's
I don't
interesting,
think
isn't it?
I don't think there's any perfect system, is there? But the chess clocks are generally a symptom of a problem of people not finishing games in time.
Yeah.
One way or another.
I definitely rush more for my opponent than I do for me. I play very, very quickly, generally speaking, because if I stop and think, then my brain's getting an impact on it, and my brain isn't good. So I prefer to play more instinctively. So I'm quite quick. But if I'm ever late at a club or something like that, I'm definitely playing with an eye to my opponent's time more than mine, which is probably why I quite favour a chess clock. But I can see detriments to both. Another sort of penalty I've seen for clocks not for you running out of time is not that you are no longer active, but you give up one of the victory points that you would get for in this game. It would be secondaries or whatever, but you get a point that will level out if you both hit it. So it's not catastrophic, but it does sort of affect the game. I think you're right, though. There is no perfect answer, and everybody's going to be different. Stock clocks seem to cause an unbelievable amount of anxiety. I think that's the problem with them.
Yes.
Because I personally love them, but I agree with you, Ryan. There are certain people who are just like, I will not pick up a dice if you're going to be timing me specifically. I don't want.
Yeah.
And I do get that. You wouldn't. The last thing we want to do with this game is turn people away from it. So
absolutely, and that's the point that's being made in the chat actually about it's really an issue getting kids to play, and extra pressure on anyone is the thing.
I don't know what you guys think, but I don't ever remember a game where I thought that I was actively being slow played for advantage.
No,
I can't remember.
I haven't had that experience.
I don't think so. I think one of the blessings, it's going to sound really weird, one of the blessings that we have with this game is it isn't a Games Workshop product, which means it's not got that sort of enormous casual or hyper geek really, but it's not got that enormous visual outlet. It's not Star Wars, it's not Marvel. The people who play this game are because they want to play this game, not because they've and maybe they are way more gateway games, which I think means that maybe we've got a much better community than they have a risk of. And we've also, we've got from an entry point of view, we had the gent on yesterday, the incredibly handsome man who's doing Essence of War, and in between me staring into his eyes and taking a moment to reassess my my sexuality, it was really interesting to see how much effort and love has gone into the Essence of War as a gateway in. So I think
and speaking of Essence of War, sorry to cut you off a bit. Go on, Ron.
So my best mate Nick, he actually plays Essence of War with his daughters, and he started out with printout paper models.
Superb.
And Elena, she loves it.
Great. Good to hear.
He comes from work and it's like, hey Dad, let's play a game.
Super.
And,
well, that's what we want to hear.
The fact that that's part of the 9th Age family is great, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well done to Vale of the Ages, particularly, and the team who we spoke to yesterday, in fact. Hopefully we'll be able to see Prosecutor later on today. That'll be a treat, as always. Francesco, another Francesco, a different Francesco. how will you get new players in a game that takes 3 hours plus to play a single game and whose core rules are written to be as complex as possible? I think that
You
one's
won't.
probably a little bit of a divisive opinion there.
I don't think you will, and I think you're always going to struggle to get somebody to play a 3,500 point game or a 4,500 point game. But I don't think you ever would want to. I think Essence of War is a great idea. I think any fantasy, especially miniatures agnostic fantasy skirmish game, is a great way in. I've got 2 sons, and I wouldn't have either of them start on this because it's also got a lot of feel bad moments, big rank and flank games, whereas something like, I don't know, like a Necromunda or something like that has got a lot less feel bad moments purely because it's a story you're telling as opposed to a competition between 2 individuals. So I don't know if this version of the game is a gateway game, and I don't think we want it to be.
No. And going back to the battle just quickly, because we haven't talked about it for a little while. We've seen Kieran be tempted into moving his knights beyond the hill and then pull back again.
Yeah.
That's not obviously a full-scale retreat, but it's not an advance by any means, is it?
No, just nickel and diming each other now, aren't they? Just doing little bits, chip damage.
I think the Skaven players and
We've lost the Grenadiers.
They're not scoring though, are they? So.
No, that doesn't affect things too much. It's still points.
Yeah, but the Skaven aren't they? They cost about 4 points.
Although, of course, we haven't seen Kieran's Equitaine lose any points yet. So that is the first point scored.
First blood, 175 they are. So
Wow.
Cheapest ships.
Oh my god, that's insane.
Considering how many monsters they can take down instantly.
Was it strength 6, AP2?
Yeah.
2 shots each?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
There's,
Unbelievable, Jeff.
75 points. Oh my
For
goodness.
10 of them, and they're hard to shoot.
But that's not even enough to get a 11-9, is it? So,
No.
you need 225 for an 11-9, don't you? So.
I think Rory's in a good spot where he can use this weapon team by the hill to push up now.
Yeah.
And put a little pressure on. I think he has to do that because he's putting pressure on the right side with the rotary guns. If he can start putting pressure on the other side.
And I'll say this quietly again, surely everything now has to go on killing that scoring unit.
Yeah, get one and you're done, aren't you?
One and
Those
done.
rotary guns are rotary guns scoring?
No.
Goodness me, so we can throw them up, can't we? Haphazardly, just charge
Yeah,
them.
you just
It's worth losing one or maybe even 2 of them to get the 3 VPs for the scoring, the objective.
Yeah, but he's giving away like 250 strength, a million shots, and that is 315 points.
Sure. I mean, the deep fire throwers could
So
move
little.
up out of line of sight of the
Here
hippogriff
comes
at
the
least.
shot
So.
on the bell.
This could be important. He's not hit another 5.
He's hit another 5
my
up.
god!
He's wounded. Aegis save. He's saved that one. He's saved that one in his.
Oh,
Yeah.
talking about body language.
Rory's smiling, and I don't blame him.
5 ups in a row.
My gosh.
That guy is
That's
he's the
Scorpion.
MVP for the
the
Kingdom of Equitaine. Give that man a raise. Goodness me.
Well, it's about to get rotaried in turn 5, 6, and onwards. So
Well, I think the Griffin's going to charge him off in here.
Yes, yeah. Good point. Oh, I'm getting excited. My feet are going crazy.
I tell you what, if one of those knights survive this rotary gun, then a draw looks a lot more likely.
Yes,
what can the
those knights get
flamers
out of
do? The flame, there's no point in the flamers moving up and trying to shoot anything, is there? Because they're not going to hit anything or hurt anything.
I think
True.
they need to go forwards and just get frozen knights and so he can force the issue because he hasn't actually shot with the canister launchers the whole game.
No,
And they are the biggest weapon he's got.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he's not used them like the rotary guns, where he's just ran them at something. I think the Grenadiers on the other flank are going to run up and throw into the 8-man unit, the Ordo Sergeants. I think they're going to go and hit them.
I mean,
He's measured that
Grenadiers on
twice
the
now.
other flank are looking a bit threatening as well. They're moving up slowly.
Sorry, they're the ones I meant. Yeah. The ones on
sorry.
the left.
Yeah.
The other ones ran off, didn't they? Yeah, he's been measuring these Grenadiers for like every turn for the last.
Although there's no point in risking the Grenadiers to take off the courtier, is there? Surely?
No, I think he might go into this. What's he looking at hitting there? Is that Hedge Knights?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Those that healed up Hedge Knights.
Yeah, the courtier's the one with the big line.
I mean, maybe
coming out of, isn't it?
maybe you can move them in front of the these guys. Oh, I mean that's an arch unit right there. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't imagine
yeah.
the Grenadiers will be around for too long.
Do you know what though? The Skaven need to chaff because the KOE have absolutely no intention of charging them. There's a turn
Yeah.
5 we're going
Yeah,
into now.
they're not charging now. Yeah.
No, they're just
And,
sitting there.
we've only got,
taking-
if the rounds are strict, we've got 35 minutes left as well. So,
I don't think they're going anywhere, are they?
No.
I think
but they're also not losing their points, barring a disaster. So,
it's got two more of those shots from old Deadeye Dan on the Scorpion to try and take down that bell, which is worth a few hundred points, to be fair.
certainly is.
490. It's not catastrophic if he goes. Might take it to a 12.
Unless it causes a ripple of panic, of course. But it wouldn't. It can't.
Oh my
actually.
God! Can you imagine any tables in? They're all right next to the table. Can you imagine?
I don't think it would even cause a panic, would it? Because even 7 wounds out of the unit's
Yeah.
30, it wouldn't be enough, would it? So.
And does it count because it's an entity? You've destroyed an entity. Would it go?
Well, the unit's got
Panic.
30. The bell's got 7. If he's taken a
'cause
few wounds on the unit, then he might be enough to trigger a panic at 25%. I'm not very good at maths there. 37 divided by 4. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many
under 10,
models
innit?
he's lost as well. Yeah.
Just under 10. Maybe.
So if we did see a few rats peel off to the bolt thrower's low strength hits. So
Yeah, he probably only needs to take it off. Oh my goodness, that
Although-
would be sensational.
Is it only the wounds done on the bell that turn that trigger the panic? So not all 7.
No, I think it's reducing the unit's total wounds.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe not actually. I don't know.
Yeah, not sure. We'll find out. I mean, either way, you'd think he'd got a decent.
Pretty
amount
sure
of-
that shooting phases for elves, so I wouldn't know.
Same, yeah. Yeah, wimpy elves. Not the way to fight.
Dishonorable, innit?
Yeah. Ryan, remind me, what's your army?
I normally play Dread Elves.
Yeah.
Hey,
Playing a
good
lot
man.
of Saurians at the moment.
They're the good kind of elves, it's fine. But yes, and
I might-
Saurians, big thumbs up.
I might have to hit you up, Ryan. I'm starting out with Dreadies. I've got a couple of stupid ideas to try, so I might have to hit you up for some help.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Tom, if you can coach me through using pointy ears, because I am going to have to drink myself to sleep for my traitorous behaviour.
Not Tommy T, you're not. You hate elves
This is what I
too, don't
mean.
you, Tommy?
You can
Yeah, well, I hate most elves. I definitely hate.
You want
highborn
lucky
elves
sixes
'cause
for
of
the highborns,
lucky
yeah.
sixes, yeah.
Yeah.
And then Sylvan elves are usually pretty painful to play against. Dread elves are great fun. So yeah,
Yeah, they are, yeah.
definitely.
They've always been fun. I still might proxy them with something like Romans. Do them as humans. I don't know yet. See how cheaply I can get it all together. I'm feeling a cheap army that I speed paint in like a month or something.
Yeah.
As a
does such
project.
a thing exist?
Oh, I go 6 months without painting, and then I'll paint. I think, what did I do in a day? Me and my lad had a painting day, and I did 48 models in a day, from undercoat to.
I don't think I've done
construction to undercoat to
48 in the
door.
last 5 years. So there you go.
This is
That
what
for a hobby hero.
Yeah, Hobby G, as Ryan calls me, and
Mate,
not this
those-
Ryan. Gobbo calls me.
those things are
Yeah.
incredible. Those speed paints from Army Paint. If you can't, if you're happy getting a model to 85% of what it could be, but also getting 50% more models down, they are amazing. Get a
Sure.
light undercoat or a dark undercoat with a dry brush, and then just colour them in as if it's bloody crayon. And if you want, highlight. If not, throw them down. It's so quick. I'm a big fan of those.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I just cannot stand painting, and I'm terrible at it. So
So what's the where are we at in the game at the moment?
it looks like we're just shuffling around, doesn't it? We're
Yeah.
on to Rory's movement turn, because he's moved that unit of Legionnaires backwards a little bit, still anchoring the Impassable, which is very. I mean, that Impassable has almost been MVP as well, hasn't it? So because it's
What's
really
the,
given Rory a backbone.
Canister launchers. Have they got shots on anything?
They
Looks like they're in front of the bell.
Are they the canisters or the deep fires? Yeah, they're the canisters, aren't they?
Yeah, deep fire throws are up just to the right of the hill, right?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I've forgotten which are which now with lost models, but they're out the hippogriff line of sight, which is the main thing.
Yeah, the deep
Yeah.
fires are the ones that were
Yeah.
hiding around the hill. I think they've had a little peek round to try and set fire to a
The
griffin.
rotary guns haven't moved up yet. What range is on a rotary gun? Is that 18?
18.
So they don't need to get close, do they? Or are they not accurate?
I don't know what the rules are for them.
Pick
Yeah.
a rule, they probably got it.
Yeah. But I guess the canister launchers now can just do some more hits to that
Scoring block.
the small scoring night unit that fled.
Yeah, because
to
you're
make
not,
sure it
you're not,
dies.
you've got to prioritize objective over killing the hippogriff, right? At this
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, I think it's all going on the knights.
Yeah.
Do you know, charging those rotary guns is terrifying. They're quick to
Yeah.
fire as well.
I mean,
like
it does.
pistols.
I don't know if they can stand and shoot though. Can they?
Why would they have quick to fire if they can't?
Oh,
Does it
they
do
might
anything
have
else?
reload as well.
Yeah. Most of it has reload.
Yeah,
I think.
quick to fire is just moving, right? They can move
Yeah.
their 8 inches. And not
Right.
It doesn't do the stand and shoot thing anymore.
Right.
Yeah. And that knight unit, by the way, does look like it's gained a model from a bit of Fountain of Youth.
Yeah.
Only one model though, so that's probably a bit unlucky on Kieran's part. Only rolling one on the D3, unless he didn't boost it, of course.
Yeah, the thing he jumped across, didn't he? The courtier.
Yeah, Courtier came back just to get in range, 12-inch range on that. So yeah. Which again is, having Equitaine having to play defensively, isn't it? And yeah, Kissiness, Swiss on the chat. KOE
What,
needs to close. They're going to get too many picked off. Well, I think the time's gone for KOE closing.
What do you think? Is this the right play from Kieran, or do you think full aggro rush might have been?
No,
worth
I think Kieran's
considering?
leading the Masters by a few points. He's happy with 9 or 8 at the worst case
If he
scenario.
if he loses secondary, he'll lose top spot as well. But he
Yes,
might be confident
but
going into.
confident going into round
next game.
5, getting his rats back. So
Yeah. Yeah, I think it is probably. I think it's probably the move that makes most sense. Just be cautious, hold out. I know I've said this a couple of times about this Vermin's form list. It's very, very scary, but I think it's psyching people out.
Yeah.
I think if you go into this and don't hit that one Death Star, everything dies really quickly.
Yes.
I think people are too terrified of the shooting. It has one turn where it can do something if you run it. I'm not downplaying the list. This list is terrifying, but I think people are being psyched out by how horrific this list is.
Yeah, I
think it's
agree.
Completely beatable.
Completely agree. I think if Kieran had played full aggressive, I'm not saying it would have been an easy win or anything, but
it goes
I
back
think
to
you
chaff,
could totally
doesn't it?
kill that. Because once you get into combat, like you say, if you could chaff up the black fur, you can take the rest of it off with the combat that he's got available.
No, that battle gets beat up as well.
Had was that building has just meant the deployment for the Vermin swarm is amazing. There's no you
And getting
can't get
first
around it. You have to take it from the front.
And I think
that's rough.
It is rough taking it from the front. Yeah.
I think Ryan makes a great point. I think probably the move of the match, and it's done nothing, but it's done everything. The move of the match, I think, was the Grenadiers on the left flank walking out of line of sight and saying, "You have to be shot if you're coming down this flank," because the play was shift everything across to that flank, run down it, and I don't have to deal with the black fur. But I think that just scared off the courtier and those or I don't know if they are the auto sergeants on that flank, and I think from then they've just been zoned out by those grenadiers. They just don't want to take
totally
it.
agree.
It was a great move that. And again, it's inexperience, isn't it? The frontage of your units makes such a difference, because if he'd have tilted those auto sergeants a half an inch, it wouldn't have affected his turn, or even the courtier a half an inch. It wouldn't have affected his turn the next turn, it would have threatened those guys. So that was a fantastic move.
Just trying to look at the other tables, because obviously we won't have Tawny Keeper to update us on the scores and everything. I think every single Masters game is still ongoing. I can still see at least one dragon left on Lucky Six's table.
That's outrageous.
But at least I'm not seeing 3 of them, because obviously we're PTG at heart.
How about the tanker game stuff?
It looks like there's still a lot of lizards on the table. Both Taurosaurs are still on the table, so that's good for tanker. But there are also a decent amount of warriors on the table as well. So it could be a close one there. I mean, obviously, in 5 minutes, I'm going to be told it's 20-0. But from what I can tell with my eyes, it is a close one between the chasing pack, which is Hugh, and tanker. And I'll bring up for the chat the place standings again, just so we can see that. Because if we assume dangerously that this one is at worst a 13 in either direction, then a close one for Hugh and tanker could keep them in contention. But then Jake and Bondi are also still deliberating. It looks like there's a lot of thinking going on in that battle, and they're not out of contention either. Even Artem, a long stretch with a big win over Ed, but I mean that's difficult in itself. Ed is the current master, and they're still playing, so.
The risk of taking a small win or a small loss here is that somebody behind you gets a 20-0.
Yes,
And then
exactly.
you're not just a bit behind, you're miles behind then with one game to go.
And that means that all the pressure on in the final round.
Yeah.
That's,
I mean, we'll see how good a decision being cautious with the KOE was at the end of this, won't we? If two people 20 below him.
One thing to note with last year and Ed winning the Masters is that he won big in his first 3 rounds and then lost day 2, both games, and still came out master. So, I mean, this is a very different scenario because
that's not going to happen this round.
Doesn't have that lead to fall back on, but he may just be thinking, give me my rats back round 5 and I'll table anyone. So
I suppose it depends who he goes into next round, doesn't it? So somebody fast and I'd be really interested to see this against there's a couple of the demons lists which I think this really dislikes.
Agreed.
A lot. I think the one with two great demons in, I think that we saw on day 1. You've got a turn to do something before those demons literally eat everything you've ever put down on the table. Like that could be a really interesting matchup.
And of course, if Kieran does choose to give up the lead, even by 1 point, you do risk that you're not playing Rory round 5. Rory could win 20 against someone else and just take the Masters that way.
Yeah.
I mean, if the Skaven list needs to push for points, it may struggle, right? Like it likes things to come at it.
Yeah.
If the other guy doesn't engage, you know, they could get 10-10 and someone else could leapfrog them. So
That's why it's kind of astonishing that he's managed to do as well as he has.
Yeah.
Oh, we've lost 3 knights on there. To the
rotary gun's got him. It must have been within 18. Yeah, the rotary gun must have took him. But there's
one
left.
One left is all he needs.
Oh no, the flamethrower!
Oh no!
Oh, is he going to be out?
I think he's took him off that way for a reason, hasn't he?
Yeah, he really
has.
Was
that still measuring to the rotary guns? Was that spell?
Yeah, it might be the hereditary because he can reach the hereditary from the middle, can't he?
Oh, it's only can they? That tunnel marker's a little way away.
I'd flee.
He's gone in
Can
the
you
middle.
choose to flee?
He's choosing how many rotary guns are going to shoot him. I don't think the rotaries have shot.
Oh goodness! You can choose to not use the general. The general's got the same leadership, but I think in this one. But yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know you could choose to not use the general.
Yep, and the VSP. Yep,
that's beautiful. Be brave. Stay. Nope. No, thank you very much.
There we go. We got rotary guns to come.
Oh dear.
You often see it where a chaff unit has fled in front of one of your units blocking it. And rather than try and rally it on a general or BSB, you'll just say, you know what, they can go on 4. Oh, they failed. Oh, look.
But you can't choose not to roll entirely, can you? So
you have to roll. You have to roll, but you choose not to
How interesting. Oh, I didn't know that.
Aaron's just rolled dice and looked a little bit frustrated. I'm not sure what that was about.
I never lose combats, you see, guys. So that's all you have to do. It's an easy game if you just roll 6s.
Yeah, well, don't talk to me about
the
that.
last wound on the knight unit.
Oh, was it going down?
It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
No,
it's gone.
Has he gone?
No?
Wait.
Has he got 6?
Oh no, he's not gone. He's not dead.
He must have got a 6 on his Aegis.
Is that panic?
Oh yeah, he has gone.
Yeah,
he has gone.
He's rolling the panic now.
Yeah, right. Panic for the Scorpion, I guess. To see if the Scorpion can shoot.
Every player at this tournament has done that when a unit has been taken off. They've not taken the unit. I know because of the measuring, but I always measure.
I think that's
take the model off and roll.
That's the standard of the player as well. I mean, I as not as good a player. Let's not do myself down too much. I take off my unit in horror, losing a unit, and then I'm like, panic. And
actually,
then,
who is? Yeah.
But these guys are the pros. They know exactly what they're doing.
So that's Rory up on the secondary now.
And I mean, amazingly, if that is the Scorpion panicked as well, I'm not sure what the result of the panic test was. It can't shoot the bell off, which might be the
kind of his only prayer.
That Kieran can get points back. So
might have been his only prayer of getting any.
And that's 1-0 objective. Surely Rory's got to be feeling very good about himself right now.
Yeah, and I know it's been a very cautious game, very different to the some of the real barnstormers on day 1. But there's been a couple of subtle moves, especially from Rory with this with this Vermin list, where he's just moved just in the right places at just the right time to shut down any temptation of his opponent coming at him. There's been some really, really clever stuff.
Yeah.
He's playing very well for not being the Vermin Swarm player.
He will have played against Vermin plenty of times, so he'll know what the crack is.
We all know how difficult it is if you're an aggressive player or you're a patient player, having to switch though. That's one of the reasons I took KOE, is because I'm a very, very cautious player. And then I needed an army where I had to tilt at you, because otherwise...
What do you think? Do you think Rory is likely to push forward with the Black Fur now and see if he can get a big win?
Knowing how uncomfortable Rory was with taking on the Vermin Swarms last night, I would suggest he is more than happy to win this 13 or 14. But I could be wrong.
Yeah,
Is
I think
the rotary guns against the Hippo? Maybe
did the
killed
flames
last
take the
time.
thing out? Yeah, that's got to be. Look how many dice there is. Because the flames, maybe the flames took the...
So it must have been the Hereditary that did the first few damage.
Yeah.
Like you
and then the
said.
flamers, and then into the... So he's got 1, 2,
This is
3.
wounding on 5s, is that?
I don't think he did anything, did he? Oh, he has.
Oh, yeah, one
got one
armor
trim.
save and he's past it.
Made it.
Made it. Makes it, breaks it.
So now we're looking at charges from KOE.
Yeah, Rory's nervously
Is
thinking.
this round 4 or
This,
5, I think.
this is turn 4.
4? Yeah.
4? Because
Yeah, because the Scorpion's done 3 hits. It's
yeah, but the rats went first.
Okay,
Oh, yeah,
so that
so-
was a
so
stand.
three, yeah.
What
So
we just
bottom of the
watched was
fourth.
stand and shoot from the rotary guns, right? And that's the failed charge that he's moving now.
Yeah.
Ah, oh, I see.
Oh, so the
Wow.
rotary guns did take the others off last
Yeah,
turn.
yeah,
Makes
yeah.
sense. Makes sense.
Are we sure? Because didn't we say that the rotary guns had reload?
I wasn't
Hang on.
sure. I thought there might be a.
I mean,
don't
we've
know.
definitely seen a hippogriff
Guessing they
move
can.
forward very slowly, so that can't be a movement choice, can it?
Does the rotary gun have reload?
Maybe it doesn't. I thought it
Hang on,
did,
I've
but
got it up here. Range 18, D6 plus 1 shot, strength 4, AP 4, mishap, trials and terror.
No
Yeah,
reload.
yeah, you can
So
send
it
it.
was.
Can send it.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, that's exactly what we've seen then, because you wouldn't
Why
choose to
not?
move your hippogriff there, would you? Oh, yeah. That's a very good point, Ryan. I mean, that's one rule they don't have, is the one rule you want them to have. Unbelievable. Yeah.
It's a veritable casserole of nonsense, those rotary guns.
Did you say AP4 in that lot?
No, AP 2.
Oh, I misheard.
Strength,
Oh, just
strength
2, yeah.
4.
Whew.
Just 2.
I was
Yeah.
very much crying there. Yeah. I mean,
They cost your opponent 200 points. They're free for you, but they just get a tax on your opponent. And if you take something off with it, you get to stamp on the models. It's a cool rule, that one. I'm not saying
yeah.
it's good.
Yeah, while spitting in their face, absolutely.
Which is why it's so dangerous to use in a mirror match. Because it's your own models you're stomping, you know? It's...
Yeah, yeah, that'd be rather worrying. Yeah. So is the hippogriff vulnerable now? Because that's going to get 2 loads of weapon teams as well.
yeah.
He's lost a few of them, hasn't he? There's only
We
there's
don't
3
really
bases
know
left.
how many wounds the hippo's taken, though, do we? I can't really see. I think it's
I don't think it's taken any.
I think it might be 1.
Can he,
There's 1
can he
token
heal
on
it with the Orison?
Yes,
or
yes,
not?
he can.
So I think
Heal it
that's
for
what
1
he
wound.
did.
So.
We saw him do that just now. So
Oh no, he can't heal it with an Orison. He
I was
can
going to say,
heal
has
it.
he got...
He can heal it with Fountain of Youth, but not with an Orison.
You need to be
Okay.
a priesty man.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
lining up a
ordained or
charge, but I
something.
don't think he's done it. Nope, lining up a charge.
No, I think because he already failed the hippogriff charge, so I think he must be on to movement now.
That's what I mean. Yeah, he's just lining up that charge with the Ordo sergeants.
Yeah.
I think they're just out of range to march and throw grenades.
But is
They're
it
just in
is
range
it-
for a risky run?
Is it too little, too late? We're at the bottom of the third, is it?
It does nothing killing them. They're worth a handful of points, and they're not scoring, so you're not going to get anything the secondary. It does nothing hitting them now. It would have been worth doing this 3 turns ago
looks
to
like he's
scare
pulling
them,
back.
so they can pull round the corner and start to charge,
Yeah.
start
Yeah,
to threaten
pull
other
back.
things.
This is the bottom of the
Yeah,
fourth,
pulling
isn't
back.
it? Yeah.
Because you know those Ordo sergeants next to the house or above the house with the ladies courtier sneaking in behind it gives them a real challenge on that flank, and it might have had to pull the Black Furs out of. But having said that, I think the reason he didn't do that was very clever movement from the Grenadiers and being happy losing a little bit. I
Yeah.
think.
Oh,
Well, here we go. The
Yeah,
best
so
weapon that he's got against the thing is sneaking up finally.
but moving out of range, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, I don't think there's going to be much more action from this game.
No,
Is there? I mean,
I
like,
think we
he's
might.
just going to back up, accept the loss, and
Are we going to see a turn 5? Because we've only got 15 minutes left. I don't know how quickly Kieran will do this turn. So
He's got the secondary. I would want my shots into the shots and magic and dropping that stupid what's it called? The hereditary on the
Swift
Griffin.
reform.
I would
Yeah.
want that. And then I'd shake on it.
okay, well,
Yeah.
he's a turn slower than I would have run away, but he has indeed run away. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just can he pick up the hippo, and that's that, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
Because he's got the rotary guns, the flamethrowers. I don't know if the other ones with the march and shoot can get there, the canisters. And he's got magic into it. And then after that, you might as well shake on it. Because if he,
Yeah.
well, you want the shot with the scorpion, don't you?
If it didn't pass the panic, if it passed the panic, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it pointing the wrong way? It's got his fat ass end this way, and it's
No, it's still facing the right way.
still facing the right way. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
I
You
can
can't
actually
quite
see that
tell
one.
sometimes. Hey.
Yeah.
I still think it will make my masters, and I don't mean this in a mean way for any of the players because I don't know either of them, but it would make my masters if he shots that bell and the entire army panics off and he gets to 20. I would be all over that.
Oh, don't wish that on poor Rory. We love Rory.
I did that to Kieran once. Dropped a what's the word? Dropped a stone thrower onto his I think it was a Slayer unit. They went, and then he proceeded to fail 4 rerollable 10 leadership checks, and his army ran off, and he had a bolt thrower on, and it was turn 1. It was like re-rack. I'm like, no, I'm done for the night, mate.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Good night.
Has he just jumped the wizard out?
I think he has.
Is
that the wizard? He's got to be, hasn't it?
That's ballsy, isn't it?
Is he trying to tempt him to take the wizard instead of the?
Instead of the hippo?
Where are we looking?
Yeah, the just below that big unit of which I think are the. Just behind the auto sergeants is a white model.
Just above the line of sight marker.
Yeah. Wow.
How many points
on a horse?
Has anyone got the points?
Yeah. Yeah, the Griffin is 530 and the damsel is 495, but she's also the
general,
but she is sainted, so she's got a 4-up ward, a 4-up Aegis, I think.
Yeah, Saintis gives that.
Plus 1.
Plus 1 Aegis.
And she's got no armor, so she's just running around naked.
If only.
Yeah. I'm sure with some of the old models that you could get from like Reaper and stuff, they were boob heavy miniature rangers. I'm sure you can just measuring that to see if that rotary gun can have a crack, because 4-up Aegis does nothing to that with the amount of shots.
Well, surely Rory moves backwards as much as possible with those rotaries and continues getting the hippo to fail charges, doesn't he? Doesn't even need to risk them now. He's got his scoring unit off the board.
I think he's going to take a shot.
He
I
wants
think he
to
wants the
conserve
Griffin.
points and bet it all on the next round.
Yeah.
He's already failed that was this turn that he failed that charge though, wasn't it? So he's just got to
That's
sit there,
Mm.
sit there and take it. I think that's a really
another swift reform.
It's a really interesting thing to try and taunt out, get the damsel if you want then. Because he's right next to that tunnel marker, so you can drop the hereditary on her. Oh nope, she's going in there.
She's gone back in.
He's gone back.
Are they now facing the rotary guns?
No, the other way.
No, they're the other way. Yeah.
You sure?
Oh no! Look at the model on the.
No,
yeah, you're
they're
right.
facing the hip.
Turn round.
Tommy T.
Look at you.
Eagle eye over
having,
there.
He's woke up.
I'm disappointed you
Happy
don't got
about
your
it.
camera on, Tommy. Your beautiful face, similar to Ryan, of course. But
He is completely naked. That's the.
I'm
flip
not.
side.
I'm not an OnlyFans whore, so I don't have a camera on my computer.
Oh, is that your excuse?
Unlike
is it?
yourself, Staff.
That's not what the government records say, Tommy.
No, he's not allowed one anymore. That's all it is. At one point yesterday, Tommy, a new variation of 9th Age was thrown out. Strip 9th Age as one of the scenarios.
Tommy's
Oh,
the
count
lead
me
creator.
Lose a unit, lose an item of clothes. I'll be playing
Count me
MSU.
in. Yeah. Turn up wearing just a thong.
All right.
The entire you'd have another game like this where your opponent just backs off into a corner because they'd rather not.
Oh boy, it looks like Lucky Sixes is counting up with Dan Minto.
If he's
and
done anything against his own list,
I
with
know
Sylvans,
there were no.
incredible.
I couldn't see any dragons left before they started counting out, and that can surely only be a good thing for Lucky Sixes.
That would be incredible if he's
The
managed
dream's
to
still
do anything.
alive, Staff. The
It
dream
is.
is still alive.
It
If
really
he's
is.
20'd himself,
If he's 20'd, he's gone up to 49 points. That does put him back into
In contention.
not huge contention, but still,
I think he's throwing an unerring strike into the rotary guns, which makes so much sense. That's why that unit's come over to give
Face that
range.
way, yeah.
Got you.
Yeah.
Unerring strike's not a bad spelling to them actually.
yeah, AP1 as well, is it?
And
They're
they're
2 wounds a pop, aren't they?
Yes,
think so, yeah.
sickeningly.
and they're res 2, these ones, aren't they? It's the Grenadiers of
They're probably res 9. Why not?
You have to roll a d4 when you're rolling into them.
Yeah. It's to roll a 5 up on a
Quite a few
d4,
wounds,
just the privilege of trying to target them. Oh, that's a high number there. What that was for?
The more he takes off, the better, isn't it, at this stage?
Oh, we got a wound coming back.
He's healing, he's healing.
Yeah,
Did he do
healing.
no damage? Like he's done 1 damage to that unit from an Iron Strike. There's a dice down.
Yeah. Dice
Oh,
for some
that's
wounds.
unlucky. That is so unlucky.
Yeah, it's like he's healed a couple of wounds on different units.
They're like, that's inconsequential to the game.
Yeah,
at this
yeah,
point,
it is,
isn't
yeah.
Rory's appealing to the camera.
I need more of that. I need more of the flamboyancy of that.
Well, at least it's a smile on Rory's face, because I know he wasn't looking forward to taking over the Rats, and I think he's done himself
a
proud,
great
hasn't he?
job.
As
Oh,
has
yeah.
has Kieran,
Great
to be
advantage.
honest. I mean, we've said Kieran has been a bit more defensive than he possibly could have been, but he will come out of this with at least 6, maybe 7 points, so
Yeah.
that's admirable as well, isn't it?
I think it does highlight, I mean, obviously the way that they both played it makes sense for the standings, but I think it does highlight a point that I can't remember if it was Ryan or Tom said earlier. It really highlights the point
No,
that
it's me.
this is not, was it probably you?
I don't know, it wasn't me.
Highlights the point that this army, as scary as it is and as powerful as it is, it literally cannot afford to come at you, because if it leaves you a gap, you're dead. This is not an army for chasing.
No.
And I do think, as much as we all, and will always, the Vermin could literally have one model that's toughness 1 and 1 wound, and we'd still hate them. I think as much as we all hate the Vermin, I do think as tournaments go on and people get more comfortable against this army, I think it's going to be one that traditionally has always struggled to win big. They've always been hard to beat, Skaven, but they've always been one that when you look at tournaments, they go win, but they're not at the top. So I think
I do think the Vermin Swarm as it stands is now effectively completely different to the Skaven of old. So drawing comparisons is maybe not quite as valid as it used to be. So
no, agreed.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Yeah.
And we were saying yesterday as well, and I'd be interested to hear from you gents on this thought, how difficult it is to balance an army that's main inherent weakness is a low leadership, because then you also have cheap characters, and so the main inherent weakness is nothing. It just doesn't exist. It's just completely non-existent. So goblins having leadership 6 is worthless when you can put a 65-point character in there that puts them up to 8. It just doesn't do anything. Whereas if my army is that I don't have shooting, but then I can put in a shooting unit, then it does have shooting. Do you know what I mean? It's really hard to kind of balance out an army that's weaknesses, they're cowardly.
It goes down to how many points do you say you have to pay for discipline? How much is that worth? For every pick of discipline, do you get 25 points cheaper, for example?
And sniping out a goblin leader is much easier because they can't hide at the back.
And potentially only 2 HP as well on a goblin. So even more,
keep grinding that axe, Steph.
I'm not too fast. We've got Lucky Sixes in the house.
Hey!
Hello, everyone.
Mate.
Hello, everybody. How is it going?
Yeah, King. It's the King.
Literally, right?
You just dropped yourself a 20, have you? I assume.
No, I got a 9 out of
What?
my Sylvan Elf High Elf matchup. which I'm
That-
very, very
that-
pleased with.
That is a horrible matchup.
Yeah.
Well
Yeah,
done,
yeah.
mate.
Well done. You
done.
must have
Um,
diced him heavily, Tom.
Heavily. Yeah. Well, I always do, right? That's the thing.
Hashtag standard.
Has to, yeah, right. Dicing to me is just rolling sixes. That's just normal. It's not a thing.
It's a simple game when you roll sixes, mate. I don't know why
Yeah.
people don't try it more.
Yeah.
I really
Tough for
don't.
discipline. It is tough for discipline, but you got to take the good with the bad, right? But yeah, no, very pleased, and yeah, I'll do a little roundabout, see how everyone's going, and chime you in. But yeah, thanks very much for coming on, guys, and thanks for viewers. Hello, everybody. I'll pass you back to Mr. Hyper G in safe hands, right? Is he doing all right?
Fuck yeah.
He's doing a great job.
He's smashing it, mate.
I can eject you, you know, kid. It's not too late. You've done 4 rounds, but it's not too late. I wouldn't dream of it.
That's good work, that though, man.
Yeah,
I cannot believe you got a 9 with that.
I've just asked Lucky Sixes to go around the other tables to find out results, but we might see players come up and tell me them anyway. I don't. So.
Is he going in with the Griffin?
It's-
No, I think Rory's measuring movement on the rotary guns, right?
Oh, it's his turn of crosses.
So we are going into a turn 5 then, which is interesting. With 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, I'd want to. If I could, I'd want to play a turn 5. I'm guessing the thing he missed.
Yeah, I mean, Kieran might be saying my turn 5 won't be anything because I'm going home.
There we are. Nah, he's just getting
there
out of
you go.
charge range.
He's just making sure. Yeah.
Drop a rat swarm on the on the.
Yeah, I mean, he
Griffin and
doesn't
just
even
hope.
really need to move half of his units, does he? So
No.
we can
Same
just-
with Kieran, really. They're safe, those ones. So. Oh,
Ooh,
we nearly lost
big
Rory off
bump
the
on the
table
table.
there. Yeah, oops.
That might be the way to
survived.
take him. That might be the way. Send him to hospital, and you've got yourself a few extra points there.
Mm. Oh, Lucky Sixes is giving Jake a hug. Does that mean things have gone badly for Jake? I don't know.
Maybe he
Oh,
only hugs winners. I like
Tanker
it.
looks so stressed.
I'm glad to hear that.
But Hugh looks intense as well, so they're counting up now. Tony's still rolling dice against Luke.
Hugh's list is quite a challenge to play, I think, if you're not used to seeing
Yeah,
it.
definitely.
Big magic phase, guys. Got a 7 on the magic card, I think, or 6.
yes.
Couldn't quite see.
Let's see that hippo get taken off.
Yeah, drop some rats on him. Throw some rats at it. I think that's his only. Is that his only ranged attack with magic?
Heaven or not?
Oh, maybe. You just stop that under all circumstances, don't you? You just throw every dice you've got. At oh,
Hand of Heaven and Hereditary is the only
Yeah,
range.
he re-rolled the 1, so that must have been hand in heaven there.
yeah, you got trying to pull out a couple of dice.
Big Hereditary, I just heard Rory say,
Yeah.
which we are expecting. Let's see. Rerolled? It's not a Dolmatode.
This is the hand of heaven went through. I think he's going to throw.
Did it?
I think so. He didn't try and dispel it, did he? Or maybe he just rolled too little for it.
Yeah, maybe. One's not gone off. Doing something on the autos now.
Imagine this is hereditary.
Being dispelled. So there you go.
There's 8 of them. Yeah. You just got to get rid of that hereditary, haven't you?
And now we're on to shooting.
So he didn't get anything off then?
No. I think he failed his first spell.
Big phase, right? He's only got 2 range spells. If you failed the first one,
Yeah, that's fair.
And now we've got the deep fires moving
Yeah,
up
that's
to
on the-
shoot the auto sergeants, I think. This is just the
It's just one
final
hit per model,
pickings,
right?
isn't it? Final pickings now. So I'll do a little bit of
Oof, got
housekeeping
8
as
through.
we finish up this round.
think
We
he's
will.
3
killed
fail saves. This is Aegis.
Oh,
Is it 2?
Yeah, he's took 3 off, I think.
oh,
Nah, they're fine.
Yeah.
They're not.
not
They're
going to
not
be hard
panicking.
points, no. So we'll have a chat with the
Let's
tournament
take tests.
organizer. Oh, and see what's up for the last round. I know I'm getting pizza for lunch. I don't know about you guys.
All the
as,
meat,
as it's 1:30 a.m., I'm just gonna continue drinking.
Good man.
liquid lunch. Good man, Ryan. Are you staying with us for the last game?
I
mate?
am.
Of course he
I
is.
commit myself to the next one.
course he
Absolute
is.
legend.
Oh, what a
I mean,
hero.
that will be another hour or so before we start. Let me get the times for
Bloody
the last
hell.
round.
It means he can get nice and sweary. Get a few
Yeah,
more drunks in him.
Round 5 kicks off in 45 minutes, so it's not too much longer. Have a little nap, Ryan. A power nap.
Hey, if I have a nap, I'm out. I'm off. I'll see you. See you next year.
La La Land for you, yeah. Fair
Canisters
enough.
are killing themselves.
Yeah.
Canister's
Well,
blowing himself up.
I'll tell you what, Matty, have a word with Lucky Sixes when you get a chance, when you come back on the stream or whatnot, because I sent Tom off to be a roving reporter, the Chris Kamara role. He's got as far as Jake and he's got no further. He's just having a chat. I mean, that's not the way to do it, is it? So,
Jake loves giving you a lowdown on his games, though.
yeah,
so.
absolutely true. Are you saying that's more down to Jake than Tom being a bad reporter then?
Possibly, yeah, possibly.
Okay,
yeah.
fair enough. I might let him off then.
Not that it's a bad thing to chat for half an hour about your game.
No, true. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
Tanker
straight
and
into
Hugh.
Kieran's turn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, last turn's going to run up. His last turn for him. He might as well just run up and blow stuff up, hadn't he?
Yeah, try and blow something off. So
Love it.
Tournament organizer is just coming over to make sure that this is the last turn being played, and it is, of
They're
course.
just going to do the magic phase, aren't they? I think there's nothing else to do. Oh, I mean that. Shoot with that bloody scorpion of death. Get it in. Yeah. Scorpion first.
What's the target for the magic phase, though?
I think one of those weapons teams, because there's enough to you can take them off the board and get some points, I guess.
Yeah.
What else are you going to hit?
Kieran should know the points break for what will mean like a TP, effectively.
The deep fire throwers are 40 points less than the canisters, but have one less wound. So it depends how fruity he's feeling. Oh, he's just going in with magic. He's not even doing his scorpion.
Jake won 18-2.
Wow.
Jake is in contention.
Goodness gracious, that's a big one.
Yeah.
Luckily, I hope to see.
So say that again, Ryan. You cut out.
Oh, sorry. I was saying it'd be cool if Jake made it up to the
Guillaume.
streaming table.
Guillaume
I've played him a few times.
draws? What's that mean? I'm trying to read Lucky's. Guillaume won 11-9 over Josh. Right, thank you. Okay, thank you. Yep, that's a mid-table one, so that keeps them firmly in mid-table, I would say.
It'd be interesting to see the Infernal Dwarfs up high, but
it looks like Wes Wheeler has had a loss against Kev Stonebanks in the Civil War.
That's interesting.
Tony and Luke is a tight affair. You like it tight, don't you, Tommy? Anyway, yeah, sorry, distracted there briefly.
I love that. I love that Tony list. Stupid.
Tony's 2015 list.
Yeah.
Yes, still playing the same list. Still playing the same.
Stupid more of a can running around trying to eat everything.
Although, of course, Luke's
cool
in
model.
charge of it now. What have I missed? Anything going on in the final turn here?
Some spells going in, I think.
Trying to get a few points for Equitaine, is it?
Yeah, I think he's
They're
done.
shaking.
It's coming.
Yeah,
it's coming.
done.
Yeah, the big
Boom.
handshake. Boom.
That looks like a 13 for the.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I
Going
think
in that region, isn't it? Maybe
Yeah.
a 14, but I don't think they actually lost any points at all.
I think it might be 14 because of that night block going off.
I think he's only lost a Grenadier, right? So I think
Oh yeah,
Is he getting any points for the bell or not?
Not if
No.
it's no.
no, it's not. It's exactly, isn't it?
7.
No, you have to take 6 out of 7. Yeah.
Okay.
He gets points for that deep fire unit. Was there? Oh no, was it actually? No, there wasn't that many of them, was there?
No.
Yeah, it doesn't get anything.
One Grenadier unit, wasn't it? That
Yeah.
ran
Yeah.
off.
100 points.
Jesus,
Oh, wow.
Gosh.
what a friendly fight.
So we're going to hang on the live stream just long enough to find out the actual result, and then I'm going to
Yeah,
pause
definitely.
the live stream so that we can have lunch and everyone can have a bit of a breather. I've got Kev Stonebanks making his way forward, which is having beaten Wes. Rory's very happy. There are smiles on Rory's face, and so there should
They'll
be.
take that. They'll take that. Takes the lead now by
yeah.
5 points. 6
Um,
point swing. 4 points.
He
Because
was
2 behind. is
slightly
6 points.
behind Kieran. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
there's
think
a
he was-
hug going
big
on.
hug.
Big hug on the
hug.
side. Good
Hands
lad.
on
Well
shoulders.
done. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see.
I would have preferred the table flipped. I would have preferred.
not for round 5 live stream. That would have been
That's
chaos,
true.
you know.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah. Come on. I'll call Rory over for a quick chat, maybe.
Congratulations, mate.
Yeah, well done, Rory. You're a
Yeah.
hero.
It was, I don't know about that, but 10-10. It was, it was weird just using stuff that I don't really know how to use. Big blocks. Everything has to be in BSB range and general range. Shooting that's really short range. So if you get in range of the shooting, you get counter charge. It was very, very weird game for me to play, if I'm honest. But yeah, like I enjoyed it, man. Like, Kieran was a great sport. I made some mistakes, got away with them. I don't think he made any mistakes. I thought he played my army really well, which that tells you about player abilities so important.
Did you not get secondary, mate? Did you get the secondary?
No. Neither of us got the secondary. No. They were hedge knights that I took off. Yeah, I wasn't able to take off the what's it called. Yeah, so just
We thought you had it.
Yeah, no, just a 10-10 on the board. But yeah, like I say, it was 150 points in it. We killed a combined 1,500 points, I think. So yeah, it was maybe not even that actually. Yeah. Maybe even a combined 1,000 points. So yeah, it was good. Thanks for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed the game. And yeah, I'll hand back to Steph.
Oh, big man, big sandwich come over. I'm happy with this
look
view.
at that.
Look
That's
at
got me
that.
hungry already. Man bun, not so much, but the food looks good.
It does.
Wow, so we were wrong about the scoring then.
Yeah.
Entirely. 10-10. Gosh.
If it makes us feel any better, we literally, and now he said it, we literally said about 10 minutes before that Hedge Knights aren't scoring, and then we said he's shooting the Hedge Knights off. So I was thinking, did we think no, we knew that the Order Swordsman to the side. That was just us being foolish. So that's good.
I just completely didn't know. I thought they were just normal knights.
Yeah, me too. They didn't look very brambly or whatever. So
yeah, no, the weird Hedge Knights. They're the one with 3-up saves, aren't they? The weird Hedge Knights. Yeah. Wow. 10-10.
Right.
10-10.
Well, if it's 10-10, I haven't heard Tanker Hugh result, which is a little bit mysterious.
That's kind of a big one, isn't it?
Yeah. Bear with me. You'll be able to hear me shout over, but I'll make it so that I don't drown out the listeners. Hang on.
What's your prediction, kid, for the Tanker versus Hugh game? Warriors,
15 to Hugh. Yeah.
Yes, my boy.
I'm feeling about 15 to Hugh.
Now, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I'll have to have a chat with Matt, tournament organizer, but I think we need to see Hugh on the live stream.
Definitely. I want to hear that laugh.
Yeah. So it will, because we can't see Kieran again. No offense, Kieran. We don't really want to see the third battle for the rats, so we're probably going to go to whoever. Although Hugh will play Kieran now, won't he? So I'll have a chat with tournament organizer. We'll call the live stream for a break here. I'll go get some food. I suggest you go get some food and/or a power nap. We may see Ryan back in, depending on whether he goes for that or not.
He's ready. He's ready for action.
I'm going to keep the Zoom running, guys. So thank you, listeners, watchers. Had a solid mid-20s throughout watching us. Thank you very much. Really enjoyed the chat as well. And yeah, I'm going to pause the live stream. We'll be back in approximately 30 minutes, 35 minutes for those who want to continue. Speak to you soon.
Cheers, guys.
Hello, Proxy Table Gaming, Paired Weapon fans, and live chat, and guests of the channel, valued guests of the channel. We're in for a real treat now, aren't we? Because we are at round 5 of the UK Masters. I'm joined once again by Kid, Ryan, and Tommy T. Although I think Tommy T is currently in the bathroom.
Well, I'm back.
Oh, you're back. There you go.
I finished my quick wank and I'm back on it.
all right. Well, that sets the standard, doesn't it? So yeah, good stuff. It's round 5. We're at the last stage. It couldn't be any hotter now, this tournament, and there are. I'm sorry, I'm just checking the live chat. I think, Wyker, you're confusing me. Hyper-G, there are 2 streams running at the same time with 2 chats dividing the viewers. Are there 2 streams running at the same time? Are there actually, or is that a sarcastic comment? I mean, you're making me panic that I've got 2 streams going. I don't know how that's possible, but please tell me if that's just sarcasm or actually reality, because I don't know who's doing the other stream. But anyway, I'll press on as though nothing is going wrong, at least. So we're into round 5. Let me try and throw up. The matchup that we're going to be seeing is going to be Jake's Infernal Dwarfs versus Rory's Kingdom Equitaine. So this is the second time. Definitely not joking. What? I'm confused. Oh well, I'll keep pressing on because there's different people saying different things in the stream, and it's 20 seconds behind me, so I don't know what to do about that. But yes, so we've got Jake's ID versus Rory's Equitaine. We're seeing Rory again, but that's because the alternative match is Hugh versus Kieran, which is.
We're all done with the rats, aren't we?
Yeah, we're all done with the rats.
Yeah,
we don't
thank
want to
God
see.
for
We
that.
don't want to see more rats.
Do you want us to start going through the lists while you try and figure out?
Yeah,
how
while
you've
I try and
broken
figure
the
out what on
matrix?
earth is going on with the 2 different URLs. I don't know what that means. I mean, yeah, I don't know how to fix it. That's for sure.
Does anybody know ID? I used to play him, so I don't mind taking him. But if anybody fancies
Go
him.
ahead. Unless anyone
Okay.
else feels more qualified.
Yeah, no, crack on, mate. Yeah.
Go ahead. I'll
Good
put
times.
Jake's list up. And yeah,
An
go for
interesting
it.
one, this one. They are an awkward armor to build for the IDs, but he has the Overlord General on a Bull of Shamut, flying with a flintlock axe and Eye of the Bull. That's the one that hits like a train, but only hits once.
Bastard.
Yeah. Infernal Weapon, Onyx Core, because he gets to pick 2 weapons, Basalt Infusion, Obsidian Rock, and Luger's Dice. He's loaded up and fast as heck, and only 560 points.
Yeah,
so
so
you
cheap.
see him in every single list. They're very,
So
very good,
cheap.
those guys. Yeah, for their points, they're really good. I like the Turret Commissioner as a BSB with his bodyguards as well. He has one of those. Battle Standard Bearer with the Ether Icon. There's another of those in his unit. Essence of Mithril, Great Weapon, Cleansing Light, which I'll come back onto the Great Weapons later on when we get into the game. And Talisman of Shielding. Again, just hits like a truck, and he's bodyguarded by his mates. Last up, we have a Prophet of that thing. He's a Wizard Adept and Alchemy. That's huge for this matchup. Shield and Magical Heirloom. He then has a Vassal Conjurer, who is a Wizard Adept on Pyro with a Book of Arcane Mastery, just for that extra option. 20 Citadel Guards with their flintlock axes, Flaming Standard and Musician, 2 lots of paired weapon levies with bows, 2 lots of Shackled Slaves, who I still think are cheap at 100 points. I still think there's use for those guys. Turok Anointed, and this is our Commissioner's bodyguard. Great Weapons, Standard Bearer with Ether Icon, Musician, and Champ. He has a Rocket Battery, which is just there to scare off monsters, I think. 2 Slingshots to make everyone all nice and oily, and 2 Giants with a Tower Shield each, which gives them parry and hard target in the front. I think it's a very good upgrade for a Giant, that.
Yeah, really good.
Yeah, they're an
Great unit
exciting
for
team.
340.
Yeah, they're an
What's it,
exciting
3
army.
up armor? Like, geez.
Yeah, because they come with infernal armor as well,
Yeah.
just built in. So very resilient giants, not the usual target them and kill them kind of thing. So yeah, very interesting. I think if you're playing this ID list, I don't think you're too disappointed coming across KOE. Having said that, let's have a look at this KOE list because I think Rory is also very happy. So who's taking the KOE?
Yeah, who wants KOE?
I can run through it if you like.
Go for it. We've seen it. We've seen it once anyway. So
yeah. So he's got a paladin on the hippo with shield, bastard sword, touch of greatness, and prayer etched. And he's got a damsel who is the general on the revered unicorn. She's a master on div and is sainted. Then there's the Equitaine Lord on a Destria with shield, BSB, double ether icon, bastard sword, shield breaker, crown of the Wizard King, and generosity. Then 14 feudal knights with champion banneret that has Castellan's crest on it, musician, and then the standard bearer with a flaming standard. 8 auto sergeants with great weapons and full command. 20 archers with a musician. 9 knights of the quest with full command and oriflame. 8 hedge knights of the champion times 2. A scorpion and lady's courtier who is courtier of the dusk on druidism.
Thank you, Tommy.
Yeah, I think this KOE list looks like it's perfectly suited to attack the weakness of the ID army, which is that nothing outside of its Turoks and its monsters can fight really very well. So is there a unit in that KOE army, possibly the Hedge Knights, that you wouldn't fancy going into anything other than the Bull and the Turoks?
Not really.
Yeah, no. This is a simple answer.
I mean, it definitely looks like it's a huge advantage to Rory at this point, but you know, Jake's a very canny player. He puts a lot of practice in. He really knows the game, and he knows that KOE are very strong at the moment and prevalent in the sort of meta, whatever that means. So he will have teched and practiced against KOE extensively. He will know exactly what he's doing.
Yes.
Don't count Jake out. He's definitely got a plan for how to win this game.
Yeah, it definitely needs to be said because, you know, at the end of the day, we are looking at a potential 4-horse race for the Masters UK this year. Let me see if I can bring up the top. That's not the top. That's the not top. That looks like I've got the same picture twice. Bear with me. Oh, all sorts of technical fun going on with...
Yeah, so Jake is naturally a very conservative player, but I imagine that at this point in the tournament, he knows that he has to get... Realistically, he needs a big win rather than just like an 11 or a 13 or something, because otherwise he may get leapfrogged by someone on table 2. So hopefully this game is going to be really interesting, and we should see like a big win one way or the other.
Yeah, and now I have managed to fix that. I've got the top table showing on screen. You guys won't be able to see this on Zoom, but I can run through it. So leading the way at the moment is Kieran with the Rats, Vermin Swarms, one of 59 points, which is incredibly respectable in 4 rounds. Then second place, we still have Rory on 56, so 3 points behind Kieran. Hugh Scarlin is on 55, so only 1 point behind Rory. Jake on 54, so 5 points behind Kieran at the top. So, you know, if either one of these two wins big, it would take Kieran winning big as well to stay top. There's a little bit of a gap to 5th, which is Artem in 45. I would probably say that it's unlikely, mathematically, that 5th can win or lower. But, you know, eat my hat later, maybe. Yeah, so I think we're looking at the 4-horse race. I have put up the whole table there. Lucky 60 will be delighted to know he appears on both pictures, both in 9th place, bang in the middle, which is, again, very respectable for your first Masters. To be fair, anyone getting to the Masters at all is very respectable and far off what I have ever going to achieve. So, you know, there we go. And I'll just throw up the pairings as well for round 5, just to get the housekeeping out of the way. Thank you very much, Rory. That's Rory's magic being delivered to me. What a lad. That's not the correct picture for the pairings. Bear with me again. Fill time, guys.
Just looking at this ID list, it's got a very soft underbelly and it hates things that charge far and can punch through it. Those vassals, those slaves, and those citadel guards, none of them like getting hit. However, let's have a look at a couple of the strengths though, because that prophet is he's a tricky fella. Being an alchemy really, really helps. He's also an engineer 3+ standing next to a missile launcher. So that's not the end of the world either. That's going to be an interesting one.
That hippo is going to shit his pants at the sight of those things
Yeah.
because they're D3 wounds, aren't they?
Yeah, he can't go near it, and it's multiple shots as well. Like
Yeah.
you just cannot go near it. That Turok unit is horrific to kill because you have to kill every single Turok before you can start hitting the commissioner who's beating the living daylights out of you. The question I wanted to ask you guys is that these come with a 4 armor save and they are baseline strength 5. Is it worth, instead of taking great weapons, giving them a shield and an infernal weapon, so they're strength 6 and a 2-up save? Would you get more out of that and then make the commissioner stronger? Would you get more out of that than an extra pip of strength but 2 pips of armor down? Would you reckon?
I mean, when it's your main fighting block, you've definitely got a real tough decision to make there, haven't you? Because either could be argued as worth doing.
Yeah.
I don't think it's possible to choose between them and not regret your decision instantly, because that's just the way that the dice usually roll. I mean, Tommy, are you a more armor, less power? I don't think you would be. You're going to be more power, less armor, aren't you, Tommy?
I probably would, yeah, but I think, yeah, there's definitely an argument either which way.
Yeah.
Strength 6 is plenty, isn't it? And if the commissioner's punching out with a great weapon with cleansing light, maybe he's the punch. But you know, there are certain monsters that just are absolutely petrified of that because it's strength 7.
Yeah.
Ryan?
I think at res 5 as well. There's a good argument for just taking the extra damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's only certain things can hurt you anyway on the wounding side. Yeah. So
If
there
that
is
gets a
that.
charge off into any of the knight units,
Yeah.
those
Good
knights are
night.
really, really in trouble. They really are.
Yeah.
Ether Icon's interested on them. They are quite quick. I do think they always look better when they've got a movement.
Speed banner, yeah.
Mm,
Agreed.
terrifying with them.
This
Vassal
could be quite
slingshot.
interesting though, because if Jake just holds back a little bit and says, "Hey Rory, if you want the points, you got to come at me,"
Yeah.
and forces the, I mean, he, 2 bolt throws as well.
Yeah.
I mean, even if they're just hitting knights, they're still decent AP.
Although is
Go
that a
through 'em.
risk if Jake's needs the points to overtake Rory? 'Cause Rory is.
I
ahead
mean,
of
it's a
Jake,
bit
so.
of a playing chicken, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
who blinks first?
Absolutely, it's so very tight.
There's only one Scorpion, and although he is the world's greatest Deadeye Dam that we
Yes.
saw in the last game, there is
Yes.
only one real threat that the Overlord on Bull has to have. He might, because he has flight, depending on positioning, he might be able to be the one pressing flanks, causing some pressure without actually having to commit too much of his army.
Yeah.
Because the Infernal
The other
Dwarves have
thing
to be
is,
so careful.
Jake's got the open side here. He doesn't have a lot of places to hide if he wants
Yeah.
to hide it from the bolt
And
thrower.
it looks like Rory has chosen sides, which has allowed Jake to drop
Okay,
for first. Well, I say for first. It's allowed him to drop. Do we think Jake's going for first here?
I always like
think-
second with ID, but I don't know what you guys reckon in this matchup.
I think with his list, it's a bit of a push list, right?
I mean,
He wins by smashing things.
this is the first objective where, well, other than breakthrough, I guess, where having the last turn is a benefit. Hold the ground. You can grab it at the last turn, move everything scoring into the center to win the objective potentially. So there is an argument for getting second in this one.
I mean, even if he pushes forward as aggressively as he possibly can, it's his Overlord, his Commissioners, and his Giants.
Yeah.
Because nothing else can go anywhere. They have to sit back and hide. So his core needs to sit at the back and not do an enormous amount. Because if you leave them a gap to charge through and getting behind you, that could be a massive problem. And they're all going down to one charge.
Yeah.
Mostly. Especially to something like those Quest Knights. They are absolutely horrible. They're the ones with the bastard swords, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Only AP1 now though.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Looking at the magic spells, which we will get onto a bit later, I won't completely do a spoiler now. We've got some aggressive spells coming out. So
That's what I like to see.
Yeah, aggressive
we
law.
are gonna see some blood on this one. Is my early prediction. I mean, you know, we got, well, to be fair, we got a 10-10 in round 4, and we thought that was a win to Rory. So you know, we weren't quite right about that one, but. I mean,
I'm excited to see what he picks in Alchemy. I'm really excited to see, because Lash has got to be on there, but increasing your armor when your core unit is a 4-up is really good, and increasing those
really good.
Turoks if they get charged or they look like they're going to get charged, going to a 4-up is so much.
What does everyone think about the ruin right in front of the objective for Jake?
I think he loves it because he can hide his soft belly there.
Yeah, could well be. Could
be, yeah.
I mean,
does it help him though?
I don't know. I think he's got so many units that are just absolutely petrified of getting into a fight. It might be a good place to hide it.
Yeah,
he's got the rocket battery and the 2 slingshots. Yeah.
I think, I don't know what you guys think, but like a lack of chaff in the KOE is going to hurt this this game. If he had one unit of yeomen who could just run up and stand in front of that. The you know, the big boys and the commissioner, that would just totally transform the game.
Is it the idea that the Hedge Knights take a bit of a pummeling and then become chaff? Because that's what we potentially discussed in the last game, wasn't it?
Auto sergeants, they're long and 260 points,
but not like troops, which is the big thing.
No, troops.
Chaff, isn't it? But yeah.
Yeah, possibly. I
think Rory will have to put.
So, sorry, mate. I think you muted your send again.
Sorry. I think Rory will have to give something up to get in there.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, Hedge Knights are a good option for it. There's not a lot of ballistic skill shooting, although they have got those pistol axes, the flintlock axes. Their weird range doesn't help them a lot, so they're kind of hitting on 4s and 5s a lot of the time when they're doing anything. So
it's worth mentioning actually. One thing with the top 4 looking as it is, and obviously not ruling out anyone below the top 4, but Jake is, I believe, the only previous master of those top 4, and Jake is going for his second masters. So does that experience also help at this stage? You know, nerves potentially, or the big pressure occasion. Jake's done it before. He did it 5 years ago, I believe. So it's a little while ago, but it's still experience. And whereas Rory, Kieran, and Hugh, even though we know Hugh is also very experienced, team captain of England, of course. You know, is that a factor? And does Jake therefore have the edge over Rory in that sense?
Yeah, it could be.
Question to our tournament players, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't imagine Rory will be getting phased though. I mean, like, it's just another game. Obviously, he wants to win big, but I can't see him like getting flustered or anything like that.
Sure, right?
I don't see Jake getting flustered.
What about Rory?
Depends if he gets shot off, doesn't it?
Well, there is
I was just having a look at those flintlock axes again. And although that unit will crumble if it gets hit, it is AP2. I always forget that because they've got an awkward rate. They were at range 16 at one point, but I think they're 18 again now. But charging them, that could be a little bit of a discouragement, I guess. I'm just looking what armor penetration stuff he's got, and the IDR set up quite well.
Yeah,
to hit things with armor.
And I think you know, Rory's got 2 quite expensive single model units that I'm pretty sure Jake's got all the tools to pick them up if Rory, you know, makes a mistake.
Yeah, that rocket battery is horrific with a engineer anywhere near it, which I'm sure will be right next to it.
Which is also in the middle of the board, zoning the objective quite nicely.
Yeah, good spot actually. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the busted multiple wins. I think it's multiple wins 2 AP10 gun that the dude's got. Is that right?
Oh, I'll get it for you now because I'm just
only in combat. Only in combat is it multi wounds 2. Otherwise, it's just one auto hit, auto wound.
Yeah. Shooting attacks on maybe the strength is set to 5 and their armor penetration set to 10.
Yeah, AP10. Yeah. But it hits on like 2s or 3s or something, doesn't it? So
hit automatically.
Oh, even better.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's so limiting for someone unless they have a secondary weapon. So it's so good on one of those because they're really mobile. And that rocket battery is something you just can't get near. It's not got a lot of range. It's 18 inches, but it is quick to fire. 4 shots at strength 6, AP 3, multiple wounds D3.
Ouch.
Does
Yeah.
does it not get extra range for being the
big
artillery?
one. Is it actually artillery? It is, isn't it? I thought it was in a unit. Ah, yes, then it does.
Out of interest as well, the terrain is back to how we were for rounds 1 to 3, but it has been
Yeah.
flipped for
Two-
the camera. So
2 water.
yeah,
That's not good for all of Jake's infantry, is it?
So that deceiving piece of impassable terrain that we love from rounds 1 to 3 is back, but it's on a different side of the table. So yeah. So you're already seeing. I mean, Rory is halfway through deployment, and things could change, of course. We have already seen the hippogriff behind the hill there. Is it worth running through the rest of what we think Jake's deployment is? I mean, I have to say, the painting quality at this tournament is superb. I know the camera can't do it justice, but Jake's army in particular, well, everyone's army, like I say, but Jake is a particularly interesting painter, and some of these models are beautiful. I wish that I could show them in their glory. But so from left to right, what do we got?
A bolt thrower
Yeah,
on the far left, I
yeah.
think. And then
I mean, we can see the Toruk, obviously. We know where they are, and we
What's
can see
next
the
to the bolt
commissioner
thrower?
with them.
what is next to the bolt thrower? Because the other bolt thrower is out on the wing. So good out there. Giants. Where is Giants?
Oh, they must
yeah,
be
giant.
giants.
That must be a
Must be
giant.
both giants. Well, he's got another single model in the other side.
And then I think he has slaves, doesn't it? Are they slaves?
The one on the far left is a bolt thrower, and then we've got a giant.
Is that
Yeah,
slaves?
2 slave units, I think, 2 shackled slaves units, and then the Toruk.
Yeah, the vassal levies are 20 mil bases, aren't they? So they're the small units either side of the big boys.
Yep.
Yeah, good spot.
And then so
Then he's flying captain up front in the middle there, just behind the ruins, and behind that is his big siege weapon, his rocket battery. You're right, it doubles its distance. It's got 36-inch range.
Yikes! Yeah. So there's no hiding from that, is there really?
sit behind the hill or get picked up.
Yeah.
And then you've got your slaves and your other vassals
Levies,
just hiding, and then
Yeah.
a giant and another bolt thrower. With the
Yeah.
bolt throwers, obviously he's got the option of shooting at nights and doing damage. He can also make them all oily. Now, is that an either or now, or is it back to?
No, it's automatic.
Just does it.
It just does it.
Just
now,
does it.
I think.
Yeah, because it makes you flammable and.
There's a token, isn't it, that sits on you until it gets used.
Yeah,
Yes.
and he's also not that I've announced this yet, but Jake has also got access to Curse of Nezibkesh, which is the
That's on the
hereditary.
list. It's got heirloom, isn't it?
Yeah, so
that is really
it's
really
another
good.
way of getting tokens, isn't it? So.
And the alchemy mage, alchemy attacks are still flaming, right?
Mostly.
Mostly, yeah. So I mean,
not always.
If
I know
you-
Tommy,
if you
you're
do
about
get-
to say.
if you do get oiled up and then get lashed,
Oh.
which sounds like,
Damn,
I
that's a
know.
good night round at my house.
as I like to call it, the old Saturday night attack. If you do get one of those done, then that it's just taking off D6 models almost, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Yeah.
That's an interesting deployment. He needed to be compact, and he needed to hide his units that can be charged
Picked
through.
off. Yeah.
You have to be careful. I think the counter deployment is going to be so interesting from Rory.
Yeah.
We saw in the last game that picking a weak flank and committing to it might have actually been quite a good idea if you want to go for it. See if Rory goes that way. Kind of looks like he is.
Yeah. I'm surprised Rory hasn't spread out more. Just to try and get around him.
Yeah.
You know,
Did we decide that the light coloured one that's on the far right of the screen? Did we decide that were the quests?
The ones,
Oh,
the white ones.
Yeah.
Let me just get Rory's attention.
So-
Which units are which are yours? Sorry, Rory.
White and blue are both hedge knights.
White and blue are both hedge knights. Okay, so,
Oh,
so the
okay,
ones on
okay.
the right are both hedge knights.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
So then there's the big unit 5 wide as opposed to into thing, and
Yes.
his big killer unit is the one that's on a funny angle at the moment
Yep.
with his measurer behind him. I don't think they're deployed yet.
No. Which are the Ordos?
The Ordos are the 2-8. Oh no, it's the long one. That one. So you've got the white ones or hedge, then Ordos, because there's 8 and they're wide, I think. And then
Yes, you got.
yeah,
Yeah, they're both
bigger.
hedge. Both hedges
Scorpion.
are eight-man units in different formations on the right-hand side. And then you've got
Right.
8 Ordo sergeants.
Because the Ordos aren't allowed in to go 3 wide.
Right. Yes, they're right. You
Okay,
don't have
right.
lance formation. That answers that for certain. Thank you.
So
Good.
is Rory going to be able to hop his hippogriff from behind the hill to behind the impossible?
Well, yeah. I mean, that would gain him an extra 6 inches, wouldn't it?
Well, no, I mean, and then he won't get shot off.
Yeah, it's a slow progression move, but it would certainly be an option. And yes, Jake looks like he's shaping up for first turn, so now is probably Rory's put his hands on his head for a bit of a relaxing watch of what Jake does about it.
It's an interesting first turn because he can't. Most of his shooting isn't going to do much.
Yeah.
He's not going to be able to reach him with his rocket battery.
Mm.
He's not going to be able to reach. He might be able to reach him with his bolt throwers.
Yeah.
His guns won't do an enormous amount. His magic will do almost nothing. None of it's going to reach. So it's going to be a very passive first turn. Whereas if Rory had to go first, he'd have to sort of walk into ranges.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So let me talk to you about Jake's magic.
Yes. Yeah. Spells.
So we've got the Pyro vassal dude, chief. What's he called? Conjurer.
Yeah.
With Cloak of Cinders, Flaming Swords, and Pyro Flow. That's because he's got the Arcane Book, isn't it? So I mean that's
Interesting.
fairly aggressive. Well, it could be more aggressive, I guess. But
I'm surprised he took Pyro Flow.
Yeah.
well, I guess
Maybe
he's only an adept, so he can only choose between the 4, and the other wizard's already got the hereditary, so he's only not chosen Fireball there.
I don't think it's that bad a choice with the low armor save and the hedge knights. Just big boom boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
And then the other wizard, the Nezebkesh one, has Curse of
Big one.
Nezebkesh, Quicksilver Lash, and Word of Iron. I mean, Quicksilver Lash speaks for itself, doesn't it? And Word of Iron, like has been suggested, that core, getting the +2 armor on the core.
Yeah, they
DTs
feel
on the slaves.
they feel so strong. The dwarfs when they've got a 2-up armor save out of nowhere. It feels absolutely nonsensical to be fair. So it's a really good spell. And again the Turoks as well, because they're going to have to be doing so much lifting, putting them to a 2 or even a 1-up. Can you boost it still?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, them with a 1-up, they'll take a charge off one of these units.
So does he have flaming swords on the Pyro spell?
He does, yeah.
He
He's got
does, yeah,
flaming
okay.
swords,
Yeah. I think
Pyro
that's
Cloak.
That's a huge spell in this game with all the oily tokens.
Oh yeah, yeah. He does have a flaming banner, but I don't think it's on a particularly useful. Oh, they Citadel guards with a flintlock axes.
He can turn on the banner in the shooting phase.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
get a bunch of rerolls.
I think that's a really good idea. If he does get a shot with them before they go down, it's a great idea to put it on because AP2 could be very useful.
So,
He's,
in terms of
nice.
Rory's magic, I know we won't get to it until the bottom of the first, but the Crown has come up with Hand of Heaven, so that's a missile
good.
that could go
Really handy.
in any direction. The Divination Master, Know Thine Enemy, Scrying, Stars Align, and Unerring Strike, which is exactly what Kieran took with it, actually. And then the Courtier Adept on Druidism, Fountain of Youth, and Entwining Roots. Same spell selection as Kieran did. Obviously different crown item, different crown spell, but yeah. Do you think
Roots is good.
those are all the right choices?
Scrying and Roots is good against an army that can shoot you, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Master of Earth isn't going to do much, is it, really? Although it is AP1, so...
I don't know. I don't know if I'd be tempted to try and pick some wounds. They've only, like I said, I think they've only got 2 things to worry about other than the giants. I fought 4 units. Picking some wounds off giants.
Can he cast it through the ruin? I'm not sure that's an
No,
option.
not the ruins. Only
No.
water, hills, and forests.
Yeah.
I mean, he could use it over 6 turns to kill a unit of slaves through by over the water, but
Probably not the best.
no, probably not the best application
pro
there, is
play.
it? Yeah, no. Ignore me, right? What am
Yeah,
I
so-
talking about?
Look at here in the center. Jake's just able to push that unit up just within range of the objective, and then Rory's got to do something about it. Otherwise, he's
Well,
gonna
Potentially
sit
not
there and
until
rack
end of
up.
turn 2, but yeah.
rack up the points.
Yeah, doesn't count turn 1, but you're right.
So that would
mean,
be
the-
levies, is it? No slaves.
The
Sorry.
the KOE is a bit limited on where you can go with the debt impassable there.
Yeah.
So I mean, if Jake zones that area quite well, and basically says, "Hey, if you want to come out, you're going to give me an okay charge."
Yeah, this is what he's doing right now.
Yeah, he's got the giant
Exactly.
out there, hasn't he?
Yeah. And Roti in the chat, thank you very much for clarifying. The vassal conjurer can't take the hereditary spell anyway. Not allowed to. So that even more backs up why the other caster has got the hereditary.
Casual dwarf racism.
Oh, I don't know where to go with that comment.
One
Tommy,
of the
help
few
me out.
types of racism that are absolutely fine and
Oh,
should be encouraged.
There you
I
go. I
think
knew you'd have me
so,
covered,
you
Tommy.
know.
I knew you'd have me covered. How's the New Zealand scene for Infernal Dwarfs, Ryan?
We've got a couple guys that play Infernal Dwarfs. One of them actually helped write the book.
Oh,
wow.
there you go.
Bonus.
Well,
Yep,
which version of
means,
the book? The 19th or the 21st?
I think it's one of the. Oh, I don't know.
Who knows?
One
No
of
one
the
knows.
earlier ones.
Yeah,
It's late, mate. I mean,
yeah. True.
Yeah, how you're vertical, I don't know, mate.
Yeah, what time is it in New Zealand?
it's almost 3 a.m.
Oh, my goodness. And that's Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah,
I don't know. How far ahead can you go?
it's Monday.
It's Monday, yeah.
Ryan doesn't know at this stage, mate.
No, true, yeah.
Those ruins have been used. We've seen a couple of KOE games, and those ruins have been used as a trap, basically. In each one. The Strider standard, I don't see in a lot of lists, but it's one I get a ton of use out of with the KOE, especially because you can just hide in woods and say, right, your shots are harder to get and things, and then they can just stride through.
Although
as far as
perhaps less so with KOE now that you can get access to Druidism and Strider on the attribute.
Yeah, true. Yeah, possibly.
But still very much so.
Yeah, Strider's such a good such a good rule for them, because they lose so many points when they fail a DT.
Yeah, I mean, now are you tempted to go with movement banners ahead of Strider and Druidism to get your Strider from? But
yeah, that makes them super quick. They've lost that thing that the Lords could take, which gave them rerolls to charge. In the old book, I used to love that thing. People would be like, yeah, you can get him on a hippogriff. I'm like, he's going into a normal unit because I will fail charges constantly if not.
yeah, we've just had the first visit from, I don't imagine this is just a friendly passing visit from Hugh, checking out the table, looking what's going on. Him and Kieran are well underway in their game. There's been a lot of movement going on there. Not that I can see who's in control or not, but
Come on, Hugh, my boy.
yeah, come on, Lucky Sixes, finish your game in 20 minutes and be my roving reporter.
Just
Team
table it.
England captain. Come on.
That's your backing, is it, Tommy? Let's go round actually, Tommy. If you had to choose between the top 4, is it Hugh all the way?
Hugh all the way, yeah. That
Okay.
laugh just makes me come.
Okay, you're right. Moving on. Kid, over to you. Who's your top 4? Who do you think's going to make it?
It's such a close one. I'm gonna go with a big win for Rory.
Oh, okay.
Ooh,
Fair
Rory,
enough.
the people's champion.
Yeah, definitely the
Mm,
people's champion.
Gave me a
yeah.
big smile before, won my heart, and I'm going with him.
Okay, Ryan, any wild
I
prediction?
got praise that. I'm putting my money on the dark horse, Jake.
Nice,
Mm.
nice.
Ooh.
Well, I guess that leaves me with Kieran, right? And I can't say I'm disappointed with that because
Well.
Kieran's been smashing it. So you know.
You're backing the rat staff. Oh my
Well,
god.
No,
he's
I
great.
said I was left with the rats. You know, there's 4 of us. There's 4 top contenders. I'll take Kieran then. You know.
I'm taking minutes, guys. Can we just confirm that HyperG said that his favorite army are Vermin?
Oh no!
Yeah,
I think that's
definitely.
pretty. Yeah.
Oh no! It's on record and
RPG rat traitor
everything.
confirmed.
It's on record. Oh boy! Oh boy! I think it's the Irish connection. I'd be in trouble if I didn't support the Irish. So there you go. You know, what with the wife being Irish and her family and everything.
We got some magic
Oh,
going
we
down,
have.
I think.
Yes. Let's keep
It
an
doesn't
eye
look
on.
like a big magic phase. I think he took 5 dice out and put them in front of him as a pool. So it doesn't look like they've got an enormous magic phase, although he's rolling all the dice that I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
So what's this, Slash, maybe?
This is it's either going to be Lash or Pyro Flow in terms of range spells. Although
Yeah.
Curse of Nezubkesh, does that still put out tokens or something or other?
It puts a token on your guy, yeah.
Oh, and we've had a knight on the left hand side has been killed, I believe.
I think you've just got to stop Lash, haven't you? There's nothing else that's as
Two knights on the left hand side have been killed. Yeah. So Jake looks like he's targeting that flank there.
Which unit did it come off? Sorry, the one on the extreme or
Extreme
the one next
left.
to it?
Extreme
Yeah.
left.
I
In
think
corner.
the quests are the one next to him, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah.
It'll have been a fire spell into them, I guess, because they're the ones
Into
with 3
shooting
ups.
phase. That's the
Yeah.
bolt throw on the left into the knight. Missed.
Must have missed.
It needs 5s a lot, that thing.
Yeah, it's the hedge knights have lost 2.
Yeah, it must be to a flaming spell. I'm guessing he stopped Lash and let
Yeah.
the flaming spell through.
Absolutely.
Is he going to take off the scorpion?
He's going to try.
I mean, it's an option.
What's he hitting it with?
That's rocket battery, I think. 4 shots for him.
Well, there's
Yeah, of
definitely
course,
a 1 on there. Rory's rolled.
2d3 wounds.
Oh, yeah, it was the Aegis save.
Does it get an Aegis save?
Not nice.
Yeah, the Scorpion does.
Yep.
Is it?
Does
Oh
it?
my gosh.
Everything
Score.
gets an Aegis save now. Equitaine.
Scumbags. Did it made it through that without any wound? Oh no, it took some.
Yes, you're right. He's targeted the Scorpion.
But it's not dead.
No, it's not dead. It does have
If-
5 HP, though. That's a bit of a legacy thing.
Mm.
3 wounds taken by the look of the amount of tokens on that Scorpion. Maybe
If
even
that-
4. There might be one stacked on top. I can't tell, but it's alive, so that's the main thing.
If that thing goes, that Overlord is going to have some
Have a field day.
Another
yeah.
bolt thrower
absolute
coming in.
jolly days. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, the other bolt thrower can target it, can it?
And it's the flammable one that Jake's gone with. He's rolled 3 dice, I think. And oh no,
Oh no, he's hit those.
he's gone
with
for the other knights instead.
That's the
Yes,
feudal ones.
that's
isn't
the
it? They're
AP10.
called.
on that. Clearly, that's what's doing that.
And that's a flammable marker on them.
Yes.
They are oiled up.
Is he shooting with? He's not shooting with his pistols, is he?
That's bows now, isn't it?
Oh, he's got his 2 levers. Have got bows, haven't they? Yeah.
It's a very shooty list, isn't it?
Mm.
I mean, in the Paired Weapons podcast list review, we did have Craig Johnson on saying that, it is just the one threat for Jake, but you can't say it's one threat when you've got a load of shooting like that, right?
Mm. Yeah, they just sort of wear you down a bit. I mean, he's gotten to a decent point in the tournament doing it, hasn't he? At the end of the day, those 2 giants can't be underestimated. I think when it comes to support chargers, giants are a fantastic unit. They're so easy to maneuver around, relatively quick.
Yeah, well, you can see what he's doing with them there. He's just keeping his flanks clean by threatening with the giants. And he's probably given double 6s on the knight units facing them.
Yeah.
And obviously,
Yeah.
if Rory fails, then it's totally doable for the giants to go in.
Yeah.
The night bus is
Encounter.
like a lot of static res as well. So if a giant gets in there, it can be very hard for the KOE to shift it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just grind it out.
Especially with a 3-up save on the giant.
Yeah.
Even if you do squeak a wound through with your strength 4 hits, it's just going to slap you about a bit. I do like them with tower shields. Of all the different unique giant upgrades, the tower shield's one of my favorite.
I think
giving
it
him an
suits
enormous-
Infernals, doesn't it?
Yeah. Giving him an enormous lance when you put him in the KOE was always fun, don't get me wrong.
Is that what the giant version has got in that?
I think
I
so,
mean,
yeah. I
Actually,
think it's
this
just-
giant in the Infernals is actually legit within the book itself, isn't it? Whereas
It is,
the
yeah.
KOE are using the supplement, aren't they?
Hyper G comes with an enormous lance standard.
yeah, it's just on the profile.
What can I say? What can I say?
I think they might be done. It's taken quite a while getting his positioning right, but he absolutely had to.
Yeah. I think
I'm
we're
surprised he's
into-
coming forward with so many of his softer units. I thought they might hang back, but I guess he's got to get secondary, hasn't he?
And they can always flee and leave them space to flee into.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, true.
as a
That's
Saurian
the
player,
reason he's just going to move up, and then he might move backwards subsequently.
we all know about fleeing as a Saurian player, don't we, Tommy?
Yeah, I'm often doing it when I don't mean to, but
Yeah. So Ryan, are you an aggressive player with your Dread Elves, or do you?
Oh, monstrous, should say.
Good stuff.
oh yes, my
I
man.
took a unit of was it 28 Judicators with Swift Stride, and then like
Nice.
with the Witchcraft up attributes. You know, you could get like movement 6, 7,
Yeah.
7 was
The
Swift.
Scent of Blood
sorry.
banner as well.
Scent of Blood. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Is that Swift Stride? Yeah, or X1 plus 1
Swift
devastating
Stride.
charge?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Because and then if the unit you're charging has taken a wound, you get something else as well.
Yeah. Yeah,
Amazing.
you get an extra movement against wounded units. So
Yeah. Infantry with movement 8.
and then with all the other buffs, like you know, the hatred and battle focus and all that, they
Yeah.
just
And-
slap so hard.
And surely that unit could technically get Truth of Time on it as well for movement 10, right?
Yep, with the new updates. Yep,
That's
definitely.
insane.
Nice.
Yeah. I know what I'm doing
Sounds
next
like
time
my
I play the
next
Dreaders, yeah. Yeah. Brilliant.
Yeah, they seem to have a combination of rules that makes your opponent sad, which is what draws me to them as an army.
The only
Playing
reason.
with them makes me sad because I always end up drawing bloody high elves with 1,000,000 bow shots and a bunch of dragons who just
Yeah.
weapon my guys off.
That is the worst. You're just like, oh, this is not gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Ah, fuck this game.
Longbows and 3 up to hit is just a nonsense.
Yeah. So we've got Hedge Knights making a bit of a sideways maneuver. It looks like they can't outflank the giant, but maybe they're thinking, we'll outflank you next time if you don't do something about us.
I wonder if they're there to zone the giant. I'm not sure that giant had a ton of intention of running forward, to be honest.
No. No.
Oh no, he
who's
doesn't want to
zoning
go
who?
forward. He's just he's happy to keep them there
Keep them away from
and
the
dominate the
Wolf Throne,
center.
yeah.
I'm just wondering whether the Hedge Knights would have been better off trying to run past its line of sight and forcing it to actually do something, because I think if he sits there, I think the Hedge Knights and the Giants sit there for a little bit.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
ID are going to be very, very happy to have a very narrow field. So anything that narrows
Very
is gonna
much
be
so.
I don't think Jake minds that at all, right?
No.
You know, that's what the giant's there for.
We've got
Yeah,
the
it's doing its job.
We've also got the classic Jake pacing beginning.
Pacing,
For
yeah.
those who don't know Jake, that's
Yes,
good to see.
Gets his
He'll be
miles in.
pacing and talking himself through all of his rules, your
Yes.
rules,
And taking
uh,
pictures as well, because he will have a debriefing with himself later, I do not doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw him
Well,
take
I
them
had a
all before, yeah.
debriefing with myself before this game started.
All right.
That's a rookie move. I'm doing it right now.
Oh,
Where's the models are beautiful.
please.
I've got the rules. Well, how you're interpreting it, Hyper G, is nothing to do with me. I'm just. Oh, this is a bit more of an aggressive. Oh, he's gone in.
Oh,
So how did he do the move before the charge?
no, I'm not sure he's gone in. There's
maybe
there's
he's
a
just
gap.
figuring out
There's
what
a
he would
1-inch
do.
gap.
Oh, he's run at it.
He's run at it, yeah.
And then set up the counter charge after it, and then you can burst through, hit the Okay, that's
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah, because then send the quests. Oh my goodness, send the quests down. Yeah, after it, and then
I mean,
there's a
how
possibility
far
to
away
run
is
straight
the
through.
Anointed there?
Yeah, you got to be careful.
Oh,
with
there you
those.
go. Is he going for the counter charge, or is he just holding up the giant while he sets it up?
Hmm.
Yeah, what is going on there?
Is he hoping to? Oh, has he set the Turox as his quest?
As
So he
his
gets.
quest? Oh, sure.
Yeah, 'cause
Yes,
they're
you have
knights
to
of the
choose a
quest that
unit
are running
entry,
them
don't
up.
you?
Yeah, I'm
And you
just
get a
wondering
+1
if
advance
he's
against them. Is that right?
gonna go at them. I'll have a quick look now. I know they definitely get an advantage in combat. I don't know if it's rerolls to hit. They're immediately deploying. You must choose one enemy unit in the army book. Models of all from that this unit entry in the army are considered marked for attacks allocated towards marked models or towards models joined to units. Lethal strike and reroll to wound.
Oof, brutal.
Considering this is the second time we've seen Rory's KOE, the first time we're mentioning it.
I don't think his question knights had beef with anyone in the
No.
last game, mate.
No, we
No.
certainly. Well, no,
There were no quests getting fulfilled there, were there?
no. They just went for a jaunt down the field and then back again.
Yeah, Rory's just standing behind the impossible now with the hippo.
That is a bold move because
I mean-
quests are very, very good. But are we really thinking that quests want to go into that unit where you can't hurt the commissioner?
Sure.
Oh, do you know what though? You break their steadfast incredibly quickly.
Yeah.
No. Does bodyguard doesn't give you stubborn, does it? It just means you can't.
Yeah, it's stubborn.
Ah,
So, yeah,
then Jesus.
He's got to kill the whole lot to break them.
Well,
really.
5 of them. Yeah.
2 attacks at strength 5, AP1 because of the sword. That I don't fancy that. I don't care what your rerolls are or what your
No,
origin says. I don't
It's not
fancy
happening,
that.
is it?
I'm very pleased to see, Tommy, that you called the hippogriff move behind the impassable. That was genius if ever I saw it. Where's he going next, though?
Depends.
Back behind the hill?
Yeah.
Oof, that commissioner hits like an absolute truck, you know.
Yeah.
4 attacks at strength 7.
And he can be divine, right?
Yes, he's got that item, hasn't he? What items he got? Turret commissioner has
Cleansing
got
light.
cleansing light. Yeah.
That's optional divine, isn't it? I think.
I've got the compendium up. Let me have a look.
Oh, number
We
2 or
got
3.
number 2. Thank you, Rory. That's the little
Switching
one.
phase for Rory. He probably, yeah.
Yeah,
Probably
it's
would like to be-
maybe divine, but if it takes divine, it has to take flaming, so it won't do because these guys will all have 5 up ages. against
Aegis,
it.
yeah. Infernal armor.
You're just giving them an extra aegis, aren't you, at that point?
Yeah.
Well, no, this is on the Torok guy, right?
Oh yes. you and your brain. Yeah, no, that's a really good point. Yeah, divine attacks and flaming. So
divine against KOE is amazing.
Yeah, especially if you've got great weapons because you're ignoring
Yeah.
their armor at that point. Are you ignoring your armor?
So
Double
what's
check,
he? Is
you
he
might have...
what's going on there? Does he just cast a spell
It's definitely magic.
on the Scorpion?
He wants rid of it, doesn't he? So trying to get something on there. Is he trying to heal it back up? Because he has got the
Yeah, it could be.
gent with healing. Let's put a card down. I don't think
He
it's-
has.
Or rerolls?
I think we might have
Could it-
Strider
Could
on
have been
that.
scrying as well.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
Has he got
I
scrying?
think we've got
Yeah.
scrying on the bolt thrower and we've got Strider on the night block. Is what we've got because 2 cards have gone down there.
Yeah.
No, that can't.
Or is it
That's not a
Guiding
combo.
Light?
Can't be right,
That's
no.
not a combo. Yeah,
It'll be guiding light. Yeah.
it will be. Yes. Yeah. Wrong attribute. Right effect. There you go. Yeah, because there's no need for Strider on the knights unless they're making a very, very big charge through the ruins.
Bow shots now.
Bow shots, I think. Yeah.
I'm not sure who is shooting, but
Vassals, I
shit.
guess. Yeah, if he's taking one off, it's going to be the vassals, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just can't get behind Peasant Bowman.
oh, this is a bolt throw.
He's
good enough
rolling
for
to
you,
wound.
RPG.
Looks like it's wounded.
No. Yeah, Deadeye down.
3. How many?
He's
Oh,
lethal.
3
Just take
as
models
well.
off when he gets up. He is a
3 wounds to a
absolute
giant.
monster. Shrug all
Yeah,
you like, mate.
There is a dice
Scorpion
that says 3
OP.
wounds. Oh boy.
That guy.
I mean,
I reckon
considering
it's
how aggressive the other hedge knights have been to the giant with no wounds taken, surely those hedge knights on this side can come in
Yeah. Should've done
to
the
the
other.
raged up giant.
he's taking trick shots at this stage now, that Scorpion.
Yeah.
He's got his eyes closed. He's doing it behind his back.
Yeah. Left-handed
So what is
shooting.
It could be Rory's trying to pull the giant off more to the right, and then maybe you can get aggressive with the autos
Yeah.
and the courtier.
I haven't a clue what he's rolling. It's a lot of
What's
dice.
all
though.
this rolling? Yeah. you sure he didn't make the charge
Bowman?
there?
We're not sure.
Where's his,
I think he's in.
It must be.
Because if you wanted to do that, you would have at least tried and failed to charge because it's just almost the same thing.
Yeah, I can't see it.
I think he's gone in. It was just weird that he moved his
Yeah,
other knights
so
over
it's Jake
He's
Martinez
first.
taking
wins.
wins. Yeah, he's taking wins.
Do you know what he probably did?
That's
Maybe
horses.
he rolled the charge, started his movement phase, and went, oh, I need to put him in.
Yeah,
Because he definitely
it
moved the
didn't
other
affect
hedges.
anything else, did it? So that's totally forgivable. Yeah.
Oh, that's a really good charge then. That's a really good charge, unless the giant eats them, because hedges are soft.
I mean, the danger as well is that the hedge knights will be attacking before the giant, and they'll just rage it up, won't they?
Give him
So,
more attacks, yeah. But he won't be steadfast, will he? The giant, I mean.
well, with either.
Giants aren't
The
stubborn
hedge
either,
knights
are
have got light troops as well, so neither can be steadfast.
Are they like troops?
Yeah.
Oh, well, he will be steadfast then because he's got a rank.
The giant, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, gigantic. One hedge
Well,
knight goes
giants,
down.
just the one.
Yeah, just the
They can-
hitting's the problem for giants.
The good thing with these ones is, as was pointed out to me by Kieran on text, so I keep forgetting it, even though it was my army. They do have parry as well, though, so they are good against elite units. Those giants, they can be really frustrating to go into with elite units and lose half your attacks.
Yeah.
Just putting them up against those quests is an interesting one. Although you can always Orison to a +1, can't you? But still.
Yeah, rubber lance, thing of the past, maybe not. It's an interesting one that the Orisons can be used with no range now. You just literally put it on whoever you want. I mean, it's a simplification, isn't it? Do we think that's a good thing for the game, or
It's a good thing for KOE players.
well, yeah.
So yeah, bad for the game.
You have put a lot more thought into it, right?
Yeah. Oh, it was a million times more powerful before the update. Being able to do it just when you're about to go into combat and you already know what your magic's done and stuff was horrific. It was essentially a free spell that your opponent has no chance of stopping. It was absolute nonsense at that point. I used it liberally.
Very much so.
Yeah, being able to choose whether it goes on an Aegis save or +1 to hit after you try to cast spells is just completely busted.
I've got some planning for Jake at the start of his turn.
Yeah, he has to be so careful with his shuffles here.
He's definitely commentating his options, whether that's a Jake thing or whether that's to
It most
psych
certainly
out
is
Rory.
stuff, yeah.
Yeah, have you played against Jake? Have you, Tommy?
Yeah. Lovely chat. Very good player.
I've never had the pleasure, but Jake is a lovely chap.
I'm just surprised that Rory made that charge into the giant because his chances of doing anything to the giant are so low. If that unit is light troops, then it's just never going to break, is it?
No.
This is why I was thinking the quests were going to come up more aggressively, so that when it does break,
but they face the other way, haven't they?
Run
So
in. Yeah, because I thought the idea was to go through that, hit the bolt throw, and then be in behind. But
yeah, and consequently,
Or at least turn
if the hedge
on the
knights
spot
do
and look down the line.
if the hedge knights do lose the combat and the giant runs after them and pursues, especially if it happens in Rory's turn, then
he's in
the
a world
giant
of hurt.
straight into the flank of the knights. Yeah.
because the hedge knights do have a lot of attacks, but especially on the charge. But
Yeah, but KOE never like being attacked on the flank, do they? No matter how many attacks they've got. So,
yeah, because I wouldn't even counter charge that. I'd just leave the giant there and just have him beat up those hedge knights.
Yeah,
especially
he'll grind them
because
out, won't he?
especially because the other it's not protecting the expensive unit, the quests, because the quest is so far back. It's not even doing that.
So I've just had Martin Berenson in the chat. Where can you see the lists that they're playing with? I will throw them up right for you now. So Rory's list coming on screen. That's the KOE. So we'll leave that up for you, Martin, for 30 seconds or so.
Whoa, some aggression going on there.
Can you talk us through it while we've got the list on screen?
He's
'Cause I
trying to
can't see
chaff
that
up
now.
the whatever that
Chaff up the quests.
The
quest,
quests with that is the vessels, isn't it? Vassals.
slaves. I think they are, mate.
Are they the slaves? Oh yeah, the bigger one.
So there is Rory's list
Yeah.
up for you.
Now he's got the Torok within 6 of the centre for scoring.
and then
It's
Jake's
interesting
list
though,
as
because
well.
the Toroks aren't protecting those quests. Those quests will go through because they'll hit them in the front, then go into the unit behind. and the turrets can't do anything about it. That's an interesting one. Or maybe he's hoping the giant will be there to countercharge at that point.
Has he forgotten about the impossible pushing them? Oh, he's moved back again.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, because the quests will just fly through. He doesn't want them sitting on his wing. They're really, really good. The fact that they've got bastard swords means that the failing a charge or whiffing a bit on your first attack doesn't affect them the same way. And 2 attacks each as well. I would be fascinated to see if he's put his quest on that big Turok unit, because it seems like such a waste. That's a unit you just ignore until it
Don't want to
goes away.
touch, yeah.
There is a tiny yellow card on the Torok unit.
It's interesting. It's because he's doubled up on a couple of the other units. I suppose he doesn't need help against them. You could do giants, because basically it's not just a giant, it's any giant in whichever that entry is.
Yes.
Unit entry,
yes.
yeah.
Unit entry, you're right.
It's just interesting.
And there's a couple of options there, isn't there? Vassal, shackled slaves, double up on them.
Yeah, you need that extra bit of punch against them slaves.
Yeah.
This is, of course, a display as well of the very best kind of orc. It's one that's shackled. So
No.
always a good sign to see.
Oh, that's your second warning, I'm afraid. Second
Hey, listen,
warning.
you want to push fertilizer around HyperG, that's on you.
The only good orc is an enslaved orc.
No.
I'm going to get a t-shirt made for my first tournament. I think there's the one in June or something, isn't there?
Is that the one? I was going to ask you actually, kid. When are you gracing us with your first tournament?
I think possibly that one. I need to decide if I'm going to push my KOE around a bit more, simply because they're the prettiest models I've ever converted up,
fair enough.
whether I commit to a new army. I kind of feel I need to revitalize my competitive place. I'm tempted by a new army, and since people are abandoning a sinking ship of dread elves, it seems like the perfect time for me to lose and blame it on a book. So
Ryan, sinking ship of dread elves, comment.
Everybody's running off with them, Ryan.
Yeah, well, I'm playing Saurians at the moment.
Oh yes,
So
a
you
fellow
ran off as well.
LMC. We've got 3 LMCs in the live stream.
I think the new book's good, man. It's good fun.
I can't agree with you. I think it's trash.
Oh, you're just
Do
on
you like the old shooty one?
Well, I'm not going to say I like it, but I mean, I think I kind of vaguely knew how to play it. Not well. But...
Tommy is going through the worst run of form that I've ever seen in a 9th age player. I keep trying to pull him out of the gutter, and he keeps on rolling bad, and it's beginning to upset me now.
It's the core, Ryan. What's your core look like?
Big unit of TU with the elders.
Thank you.
And then a small unit of hunters as a bunker for.
Oh, you muted yourself.
Oh, he's muted.
Sorry.
He doesn't want to give away trade secrets.
The to run around with the slan on the mount.
Oh, really?
Because they're like troops, and it's standard infantry. So.
Gosh, that's interesting.
Okay, I'd never thought of that, but yeah, cool.
Yeah.
And then just trying to remember what else I've got in there.
To be fair, that's probably a lot of the points. Yeah. Oh, nice.
The 8 Caymans. Yeah. Do you go with Tooth and Claw or Halberds?
Tooth and Claw and a Flaming Banner.
Flame
and
Standard,
the Mind Shifting Mastery.
Yeah, that's the best. Yeah.
You get the rerolls with them.
Tommy loves a bit of mind shifting, don't you, Tommy?
Not the only thing I like shifting stuff.
What have we missed in the battle? What have we missed in the battle? Bring us back in line.
Look at these bloody infernal dwarfs. They've decided it's fighting time.
Yeah.
They've chosen violence.
I have.
So that is the slaves on the right, because it's a big unit, isn't it? I think.
Yeah.
It must be the shackle slaves, because it's massive. The vessels have gone up. It's just using his core as chaff. To be fair, his entire those 4 units are only for 560 points. That one Citadel Guard unit is as much.
They're kind of like the screen before the objective, aren't they? You know, you've either got to take them out, or I will just sit here and claim the objective every turn.
Has he given a flank to the unit to the right of the bolt thrower?
I'd be surprised if he has.
The order,
no,
he must have done.
He must have done.
Yeah, the orders, I think he has. I'd be tempted to just tilt at this
I mean,
stage, unless there's some horrible
I'll
counter
say it
charges.
quietly. Is that just going to be a flea, irrespective? Whoever
Yeah,
charges
possibly.
them.
Well, if he does, then that's the central night bus can just go
Whoop, straight in.
sailing
Yeah,
forward, can't he?
yeah. It doesn't look like he's anywhere near done yet, so we won't get too excited.
I've got to say, using shackled slaves as chaff is got some surprising uses, especially when you can reform them 7,000 years long, because there's 20 of them and they've got bigger bases. You can pull some absolute nonsense off with them, because they're insignificant as well. You don't really care. They can be really, really handy.
Yeah.
Going back to what you were saying before, I think it was Tommy was saying about this particular list not having super flexible chaff. It seems to have that sort of hybrid chaff, doesn't it, of the hedge knights. Again, yeomen with their quick reforms, or those little flying buggers, could be an absolute nightmare at this stage.
Yeah, agreed.
Is dice going? Are we on to magic?
Must be. A lot of dice as well, actually.
He needs a good magic phase, doesn't he? I think it looks like he's committed.
This must be Pyroflow coming in with that many dice.
If it's not being dispelled,
No,
it'll be Pyroflow, because
I think that's to be expected with AP0. So
just beat up.
Looks like he's measuring to the Scorpion. I'm surprised he'd be still trying to kill that thing, because surely next turn Rory's either going in or going home, isn't he?
although to be fair, there's dice being rolled and now the model's being moved again. So maybe we're not in magic yet. That's confusing.
Not 100% sure.
Now the model's moved
Maybe
back
he was
again.
moving. Oh yeah, still in movement, isn't it? It's really interesting. He seems to be setting him a trap to go through his big units, but as a KOE player, that's exactly what I would want to do. Is go through his big units. Obviously, he's setting him up for something, but it is interesting. He's thrown.
Well, I think he wants him hitting the slaves or whatever they are in front of the standing on the objective, and then he's got no overrun, has he?
Because they just disappear.
Well, because of the angle, yeah. And
Yeah.
then he'd be seen by the Lord and the Toruk.
Yeah, the Lord will definitely get. Oh no, the Lord looks like he's looking off to the left though.
And then
he'd still catch him.
Maybe even flank with the infantry as well to break steadfast, if he needs to or whatever.
Yeah, we definitely weren't in magic because there is still movement going on. So
that flying overlord is an absolute pest for KOE. KOE are such a strong army at the minute, but I was discussing last night actually around where I think they struggle. I don't think they like monsters because you think, oh, they've got all these knights. They've got strength 6 knights. Like there's only so much they can do into big things, and I don't think they like anything that flies as well because, like you were saying before, their flanks are horrific. They're massive.
Yeah, I can't stand KOE. I mean, I'm amazed that Rory's done so well with an army that I could never get anything out of.
It wins big, doesn't it? That's the thing. If you start to lose against KOE, they just run you down. I think it's good at tournaments, KOE. Yeah, you were saying before, Hyper-G, about watching someone just go through an unbelievable run of bad form. Since Kieran has been playing with some of the more tournament players, he's massively outstretched me as a player. He's way better than me. Hasn't beat me since, and it's through the most horrendous miscasts, followed by panics. One unit of 6. What are they called? Feudal Knights took off 5 of his units.
Nice.
It hit one of his war machines, swung round, hit it in the back, It was unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it. So I'm doing my best not to play him anymore.
Just stick with that. Yeah.
I think it might be the way to go.
Are you just absorbing all of his losses then?
I feel like it must be so frustrating for him because he's improved so much as a player, and he'll do about 5 times in a game something will happen. I'll think, oh my god, I never saw that, and then he'll charge me and he'll just drop dead. I'll be mint.
Brilliant. I mean, I'm hoping,
happen, doesn't it?
I'm hoping that Lucky Sixes is going to be so mentally drained and destroyed by this tournament that I will never lose to him again. I mean, What do you think?
Lost a bit of himself. Your turn at the Masters next year, Hyper G. We have to
I've
see
got
if
to start
Lucky
going to
Sixes will take your
tournaments
seat.
first, haven't I? Yeah. I know.
Are you feeling it? Are you getting back on it?
My actual goal is to go to 4 tournaments in a year.
Oh, good luck.
And
Yeah.
you really do need. I mean, other than the Dan Mintos and the Kierans of this world who managed to win tournaments and qualify that way, the only chance you really have of qualifying for the Masters is if you can definitely get to 4 tournaments, preferably more. And that is my only goal, is to get to 4 tournaments. Where I finish could be anywhere. So it would be a dream, but
There's usually 2 or 3 in Element Games, and you're always welcome round at mine or Matty's. We'll go out and have a few beers because I'm only 20 minutes from there. And the other Kieran that I keep talking about, the one who rolls like crap, he only lives around the corner as well.
Brilliant.
So yeah.
Well, PTG on tour. Sounds good.
Yeah, let's do it. I think I'll definitely be attending the ones at that time once I decide what army I'm playing.
Yes, and actually, while we're talking about tournaments, I think Gobbo and Dan, Scabfat of the PTG world, would definitely not forgive me if I at least mentioned Art of War at least once, Tommy, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now is the
Let's
time to
pimp
plug
Art of
it.
War.
I mean, you'll know better than I will, Tommy, but is it completely signed up now? I mean, or are we plugging a few extra places? What are we talking about?
I think we might be into reserves, but there's bound to be dropouts. So yeah, if you're not signed up yet, guys, get signed up to Art of War. It's the best tournament of the year. By a big margin down at Bristol in the new big, which is a vastly superior venue to the old big.
Yeah, it's nearly 50 in terms of numbers, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's a big tournament in Bristol.
When is that?
It's in about three weeks' time, or was it 4 weeks' time? Yeah.
So I work from Bristol every now and then. That might be tempting as a sign that one off as a work trip.
It is a good one.
Get signed up, mate. There's some amazing prizes. The prize support is absolutely enormous.
Yes, it is. As well as the podium swords available.
Alternative scenarios, so it won't be just the usual.
Yeah, you've been involved in writing them this year, haven't you?
No, not really, no. That's been Dan's thing.
Fair enough. But Dan is a genius when it comes to imagination, isn't it?
So, he is.
And I know Gobbo's done some great work with the prize support, like you mentioned already. And yeah, it is around Valentine's Day, so if you are thinking to yourself you need some company, what better than 50 other blokes, right?
It's too late to submit that scenario with the strip 9th again, or we'll leave that till the summer.
Hey, I'll give you Dan's email address. In fact, I'll say it live on the channel so that everyone can email.
In February, ooh.
Hey, do you know what? Again, this is why I'm picking an army that's just been nerfed. I need an excuse for a push showing, Tommy, and the winter might be the one. I think we're onto Magic here, aren't
yes, we've got a lot of dice coming out. I mean, I've said we were into Pyroflow before, but we've definitely got more coming.
Yes,
we'll see where the wounds go. I've got the benefit of having Rory's wound marker bag right on my table, so he can't put wounds on anything without me knowing about it. There goes another. A questing knight has gone down. I mean, every single one of them that goes down is a blow, isn't it?
Yeah. What was that from? Pyroflow, do we think?
I think it must have been.
He's let that, whatever it was, I think he let through, and there's no way he's letting last through.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He's pretty unlucky to lose one to that, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, it's a 1 on the armor.
But 9 of them wounded on 3s. You might spike and get 4 or 5 of them. A 1's not.
Could have been the Blaze.
Yeah, true.
Could have been.
Oh, true. Yeah. Good point. Keeping us in line, Ryan.
I'm doing my best.
How are you feeling?
No idea how.
Are the eyes drooping?
Yeah, he's the most focused of us.
Have you got a busy day tomorrow? Have you got a busy Monday, Ryan, or is it a day off?
No, day off, mate. That's why I'm doing this.
Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Good stuff. So I mean,
So go ahead.
You mentioned earlier, Ryan, that you play a lot of team tournaments. Is that a common thing in New Zealand? Team tournaments over individual?
We have one team tournament a year.
Okay, so not much more than
is
the UK.
The best.
Yeah.
I'd be really interested in playing in a team tournament. I think that sounds like such an interesting.
It's good fun. It is good fun. I've never done a team tournament in one weekend. I've only ever done it online over a course of 4 or 5 weeks.
All right.
Yeah, I've done a few of them. It's quite fun, but when you're the shittest player on the team, it's a bit stressful because you just end up dragging everyone else down.
Yeah, but I mean, 1 point is 1 point, right? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, there was that.
I saw one in America. This was about 2 years ago now, and they had a smaller turnout. There was about 20 people going, 24 people, and they did it as a tag team tournament. So you had 2 people, just teams of 2. So you were pairing up. For a smaller turnout, that could be fun as well.
We've
And
lost
got more
another
models
2
coming up.
questing nights.
Maybe you got Lash off.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's
At the moment, Team USA is running an online team one of teams of 5. They have 170 players playing at the moment.
Oh,
Jesus, that's
Wow.
astonishing. Oh,
Wow.
Ninth Age is a dead game, guys. I mean, it's gone.
Yeah,
Forget it.
Especially in America, it takes you 6 years just to get next door. Like you need to get, you need to charter a plane to get down to the
That's
local
right.
gaming store.
I'm just
Well,
popping out for a
this
game. I'll be
is-
back on Wednesday.
This is online. So,
Oh, right.
yeah.
Still though, that's crazy.
yeah. That's a big bottle of vodka you got there, kid.
Well, it's that time of the day, isn't it?
Indeed. We are coming. In fact, we're at the dentist hour, right? 1 minute past the
Yeah.
dentist hour, aren't we? So,
We are.
yeah.
Do you know I've got this big tray of what is it? Raspberry maple stout. Sat
Wow.
right there, but I'm driving
Wow.
later. I'm
It's
good.
got your name on.
I know. I love a pudding beer me as well. So
A stout man. That's awesome.
yeah, stout and whiskey are my 2 at the minute. I'm going
You
through.
definitely belong down in Bristol, don't you?
I'm shaving a lot of years off my life, but yes, yeah. That's a good magic phase. Any magic phase where you get to take off 3
Questing nights, yeah.
3
That's
questing
been
nights.
150 points, isn't it? Effectively.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
700 points for 9, which is just
Yeah, that's
Horrific.
worrying.
Where
That's
where
worrying.
are we shooting now?
Yeah,
it's got to be. Yeah.
that's. Oh, good catch, Rory. Whatever it was you just nearly dropped. We've got some armor and some Aegis. What's gone? It's a hedge
Oh
knight.
yeah, this is
Going
combat
between
with the
combat.
giant.
So does that mean? Oh, the
the
scorpion's
shooting
gone.
must have gone.
Scorpion's gone.
Oh, we'll shoot him. We'll shoot him.
Yeah, scorpion's dead. So despite scrying potentially, 'cause that scorpion
Yeah.
definitely hasn't moved 12 inches sideways
Oh,
without
yeah.
us noticing. It's still on the
If-
table behind the courtier, but I think that's
It's
probably
probably
only
the
temporary.
probably the missile launcher again because it's 4 shots even on 5s, isn't it? It's,
Yeah, or the bolt thrower.
Is Rory going to be able to use his hippo to push the night bus over on that chaff unit to get the overrun? Do you think?
ooh, maybe.
If Jake moves his head, we might be able to.
Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out where he got that hoodie from because if it's in Malta, wasn't Malta closed in April of 2022? I think it was still in lockdown. I work in travel, I should know. I'm just wondering how he smuggled himself over there.
I know that Jake nearly missed the Masters last year because he was stuck in Italy. So
Some random dice going down. Oh, it's LB thingy on it. Panics, I guess, or something.
I know Jake missed TCC because he caught the COVID.
that's
Oh,
right. Yeah.
And poor Leggy had to take over his army.
Poor
Oh,
Jake, he would have been distraught.
yeah.
I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's no excuse just because you would have risked everybody's life for being there. It's ETC, damn it. Oh, are they gone? Oh,
Oh,
they are
yeah,
gone.
that's-
Uh-oh.
And his fault, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's left
That's
him in
really
a great
handy.
position, yeah.
I mean, the only blessing, I guess, that it's happened in Jake's turn, not
In Jake's
Rory's.
turn, yeah.
Pretty
so
sure
Rory
my-
does get to react to it.
My prediction at the beginning of this was a heavy win for Jake, right? I think that's how I remember it.
Not quite sure about
Lol.
that. Yeah. Well, if we get another cracking game, then I think we've had 5 rounds of brilliant matchups, haven't we? I mean, technically, I guess the 10-10, maybe less so, but still.
Still an
It
intriguing
was
one.
still a
wasn't
good
it? It was
game, wasn't it? Yeah,
couple of very clever little moves.
yeah. And there goes the Scorpion being removed from the table, as we thought.
I know. Into
Yeah,
KOE.
I'm really interested to see what happens here because
What
I think this
charges
is
can
like
you
the
do?
big turn, really, isn't it?
It is. This is the decision.
It has
Rory
to see the
cannot
matrix.
just sit here.
No, I I completely agree with you. It has to see the matrix of where things will go after, but there is with KOE, you always have the option of just going
And-
nuclear, just run everything in.
And
Yeah.
against
happens.
someone like Jake. If
Cigarette
anyone can see
packet
the
on the board.
matrix, then it's Jake, isn't it?
That courtesan again, sitting at the back with straight 5 stats. incredible maneuverability, really easy to get out of things line of sight. Just
Yeah.
just sat there. Feel like he needs to come forward, and that Griffin needs to come forward at some point.
It's not a cigarette pack, actually, Tommy. It's actually, I can't make it out. Warhammer something Nightvault. Do we know what that is? It's a box of cards. Or something,
It's
is it?
Nightfall. One of the what's that weird Underground team game thing
Sure.
that you can put some sort of one of those things that's like a mixed.
I
Damn
mean,
it, I thought it was a box of cancer sticks, but now Rory's
Maybe-
come down in my estimation if he's playing Nightvault.
Well, maybe there are cigarettes still inside it, but we won't know.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
That would be
never
a weird like flex, wouldn't it, to put your fags in a Nightvault box?
Get your condoms into your your Warhammer combat cards from 1985. That'd impress me.
God, you can tell that we're weary round 5, can't you?
Whip them suckers out. I actually bought some of those combat cards the other week on eBay. They
I
were
wonder
very
what you were
much
going to
the
say
thing.
there.
Yeah.
I actually bought some of that.
I'm
Where are we going with this?
I'm so glad this didn't mute out on
Yeah.
when I said cards. When I said that.
I was
eBay,
too slow on the mute
secondhand.
button.
Yeah, I got some of those cards, man. They were what got me into miniature gaming. The top trump cards with all the
Amazing.
big old heavy metal miniatures in there.
We've still got some measuring going on. That's
Yeah, Rory's going to have to take his time with this
Yes.
phase because he really needs to get this right. And
yeah.
do
I
what he
mean,
needs to
we
do.
are only an hour in, so it's not like, and we're at bottom of the second, so it's not like they are struggling for time. And
I'm
this
surprised
is,
Jake isn't pacing rapidly at this point.
yeah, and there he goes. And there's no way that Matt Wilson isn't going to let this one run over if it needs to. So last one of the day.
Am I right in thinking there's no charges here then?
I think he's just measuring
he's
out.
measuring
Okay,
everything.
okay.
He's plugging into that matrix you've been talking about. He's assessing his options,
He's got to figure it out, hasn't he?
taking the
Jake
phone
might-
call.
Yes, Jake might not be pacing round, but just before he sat down, gave us a little twirl. I enjoyed
Yeah.
that.
There you go.
That's fancy feet.
I wonder how MattyP's daughter's swimming event is going. If you can log into the chat, Matty, let us know. Cheering on, Mini Matty.
I'm expecting updates on the rest of the tournament and that. as well.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I should mention actually, because I haven't mentioned it in a little while, in the Open, the other event that's going on at the time. We at the end of round 4, it looked almost certain that Tim Bockneck was going to bring home the trophy for the Open, mainly because the two challengers chasing him, Matt Pell and Paul Godbold, were a little bit too far behind Tim, and they'd already played against him, so they weren't able to topple him with a direct matchup. So obviously we'll find out at the end whether Tim Bockneck has managed to secure the Open crown.
Oh, well, that'll be cool because that gets him straight into next year's Masters, isn't it?
I'm not sure it does this time.
Or does it not?
I don't
Oh,
think it
right,
does
okay.
anymore. No, I think they've taken that away the last couple of years, actually, Tommy.
That's a
It's just the
shame.
championships, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's
Well,
just
Tim's a
the-
great player, so he.
Indeed. I
I
mean, it's
hope
the best
he's
way to
making-
start in terms of rankings. And the winner of
True.
the Open will be number 1 in the rankings because it is the first event of the year. And obviously the Masters players are playing in the Masters, so they won't get rankings points until Art of War, the second event of the year. So,
It's a shame it had a Royal Rumble feel to it when you just auto qualified
so-
for winning it.
I mean,
This is some very, very interesting movement. Is at least considering. I don't know if anything's confirmed yet, but
Yeah,
the Hippogriff
I mean-
is hiding behind those knights.
Jake is towering over the battlefield. Is that a power play from Jake?
Definitely.
Don't
And a
you,
strong
don't
one
you
at that
charge
stuff,
me?
isn't it?
Don't you charge me? Oh, is the fingers coming out as well?
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, fingers
A
are
lot of
down.
pointing,
Yeah.
aggressive pointing.
Don't you charge my flank? Yeah.
It depends. We've not seen him from the front, but it depends how plunging the neckline of that hoodie is. He might be looking for a distraction tactic, leaning over the table.
Yeah. His own
Yeah,
version
that would
of
work
Scarl.
on Rory as well.
Well, also the table is very carefully balanced on a decorating table of some sort. So we could have disaster in the last few minutes.
Jake looks like a sturdily constructed gentleman as well. Tall fella. Don't want his
One
weight
way
on
of
there.
putting it.
I used to be a PT. You have to know how to put these things.
Is that before or after you were 6 years old?
That was after. That was after.
I take it that means personal trainer, not something else. Right?
I can neither confirm nor deny the rumors,
okay.
unfortunately.
I have
for,
the
for
Nightbolt.
legal reasons.
I have the Nightbolt box.
Oh.
There are no cigarettes inside. I'm
Oh,
disappointed.
boring.
Yeah. What charges have we got? We got some charges. So the Griffin, the Hippogriff is sticking out, so it can see
You
that
can see
unit.
the chaff, I
It
think.
can see the chaff. So the Impassable is not stopping that charge, but it's just whether you want it or not.
But he could charge the archers off the hill in as well, couldn't he?
Yeah, if you wanted to.
I'm wondering if he might want the hippo into the Lord who's standing in the ruin on an overrun, possibly.
What is his hippo? Touch of Greatness, Prayer Etch. It was a 1-up.
What's prayer etch do? I have no idea about it.
Gives you 2-up armor save, I think, or +2 to your armor save. That and shield gives you a 1-up, I think. Something silly. Hang on, let's have a look. Or is it the rerolls?
Thanks to the 20 or so people still with us in the live chat.
Looks like Jake's fleeing with the chaff on the left flank. Popped through, nice.
And
can he see the giant? Probably not.
yes, we are swooning over Jake in the live stream, but and more of that to come, I'm afraid. Here we go.
Oh,
What's
Prayer
charging?
Etch. Prayer Etch, there's a suit of armor that gives you a +1 Aegis to a maximum of 4+. So
Oh,
he
actually,
will
the 4-up.
just go to 4-up, yeah. So
I
he's
think,
40.
I think Rory's redirected into the
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on now.
Jake's actually removed a unit.
Yeah, they fled stuff.
Did they? Did I miss that?
Yeah.
Where did they flee to? Is it just that empty movement tray?
No, behind the
behind the
Zora.
anointed.
Oh yeah. Yes, of course. And the Hippogriff's moved into the unit.
And he's rallied those fleeing knights.
Yes, so he's
So
finished his
can
charges
the giant charge the flank of the quests? Maybe.
Oh, that would be not so good.
So it looks
He's
like just
checking
the
it
hippo
now.
has gone into the chaff
Yes.
infantry. That's interesting. I'm surprised about that because he'd have to kill, looks like 9 of them.
Yeah, to take away steadfast.
Yeah. And they will be steadfast 9, right? Because
General's there.
generals there, or is it even 10? Well, 9 for fear, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, if can the anointed fit into the flank of the hippo though?
Maybe not.
Impassable. Maybe that's.
If
He
there's
could charge the character out of the unit
Yes.
if he wants that fight.
if their slaves he's gone into, they're unstable, so he just pop them.
Okay.
Wow.
Right.
Brilliant.
And then he's lining up an overrun to go into. I don't know if I fancy my KOE Lord, even with a 4-up ward, to go into that guy. Bull of Shamo. Infernal Weapon, Onyx Core.
We only scored D3, is it?
I think it is, yeah. Having said that, you know what? He hasn't got
Doesn't have many
particularly good
attacks.
defenses. Yeah, he doesn't have an enormous amount of defenses. Basalt Infusion, Obsidian Rock, and Luger's Dice, so he can get to reroll his. He's not incredibly tough for a dwarf. Let's find out what that silly weapon does, because it's changed so much I can't remember. Onyx Core, blah blah blah. It's flaming, multiple wounds D3 against flammable only. I don't know if he's flammable actually.
Well, not
I mean,
yet.
he can make him.
Yeah.
In addition, the strength is always set to 6. Other than that, he doesn't have any defenses. There's a Basalt Infusion, and that's it.
Was that taking him to a 1-up?
4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, because his bull gives him 2, I think.
Yeah.
Does the bull give him Aegis?
I think he's got 8. Oh, let's go for it. Actually, no, I
Yeah,
don't
it
think
might
so.
give him a 5-up.
Bull of Shamo, Aegis 5+.
There you go.
But no armor, no bonus armor. So he's
Okay,
a
so
3
he's
up,
3 up,
3 up,
3 up,
5
5
up.
up. Yeah.
Well, he's a 2-up for shield, isn't
Does he have a shield? He does not have a shield.
he? Okay.
Skincare. Maybe because no. Oh yeah, he does have a shield. I'm telling fibs. Yeah. And obviously the ball punches as well. It's not the great ball, which I think people kind of think is not necessarily worth the points. But
So what's going on here? That looks like he's.
It's a very
Rory's
bold
pushed-
move. He's changed the formation into lance formation of that knight unit. There, yeah.
That looks like he's just giving a easy charge to the anointed.
Or the bull. I mean, he's very much.
I don't know.
Is the bull in the the anointed in the front? Maybe he's hoping that unit is gone into holds and it just blocks off anything getting through and finding room.
That's a bold hope, isn't it? I mean,
I
or
mean,
is
if they're
it?
slaves, they're not. Yeah,
no,
if they're
maybe they are
slaves,
just
they're
going to
not gonna-
evaporate. Yes.
Because he's going to have charge. His dude's going to do 4 wounds or 3. He's got Thunderstomp and he's got all the slaps from
And here come the Hedge Knights as well. He's making He's just a bold move. You know, he's going for it.
Yeah, I
He's
think
got
he's.
to,
I think
right?
he's got to really, yeah, because he needs a big win. There's
Yeah.
no point sitting back.
I like it.
Yeah. Where's
like
the
to see.
courtesan going? That'll tell us a bit more as well. He's tempting the giant to come charge him.
Are those knights light troops as well?
Yeah, they're
The ones
hedge knights. Yeah.
facing down the giant. So
Yeah, I mean that didn't turn out great for the hedge knights on the other side.
first
But
time, yeah. So they're just chaff at this point, I guess.
Yeah, I think they're like heavy chaff. I think that's how he uses them.
and that giant has taken 3 wounds already from the scorpion. So I was going to say that making a giant attack first is the best situation for you, but one that's taken three wounds, not
It's
so
already
much.
up to 8 attacks. Yeah.
This lady's courtier, I'm interested to see because I do think this is relatively handy as a support charger. It's just got 5s for all its stats. 5 attacks is really good for anything like that. So I'm glad to see him going forward. I also enjoy that Hyperg keep calling her courtesan.
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Every time you say that, my brain goes courtesan.
Where's a courtesan from?
Demon?
Demons. Yeah, that's Ed, isn't it? Yeah. Oh.
There's Jake. Wow.
Good man, Jake. Good man.
X-rated content.
Oh, good lad. Good lad.
Face for radio, that is.
Tommy says face for radio. Tommy says face for radio. Brilliant.
Just ignoring that power card now. It's not interested anymore.
Yeah, not bothered.
Yeah, there's a half a second every time you say courtesan where my brain thinks, KOE can take a. I'm playing KOE again.
I apologise for my inaccuracies.
It's fine.
I mean, you know, how dare I,
I can't
right?
think of him as Cartier. I always call him the Green Knight. I always do because the Green Knight got split into 2 a long time ago, and now doesn't function anything like the Green Knight did in a completely different system.
I'm pretty
But
sure
my
the
brain
Green Knight is
struggles with
gone.
it.
Yes.
Yeah, he's gone now. Split into 2 different things.
Which he had
and
to
completely
eventually.
different.
You know.
Yeah, he didn't play well. He never really played well. You can still Pokeball one of them, can't you? You can still throw one out of a Pokeball.
What?
Do you remember you used to be able to just pop them from a character?
Yeah, that was one of the things that won Jake the Masters.
Oh, really?
Right.
Yeah.
Was having the Green Knight pop out of the ground in front of next to a chaff unit.
Right.
So that when he charged, because it happened at the beginning of the turn before charges were declared, he could make you complete to him and then overrun into your unit.
There you go. Expert insight from 2017 Tommy T.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
And there is no way on earth I imagined anything but Ash Ketchum throwing out Pokeball whenever I saw that little bugger appear.
We've got a spell going out on the Knights. I don't know what that would be. Would it be Know Thine Enemy? I mean, we're all...
+2/+2/+2, maybe.
Yeah?
Distracting could be...
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on where the Hippogriff's going after the slaves, isn't it?
Pointing at the Lord.
Yeah.
Could that be an unerring strike, maybe?
Who's measuring?
Or maybe he's going to target the catapult. 3 dice.
Reroll. Don't know why he rerolled anything. Hand of Heaven?
Is it a div spell? Yeah, must be a div spell.
Hand of Heaven, Thaumaturgy re-rolling.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
yeah.
sorry. Yeah.
Because that was in his crown.
He's got something through.
He looks like 5 or so hits.
Oh, could be a big
Six.
one.
Yikes.
Oof.
That might be wounds.
It's gone.
There's
Oh, no,
wounds,
he's got
wounds
saves.
going
Got
on.
saves.
Oh, that was
Gone.
Oh,
panic.
he just picked it up. Wow, that's amazing.
Oh, that's big. That's an equaliser, if anything, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a beaut. They're not massively cheap, though. It's nearly 300 points, I think. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it looks like combat's where it's at from now on, anyways. But still good
Nice.
to take it away.
Yeah, especially if the thing is coming to range, hasn't he? The dude on the hippogriff is coming
Yeah.
to range now, so probably did need to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Oh, and so's the courtier on the
Yeah.
other
You
side
have-
is within range.
You have
now.
to think, though, that, the charge that the Hippogriff has taken, Jake has set that up. And he's got to have set that up for a reason.
Yeah.
So,
I think he's happy for that griffin to go into his
exactly.
Lord. I think
This
he's more
isn't
than happy
something
for
that
it.
Jake isn't prepared for, is it? It can't be.
I'd be
So-
very surprised if there's any less than 12.1 inches between the front of his chaff
Mm.
And the bull.
infantry and the bull. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe he'd give
An overrun.
Rory that overrun.
No, you could probably right there.
I mean, even that, even if it's just inside 12, that's still hard to get.
Yes, unless you are lucky sixes, of course.
And then you've
Never.
got the fight in. You still got the fight in your turn, and
Yeah.
that's still not a fight. I
BTs,
fancy
yeah.
the. I
No.
really don't fancy the thing to win. The Equitaine Lord to win.
Yeah.
Because this is just a normal Equitaine Lord, right? It's not.
Yeah.
Is it a paladin?
No, he is paladin. Yes.
Okay.
I'm getting very negative vibes from Lucky Sixes. He has not got out of his chair in a good 20 minutes.
Oh dear.
He's got tired of kicking his opponent's ass. I think. He's
Yeah,
had to take a
maybe.
sit down.
Maybe.
How's the Hugh and Kieran match going?
It looks like it's very intense. And I haven't seen a single bit of alcohol passing Kieran's lips today. Whereas
Oh.
yesterday it was being downed very quickly. So maybe serious Kieran is in the house today. I don't know him well enough to know whether that's a possibility or not.
Okay, we're into combat with the
We are. There's a few slaves
Jake's pulling off
dying,
slaves,
which
so
is
to
to be
speak.
expected.
Yeah, the paladins they are handy.
Oh, more
they,
slaves going.
they make you reroll special saves as well, which is always good, just for free. Which is always pretty good.
More.
Is the
Sure.
unit popped or not?
Oh no, that's going to be the unstable. 4 attacks back. So no, they haven't popped
Oh,
yet.
they've held.
Or have they? He rolled 4 dice. I think it was. No, I don't think they're. Are they about to pop?
Maybe armor saves from a stomp.
Yeah, maybe.
Do they get armor?
I think did they get a shield, or are they paired weapons? These lads.
Well,
Paired
surely.
weapons, I think.
Yeah, and then I don't know if they're light armor. I don't think they are. Why would you give light armor to a slave? Just seems like they could be carrying other stuff here. It seems insane. Let's have a look.
You could be carrying your. Oh no, I can't think of anything funny.
Or clean. Shackled slaves, insignificant and unstable. And that's it.
Well, it looks like they've held, doesn't it? I mean,
Yeah,
he hasn't
it
picked
does.
up the unit.
Yeah, they're there.
I think the
So
he's
second
just sitting
log.
there with
Yeah. The
his-
second log casualties was obviously the crumble.
Maybe those would have been his attacks back one. It was 4 dice. So 2 paired weapon attacks went into him and did nothing. That must have been what he was rolling.
Yeah, but that would have been before crumble.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Maybe they just didn't bother attacking. This is hopeless. We've been given light armor but no weapons at all.
It's the opposite. Beating you to death with a leather armor. So those Turoks can go in now, can't they? He's in
Yeah,
the
so he's
Turok.
going to hit the flank of the
Lord.
hippo.
But
Kill him,
only
you'd
with the
think.
commissioner. Because he can't fit. otherwise.
Really?
Oh
He
no,
should
no,
be now.
no,
Now all the slaves
they
are dead.
can
He
now
should
because the
be.
slaves are dead. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean,
And then
this is a huge problem for Rory, surely.
he could do actually though the way that you line up. Would you want, because you want him to be able to overrun into the unit behind, right? Or is he
Yeah.
just going to bounce into the slave? Because there's no way on earth that Lord's going to touch them slaves if he goes in, because he's going to want them there.
I mean, it's
The Turks will win
yeah.
combat, so you want to avoid the slaves because you want to overrun into the unit behind.
Well, the slaves will just pursue as well, or
Yeah.
they're open ground for overruns and that.
They won't be able to overrun because they got charged, and if you
Yeah, but-
kill the Lord, then there's nothing you can do.
For the overrunning Toruk, they count as open ground.
Oh, they count as open ground. All right,
Yeah.
got you.
But does the hippogriff kill the slaves for combat res? Because they're easy killings, so they might be dead
Yeah, maybe.
anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It depends.
I'm not sure. It
Oh,
depends whether Jake issues a challenge or.
Yeah, does the hippogriff challenge?
Oh, would you? Yeah, I was gonna say, would you take it? Yeah, it might be worth the KOE Lord just challenging because otherwise you've got another
it's got
3
all the
strength
attacks, yeah.
7 attacks coming into you.
Yeah.
Their impact hits and all that kind of nonsense.
What I mean, yeah, I can't see the KOE Lord surviving.
No.
I don't know.
He needs to find a way to challenge one of those slaves as quickly as humanly possible.
Yes.
Needs to say something really hurtful.
That
right
light
now.
armor looks very shiny and powerful. I don't dare fight you alone.
Looks like Jake is considering the flank charge on the quest with the giant.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I'd have. I mean, even with bastard swords, I think I'd have a crack.
Yeah, definitely.
But then does he even need to do that?
Keeping them out the game longer is good, right?
He might not even need to engage the quests yet. If
Yeah, true.
If the other knights have fled last turn from that combat, oh no, they rallied, didn't they?
They
It was just-
rallied,
yeah,
yeah.
Ignore me. Yeah.
although not to say they're not going to be able to fail the panic check for Terra.
Mm.
What discipline are hedge knights? Are they 8 or 7? Probably
8, I
8.
think.
Yeah.
I think their armor's just rubbish.
Oh,
Oh,
Bull's
lots of
gone
movement.
into the
Bulls.
order or wherever they are.
Yeah,
The bulls have.
just the bull. Singular.
Oh, the
Bull, the
bull.
Lord.
Sorry, the
Yeah.
Lord. Sorry, we did. Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. We'll rip them apart.
Oh,
Oh.
go Jake.
They're in.
Ordos have got nothing.
Here come the
They're not
Toruk.
very good.
The Toruk are moving.
Ordos are literally. Has he put it so
Yeah.
that they? Yeah.
They're going
Ordos
to
can't
go as close to
fight.
the impassable terrain as they possibly can, aren't they?
Yeah. They're just chaff, aren't they? The Ordos. So
I
they don't
mean,
need-
Can
and then he overruns into the.
into the night block.
No. So yeah, he does. I'm thinking the bull. The bull overruns into the Cartier.
You had to be really careful with that, didn't you?
Well, he probably
would've
gets
ripped them-
challenged
you-
out, right?
I'm sure you mean courtesan.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd have ripped me apart with that. No, that's a good point. He might get challenged out by the Ordo.
Oh, Matty
So-
P in the chat, listening as I drive to swimming in Chester. Great commentary, guys.
Oh, I love you, MattyP.
Oh,
You're my favourite.
Got such a man crush on him.
yeah.
Guilty. Guilty.
I do get the feeling that he might be able to kill you with a finger as well. He's a terrifying fellow.
I know.
Cast
He's
for
got that
days.
look in his eyes. It's like
Yes.
you have killed a lot of people, haven't you?
Yeah, with no remorse. They deserved it.
Yes. And that's literally the source of his sexy. Ordo sergeants do have a champ. How wide they're facing him? He's gone to the front, hasn't he? Fine.
Yeah.
Because they don't have land.
So they're not light troops, are they?
No, but he
No.
only needs to kill 3 of them to break the steadfast.
Yeah.
They're 5 wide at the front. Aren't they?
Yeah.
I think he does that. I think he leathers him.
Oh,
Well, he'll get challenged out and stick, and then the next round he probably breaks them in Rory's turn.
Hmm.
Massey
that's
says, "Love you too, Tommy." There you go.
What a hero!
He is.
Got a text off.
Rolling dice.
Actually, Ryan, how do you know Matty? Because obviously Matty's the one who got you involved in this.
Yeah, well, we played at the ETC.
Brilliant. I mean, you saw him once, you loved him, you become best friends ever since, right?
It was so hot. It was shirtless. You know.
Oh my god!
Fantastic.
Got a boner.
Riding a horse.
We see. We played Scotland in a practice round, and then we actually got them round 2. So I was able to play both Kev and Matty.
What
at the
a
ETC.
what a result that
Oh,
is.
you lucky bastard! I'm so
All-
envious.
Hollywood tournament, that innit?
Yeah. Playing Kev and Matt.
Yeah. Blimey.
Yikes! This is. I've got to say, the way that Jake has played his ID here to set up
Yeah.
an absolute smorgasbord of traps has been fantastic.
Yeah.
Because I do agree that Rory had one option and he had to go at some point. He had to go, but there was just.
Has he just
set him,
fallen into the trap? Yeah.
Yeah, he set him some absolute footsies here, some really, really clever little traps to walk into.
Yeah. I mean, Jake would have known that the Hippogriff could see just past that impassable to tempt him out, wouldn't he?
Mm.
I mean, obviously, we've seen stranger things. Could the Hippogriff do this? Is there any way? I mean, you imagine.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen any of Rory's Orisons come out, but I mean, as the Hippogriff.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't necessarily kill the Hippo, does he? But he doesn't really need to. He just breaks him and then overruns. And
there's no counter charge. The Knights are literally stuck in a traffic jam, no matter what happens there. So,
if you're a single model, you can turn a challenge down, though, can't you?
No.
well, you
Well,
can,
you can.
but then you just stand
You
there.
auto
You
hit.
just stand there.
You'd be auto hit.
You get auto hit, yeah.
And get absolutely owned. So, yeah. Not ideal.
So he is. I'm just seeing what he can do. He is paladin, so strength 4, 5, 6, strength 6, AP 2, 3. Yeah, he's AP 3, strength 6, 4 attacks, and you have to reroll special saves against him.
Prayer Etch
Failed
does
to-
mean he's potentially 4 up Aegis.
Yeah, 4 up, I think. Yeah.
So there's no need to put an Orison in. Then.
BSB's got cleansing light, so he's got to re-roll that.
Sure. On the commissioner, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, he rerolls to wound if you have a special save, which I think the commissioner does.
Yes, Talisman of Shielding.
Yeah, so he gets to reroll to wound into him, and he's wounding him on 3s and hitting him on 3s. I think the defense is only 6.
Where are we now? We've got dice rolling.
Oh.
To shooting.
Surely some magic, I would have thought. Jake's magic. Have we skipped to magic? Jake doesn't have cards for his magic. He's got little squares. So there is something behind the Torux. I'm going to go and have a little glance to see if I can figure out what that is.
I think that's shooting. He's just put bolt thrower shot into the knights on the left.
There's a number 2 behind
Looks
the
like-
Torux.
Looks like Tanker has sidled up for a chat.
He has. Yeah.
Tanker, the has been.
Well, number 2 is either Word of Iron or Cloak of Cinders for Jake on the Toruk. Could be either.
Yeah, either is big, isn't it? 'Cause
Yeah, because the commissioner would be to a 1-up save if it's not boosted Word of Iron. And the Cloak of Cinders, well, -1 to wound. Yeah.
He might need something, if he's gonna challenge
For
out.
Riz
with
5
things.
unit, that's scary, right?
Yeah, very.
It's fantastic.
I mean, he's got so much static res going into this combat. I mean, he almost doesn't need to roll any attacks. He just wins anyway.
He might. He might get his nose pretty badly blooded here, but it was definitely a risk worth taking. That Lord is hitting on re-rollable 3s, possibly 2s if he had an Orison on him, and then he's also wounding on 3s, and his opponent doesn't get an armor save. So he is hitting pretty hard, unless the armor's gone on him. So he needs something on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Touch of Greatness pushes him over the edge with a bastard sword. He's only got 4 attacks though, which sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even a Tegu veteran starts with 5.
I mean, I'm not complaining, but he's only a paladin, I guess. But
I just get so confused by Equitaine characters, the difference between them.
I get
They used to
confused
be
with the
the
whole
same.
damn book.
yeah, they used to be the same character. It's because it's changed so much.
Yeah.
That's the thing; it keeps changing.
Yeah.
Because they were separate. They were the same character, and paladin was an upgrade.
Briefly, yeah. So which combat? Well, I suppose we're shooting first, aren't we? Oh, the Giants got into the flank of the questing knights. Did we comment on that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sensible
Both
move.
giants engaged.
That must have been a big charge then without Swift Ride.
Yeah.
So it looks like at least an 8, maybe a 9.
You got to take it, haven't you? The quests.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the Hedge Knight's only hope now is that they can get up and get some points for the Bolt Thrower on that left flank, as we're looking at it.
Yeah, there's not.
They're doing the combat of the right flank, but we can't really see a lot of it.
2 Hedge Knights have
What's
just gone
happened?
off.
Yeah.
Oh, there go
no.
the Hedge Knights.
They're gone.
Oh,
Got a
okay.
couple more.
Giants killed them. That's huge.
There you
I
go.
think he's caught him, didn't he? Ran him down, didn't he?
The
And
Giants
don't
are
take-
doing well, aren't they?
Yeah, they don't take DTs in there. They're really good against. I mean, this is not MSU, but do you know what I mean? Like not gigantic
Yeah.
blocks. They're so good against them.
Yeah,
They hit
I
like
mean-
Small
trucks.
units, yeah.
With the Rory's flanks are not looking great, and
No,
we're not expecting the
centre's
centre
not
to
looking
look
great
much
either.
better.
He's
Is
going to need to
this
spike.
Is this the beginning of the end?
Could be an early afternoon.
Yeah, in which case I ask Hugh and Kieran to move all their models onto table 1, right?
Yeah.
To finish their game.
So this is the other combat against the quests?
There was a lot of dice rolled. He hasn't got that many attacks with the quest, is it? Unless 3 of them were in. It's like 2 hits on whatever he's got. He's fine. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I think it might be the giant actually. He's got a 3 up
This is
save.
Rory's steadfast check. He's passed,
Just.
I think. Oh no, he's fled.
He might have broken steadfast. Look how many he's taken off. He might
Oh,
have broken
yeah.
steadfast.
He's got a rank as well, yeah.
Yeah.
As
Oh
you-
wow, he's just rolling through.
Not run them down, though, by the
No.
looks of it. But that won't bother Jake at all.
Oof.
Look at this.
The route could be a heavy win here.
That's what Jake's after.
I mean, and fair play to him. This is a list that probably likes to sit back and counter attack a bit more than push, but he's pushed.
Yeah.
He was the one who took the centre straight away.
Well, he made the Kiwi make a choice.
Yeah.
I'm going to get secondary, or you come at me, and he positioned really well with that pass.
Gave him nothing but bad options, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
I think they're into the combat in the centre now, aren't they?
Yeah, I
This
think
is the
big
one, isn't it?
Jake's power stance is going to mean we're going to miss a lot of the dice rolls, but I don't blame
He's-
Jake in the slightest for that.
He's going to go with the Torok first, right? Because he wants to make sure if he needs to take a check, he's got the leadership.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see what this Equitaine Lord can do. He's got 4
Yeah,
attacks.
there we go.
Must be a
Either
challenge.
re-rollable.
That's impact hits, right?
It's going to be either
Yeah, so this is the-
re-rollable 3s or.
PSP challenge with the
Yeah.
Hippo, surely.
Mhm.
Yeah, has to be. Has to be. It's Rory's only hope, surely.
Man, he could have done with a spell on him
Yeah.
for this fight.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the card is on the Knights, not on the Hippo. So 3 hits.
3 hits.
Oh,
He
no,
gets to
there's a
re-roll.
one
He
in
gets to
there.
re-roll. I don't think he realised he gets to re-roll to hit.
Is it to hit?
You get to re-roll to hit if they've got a special
Special
save.
save.
Or maybe he did.
Oh,
It doesn't like his wound. Oh no,
Four,
he's
yeah.
got four wounds through, I think, which is not, you know,
4
So
Just
all
needs
his
to
armor,
wound.
and this is his special.
He doesn't have to re-roll these though, so he'll take a couple of wounds on it. Is he rolling now?
no,
Oh,
that was
the
that was
beast hit.
Jake's attacks. I think Rory hasn't wounded at all. But
Oh really?
yeah, I think so because this is
Oh, wow.
Jesus.
this is Rory's armor, so it's
Taking
an
two.
Aegis.
And then he's got his hip
Yeah.
hasn't he?
Yeah,
He'll go
Yeah,
Rory's
you're
put
right.
another wound out. Yeah,
You're
Oh
right.
my goodness, that is very very
That's
unfortunate.
not-
Rerollable 3s followed by 4s with no armor save. You'd have thought something would have gone through 1 or 2. Yikes.
I think Rory wasn't rolling well with his dice. I don't think he got many through. I'm not even sure we saw Jake
Look-
roll a
Look at
armor
this.
save.
They're
Actually.
adding up the combat. This is going to be a huge win to Jake. I'm surprised if he's not auto breaking.
Yeah, actually, do you know what? That might explain why he rolled twice, because he rolled with his Lord and then he rolled with his Hippogriff,
Yes.
because they both got 4 attacks.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and I just definitely saw some ones going on.
Ooh,
That's 3
heartbreaking.
dice being rolled for Rory.
Think he's going.
He's going. Jake gives us the finger.
He does.
He tells you where you're going before you know where you're going. Oh, this needs to be, well, I mean, he needs to get away for Rory to stand any chance, but even then, we're not looking good, are we?
Yeah, because he's going to pursue with both, isn't he?
Yeah.
Just so we can get that unit through.
And we are only just past the halfway line in terms of time-wise, so...
He's rolling the living daylights out of those dice.
Yeah. Yes, he is. Has anyone got any opinions on that? Are we a dice jiggler, Tommy, or are we dash
Yeah,
them down
sometimes.
as soon as you can?
Yeah, I like to hold them in my hands and roll them round and round in circles,
I'm not
Avoid-
surprised.
I avoid it at all costs. I don't want to roll away all the good luck. Think of all the sixes I could have lost by rolling them around.
It's fleeing. It looks like it might have got away. I don't think we'd bother placing it if it hadn't got away.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, Jake hasn't chosen to pursue, but that would surely be madness. Are the slaves alive? They are. Of course
Yeah,
they
they
are.
are, yeah.
Are they chaffing the knights? No way.
I think they're about to work out how it all fits together when everyone's into the
Yeah.
block.
We just lost you there, kid. I could see your mouth moving with no voice coming out. I don't know.
It's going to be like a janky sort of
Yeah, he's conga line to slaves,
half on.
I think. The slaves are definitely still there, and that is...
So he hasn't pursued.
He's not pursued.
He's using them to...
Block the knights.
But then you're just going to hit him and go through into the turrets. I mean,
Next
but then
turn.
again,
Yeah.
it's a win you.
So he could have pursued with just the slaves, gone into the night block, and then held them up for Rory's turn.
Yeah.
Jake knows what he's doing. Broti in the chat is saying that the paladin was reroll to wound, not to hit.
Oh, to wound.
So maybe he just didn't hit well.
Yeah.
Must have done. Yeah. Still, because he's hitting on
Unlucky.
threes. Yeah. Again, if you could have got an Orison on him for the +1 to hit, he's hitting on twos, isn't he, as well?
Yeah.
This must be the bull combat now. The
We've got a bit of a rule check going on, it looks like.
Yeah, the Lord's 4 attacks in it. So
Here comes the bull, I think. Bull combat coming up. Jake's rolling dice.
2 through.
One saved. No, neither saved. That doesn't look high, does it? You can usually pick out the ones.
The ones
on
and
the
the sixes.
camera.
Yeah.
3 attacks back.
steadfast check. Champion.
Oh,
out.
nice. Yeah.
Oh, champion.
Ah, fair enough. Yeah, steadfast check.
I mean, is that going to be enough to let all of those hold?
Some tinkering going on here.
Yeah, a bit
Yeah.
of spinning on the spot with the Torok.
Nice to let him pick that. I know it doesn't affect anything, does it? Nice to let him pick up and have a little tinker if he's second thought in it, because that did happen a whole combat ago.
Yeah, I mean, just briefly, let's talk about the objective. I mean, this is going to be the end of turn, no, the top of turn 3 we're seeing now. So I don't think Equitaine were challenging it at the end of turn 2. So surely Jake is 1-0 up already. And I don't see the Knights breaking through enough to challenge it into turn 3, or are they going to kill the slaves and run through and kill the bull? Is that a possibility? Or
I just wonder if he's not got room. I wonder if he's set it up so that the long night block just can't, when it hits the slaves, can't do anything because there's nowhere to it to go. It's so fat. But those archers can always move out of the way if that's a problem, or maybe there's something funky with them just not being able to close in properly.
we're still seeing some jiggling around with the Tauroks. I don't think they've finished the post-combat effects yet.
He might be reforming them.
Yeah.
Because obviously he can do. It's not his turn.
I mean, yeah, unless he's already said to him, I'm going to reform them in a certain way. So, because I'm sure there's nothing gamey going on, but you've got to wonder if his decision would have changed if the Ordo Sergeants went, for example. Maybe he wouldn't, you know what I mean? It's a whole combat after. He's got way more information reforming him now than he did before.
Interesting point, yeah. It doesn't look like the Taurus.
I'm
have
sure they would have
changed, actually,
discussed
now.
it. You know, they wouldn't. I guess he's looking at the overrun now.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think when he did that, I'm not pursuing. I think they talked about the intent of what those Turoks are doing. Probably at that point. Yeah.
How strict are things in New Zealand, Ryan, if you're still with us? In terms of... yeah, go on.
Everyone, we're such a small group. It's you know everybody, so
Yeah.
I think most people are pretty relaxed as long as you play, you know, to the intention.
Yeah. Yeah. Honor. That's how you live your life, isn't it, Tommy? Honor above everything.
Yeah, very honourable me.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Playing lizard men, you're naturally honourable. Lol.
There's quite a few of us in this chat.
Yes, it's yeah, kid, you're outnumbered by Saurians here. I don't know if he's still there or not, if he's gone.
Yes, the Saurian revolution begins.
Yeah. I think we might have lost Kid. I'm not sure where he's gone. Maybe he could see the writing on
He's
the
just
wall.
trying to charge, or is he fat fun?
That's a charge. The Knights have gone in. We're into Rory's turn. The Knights are definitely going in. Jake is keeping a very close eye on it, which does only give us a very brief view of what's going on, but can't blame him for that.
We can certainly study the back of Jake's hoodie, can't we?
Yes, we definitely can. I mean, Jake was the only player out of everyone that I've asked for magic spells to be written down. Jake was the only one to draw me a picture alongside the spells.
Well, that's very artistic
Yeah,
of him.
I mean, I don't know how well we can see the picture, but that is the little symbol I got as well.
So what is that?
I have not a clue. It could be something satanic, I don't know.
Yeah, probably some kind of Masonic
Yeah,
Illuminati symbol.
I don't doubt it. Yeah. Kid, if you can hear us and you've not been lost to Limbo, I think you might need to sign on and off the Zoom.
So it looks like Rory's rallied the fleeing quests.
Yes.
And the
Hippogriff is back in
hippo.
the game. We can't really tell how many wounds the hippo took, can we?
No.
It was obviously easily enough to run. Trying to see if there are any wound markers on it.
And he's charged into the two remaining slaves.
Yep, absolutely, which he had to do. They had to be gotten rid of, didn't they?
I think the hippo took one.
Yes, it would make sense.
Oh, he's back.
There he is.
Sorry about that, guys. I went to see if I could get to like a healthy snack, and what I found was an off-brand energy drink called Dark Thunder, which I
Oh
would
my
appreciate if you
goodness.
guys can start calling me, and some sweets that I explicitly bought for my child, which I'm going to eat. So
Yeah, brilliant.
I'm ready for the end of this. How are we getting on?
Yeah, you've missed everything. It's 20-0 to
Dark
Rory.
Thunder. That's usually what happens to me after a dodgy kebab.
Yeah, that's what that stout's going to do to me, I think.
Superb.
So how does he come back from here? Like, what
Can
decisions
he?
does he actually have to make here? The courtesans run forward, looking all
Yeah.
sexy.
Yeah, to get away from the giant.
You did say it, kid.
What's that? I noticed.
But what does it? I mean, I'm not sure what he's gaining from that. I mean, what's he going to do? Go and kill some slaves and some random infantry dudes?
It could limit the objective for further turns, but that. I mean, the objective token is actually is underneath the Toruk front right. So have the feudals actually challenged that at the end of turn 2?
Probably.
Were they in range?
Yeah, it must have done. Rory wouldn't have moved him up
No,
6.5 inches away.
no. But did Jake win it anyway because he's got the 2 vassal units behind?
They
Are
are
they?
scoring.
They are scoring, are they?
Yeah,
Okay,
the
right,
vassal units are. The slaves aren't.
Is that?
Sorry,
no,
no.
it's the dwarves, right?
Yeah,
The dwarves are
I'm
behind them.
forgetting what these other
Yeah.
units are. Yeah,
So it looks like Jake's winning secondary, as you said,
I would imagine so. But
with the 3 versus 2. But
yeah, the trouble is though for the feudals, if they can't get out of this, Or, but even if they overrun into that unit, they're still getting flank charged by the Taurucs, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, they're fucked. Yeah.
The other thing is they're still feudals. I can't see them winning against those guys. without
Against
some
the
help.
slaves? Oh no!
Not the slaves. The
Hey, we've seen
I
the
don't
one
know,
hedge
after that
knight
Regiment
survive
took
against the
down
dragon. Yeah, and the wretched one.
Anything can happen. To
This has been the battle for final models in units, hasn't it? Maybe that slave, single slave with his light armor, is going to win the day.
Well, I assume this isn't the final. I assume the final is going to be that one hedge knight versus that one wretched one
Yeah,
from yesterday.
with Deadeye down as referee. Yeah,
It's been wild, hasn't it?
yeah. The hysteria is setting in on this live stream. We are 16 hours in now. Me and you, kid.
Got some magics. 4 dicing a spell. Oof. What's that going to be?
It's got to be something. Got to be something to help his knights out, hasn't it?
Yes, it can't. It has to be. Stars align, scrying, know thy enemy.
Yeah, he's not scared of shooting anymore,
Bubble
is
scrying.
Double scrying.
No bubble for get both units.
he?
Yeah, bubble. Yep. Although technically you could do know thine enemy and entwining roots for a double effect, but
If he's got enough dice, you might as well throw one out, make him cancel it, and then see what you can push through.
I mean,
It's gone in, whatever it is.
is that a bit of a power play from Rory, laying out your cards there?
It is a bubble, isn't it? Because 2 things have just got it.
Oh, it might be
No, that'll be the
guiding
attribute.
light.
won't it?
Yeah.
What's he put on the cowardly griffin who's running away then?
No, I think that's probably on the feudals. It's just landed near the griffin.
Got you, yeah.
I could be wrong, but
No, that
I don't
only
see
makes
much
sense.
going on the griffin.
There's nowhere he needs to heal. Ooh. Healing up those Ordo Sergeants, which you can do with a token and also the Druid next to it.
Not
They
with
could
it.
stick
You can't do it with the token.
the Ordos, you can. They've got a minister.
I've got that wrong in the last battle. I'll get it wrong
He
in this
did.
battle. Yeah,
He
there
did.
you go.
That would bring back the champion, right? Who died in the challenge.
And then he's got and then he's got the Druid spell on the
Fountain of
the
Youth.
dude at the bottom. He could
The
hold that in
courtier.
place. Yeah, the courtier. And then he's got him held in place for a counter charge from 5 attacks, strength 5, whatever. Because if they hold, that lord's in a bit of trouble.
Well,
I mean, not a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and the Tauruc are coming, so you know. A
They'll
dice
put a
being
frowny face in his diary. I think that's about as much as you're going to get.
rolled. I'm trying to. Tanker must have finished because he has been wandering around for a while now.
how sour does he look?
He looks a little bit zoned out, which possibly means he was hoping to have finished.
That means he lost.
Did you think?
Yeah.
He was playing against Luke, I believe.
Mm.
What's he
Tanker was
playing?
using the Warriors, wasn't he?
No,
Yeah.
Tanker was playing against Artem.
Oh, was he?
Was
Oh, Tanker versus Artem. Okay.
yeah. I can't see Artem anywhere. I wonder if Artem's gone. I can only see Tanker. Guillaume and Luke looks to have finished as well, actually.
Okay, so it looks like combat. Slaves have died, and we're reforming the night bus.
Yeah. So are they not? Are they not overrunning?
I was just about to say.
I mean, I guess that gives them some chance if they get attacked in the front rather than the flank. But
They mustn't be able to do it cleanly, right? Because if they could run through, they would.
They'd still
to
be
try and get out of
exposing
that.
the flank.
Are they run away? Where are they going?
No.
Come back.
Super slaves.
They look further back than they were before, though, are they not? They were...
I think he's not quite finished yet.
Oh, yeah.
No.
That makes a lot more sense.
He's going wide, right? Is he planning
Yes.
a flee?
Oh, interesting.
No, they're facing the
I think
Tauruc.
there's- I
mean,
think
they'd-
he's seeing if he can wheel into the ball and using that tray as its as the unit's frontage.
Wouldn't But he's reforming the models, right? They were in bus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's no overrun. It's definitely a combat reform rather
Maybe
than
they
a
have to
combat
go.
pivot.
Yeah, maybe. Oh yeah, no, I have no idea.
But why would he go wide? That just gives Jake more attacks, right?
It does give him ranks though, doesn't it? So maybe he's hoping to be
Does.
steadfast.
Yep.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, it's still,
Still not great. Yeah.
yeah, it's still a loose hope, but it's a hope.
So is this the ID Lord?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I imagine it. Yeah, guiding light will be on the hedge knights, on the Ordos now, won't it? So
I think he's just
Ooh.
eating a champion again, isn't he? I think that's what.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think
I
Jake
think
could be
Rory just
fine with
made
that,
his
wouldn't he?
made his Aegis.
Oh,
If you can keep your tokens up,
There goes
Ordos are
the
an
champ.
There he goes.
absolute nightmare for characters. If you can keep your hereditary going off and stuff, they sit there challenging for a month.
yeah.
2-point unit as well. They're really cheap, something like that. 260.
Maybe it's not the champion challenge then.
I'm trying to get Paul Godbold's attention to see if he can report for me on the Hugh versus Kieran game. All right, I'm gonna talk to Paul for a second.
What do you think then, guys? Is there any way back for Rory from this?
I don't know. I think the amount of work that Griffin and the Cartier needs to do is overwhelming.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think Rory's got anything for that.
I mean,
tour
even if the Knight stick, the Hippo's the only one there that can really go in and do anything.
Yeah.
He's committed to trying to clean up some of the sides. So yeah, I don't know.
The Cartier can bloody the nose of that bull, that bull lord. He's not got an amazing set of defenses, and Cartier just throws stuff out, but it's not ideal. And like you say, that turret block is
It's brutal,
untouchable.
isn't it?
Well, if
really
Jake,
good.
if Jake were worried about that, he'd just stick the giant in front of the courtier, wouldn't he? So
Yeah.
because that giant's got nothing else to do. I mean, we're not thinking the giant is.
Yeah, true. He can just chaff the courtier with the giant.
Yeah.
Or, he's got a unit of infantry standing right there, hasn't he?
If they've got
That's
enough movement to.
In they go.
Yep.
There we go.
Boom, baby.
That synergy between a Turok champion, whatever they're called, commissioner and bodyguard on those anointed is pretty much the best thing about
Commissioner.
idea. Le commissioner. He's friends with the courtier. They
Not
that is
anymore.
the best bit. That is the best bit of that book. That is the most fun bit to push around in that book.
Yeah.
That and the very, very cheap Flying Lord for what he does is both really, really, really fun. It's just that the rest of the book
So
is a bit.
I've got Paul Godbold coming back to me. He's just been over at the Hugh versus Kieran game. I'm going to pass the thingy over to him. Do you want to talk? He's declined the headset,
Oh,
but he's given me a very firm this about the Kieran Hugh game.
Oh,
Got
50-50.
Tommy Tucker in there. Got Kid. Got Ryan from New Zealand. They can't hear you. There you go. Yeah, a very solid this from the Hugh versus Kieran game. So
They
that
don't
could
want a close
Come on,
game.
Hugh.
that could
They
mean
don't
anything.
want a close game, do they?
No.
Oh, and Paul F in the chat is saying, hold Brett's for the lady. I don't know who you're referring to. Who are Brett's?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I've heard of that.
It's another wrestling reference about Bret Hart, I think.
Of course, yeah, naturally, yeah. Well, it won't be Owen, will it? So there you go.
It's true.
Oh, that was probably a bit harsh. Never mind. Said now.
It's like Bret will cry about it anyway. Don't worry about it. It's all the same.
Yeah, true. Oh,
Fun. The only fun fact I've got about Bret Hart is that when I was a kid, a friend of mine used to call him "Sweat the Shit Man Fart," which I enjoyed
wow.
because it crams in so many rude words.
You
into
know,
one-
I think
one nickname.
PTG has just lost a subscriber in Bret Hart there, hasn't it? Because that's 2 knocks on him that we've just thrown out there. So, sorry, Brett. Anyway.
He'd be a high elf player anyway. It's no law.
True. That is true. Yeah.
I don't think there's any
I don't get
surprises
it.
going on.
I think me and Kid are just going off on a very big tangent. Come on, we're 17 hours in here. Give us a break.
That sounds like nerd talk to Tom. He's not
Yeah,
listening
what's
to
this
that.
shit?
Yeah,
Is this
Tommy's far too cool for that.
some weird American politics or something that I don't get?
Maybe.
It is. Nothing surprising happening here. The only thing I can think of that I'm interested in what he does with his giant.
Yeah, it looks
He's
like
just gonna
Giant's
go around
going,
the back, isn't he?
going around the
Just gonna
back.
go and stand around the back. Well,
Yeah.
Crafty fag
Yeah.
round the back.
has he gone into the? Yes, he has. He's gone back into the quests at the top.
Yeah, finish them off.
The Griffin Paladin rallied, didn't he? So now he's got the possibility
The
of a
net
giant.
the net is closing in, isn't it?
But like
Yeah,
he might be in the front of the Toruk block, the hippo. In which case he can't even charge in there at the moment. I don't think, unless maybe he can fit on the far side.
I think it's incredibly generous of you to think that they're still going to be there.
Well, yeah, true, yeah.
Yeah. There's no option to duel out the commissioner this time. This time there will be death.
We could chuck his sainted damsel in there.
True.
Get a punch in.
Won't save her friends though, will it?
No, she has a 4-up ward.
Yeah.
And they only have 4 attacks in a challenge, so it's probably not going to kill her. And then
I don't think they'll need to. Damsel chaff, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they'll be steadfast. That's another turn, so they can hold her up. Damsel with a 4-up is something nice. It is your general, but
it's something.
I'm downplaying it. She's 4-up and +1 to hit. So sorry.
And whatever the spell is. Yeah. You know.
Gives a -1 to hit on her or something. That might be worthwhile because Turoks.
Yeah.
Oh, good, but they don't have a billion attacks, and they're all great weapons, aren't they? So not extra weapons. Right?
Yeah.
Where's that commissioner? How many attacks have you got, mate? 4. He's not going to kill her in a hit. You wouldn't think.
You have such faith in this lady.
She's well out.
The blessing is strong in that one.
I had an Empire wizard who I was using a Lady of the Lake type miniature to represent kill a Orc Warlord once in a duel. So I have faith in him.
Wow.
Faith in these ladies. This is how bad my mate rolls. It's a
you and your Orc bashing again. Is that a third warning? Not sure. Not sure.
It's on the cusp, innit? It's under review.
Yeah. So we just had another knight being removed. Shooting going on, I think. From Jake now. Or maybe that was magic. Now we're onto shooting because he's measuring the bolt thrower into the courtier. I'm having to think every time I say it now. I much preferred it when I just got it wrong.
I think you got it wrong like once. And
oh really? You just picked on it. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I think so. Yeah, I think I was just being really
harsh.
I know.
Yeah. Thanks to the 25 or so that are in the chat. I mean, I'm so grateful for that. It's mid-Sunday. Let's be fair. Mid-Sunday in probably what is a very dreary England afternoon. Although, of course, we have an international audience. So, I mean, most of them are just here to see if Ryan can stay awake for the rest of the tournament.
Oh,
but,
mate, no problems there.
Yeah. Never in doubt, right? I keep going to you, Ryan, every little while just to check that you're still with us.
Make sure.
Yeah. You know. I reckon he's probably got a dictaphone that he's just randomly pressing to give relevant 9th age things every now and again. Because let's face it, it's more qualified than anything I could say. You know.
Yeah, there's some AI bot out there that's way better than me and you. So I think this must be archers because there's a lot of dice being rolled.
Yeah.
Unless he's into combat, which I'm not sure. No,
that was that. Oh, that was some low dice there. Something's being. This is into combat, questing knights against No, yeah, against the giant.
Giant, yeah.
And this is the questing knights attacking back, is it? With their 3 attacks each with the champion. Oh,
Yeah, they've got plenty of attacks. It's basically all of them get to hit.
I mean, if the giant goes down here, it doesn't look like it's going that way. No, the giant isn't going down.
We could try and regrow them. That's the one good thing, is he's near enough to a hill to regrow them, isn't he? But
Yeah. That is true.
such a bad matchup for them.
And Muldoon in the chat says, I'm here to watch Kid eventually say something that gets him cancelled. He's trying. He's trying.
He's just upset because I mentioned that time that my knights took off his army. And I'm going to keep mentioning it.
Okay, and Viker in the chat has also said that in the other Phantom stream that I've got going on, that I still don't know how I've managed to do, there are 31 in that stream.
Oh wow!
They're winning this chat that I'm seeing. So come on, this chat. I don't know how you get to this one that I'm watching, but the other one is beating you. So come on.
That's amazing. Well done, HyperG, man. This is some top class coverage from you. You got
It
some
is.
big numbers.
I wonder if
clearly the draw.
Is that one in front of this one or behind it in terms of timestamp? Who knows, right?
Maybe you just can't hear us on that one.
Well, clearly they've stuck around for a reason. Maybe that's why they've stuck in that one, because they can't hear us. It's like, the football commentary where if you don't like the commentators, you turn them off. Maybe that's the other stream. It's just the better one. I don't blame
Spanish
them.
commentary.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Tommy's gone. Maybe he's switched over to that one. Maybe he's, maybe he's had enough of us.
Veil of Age is just drinking a glass of wine. It'll be a much
It would
bigger
sell.
draw than us.
It would sell.
It would sell.
Bums in seats, that one.
Right, what's breaking here?
I don't know.
Once those Turoks go in, they must be.
Yeah, I mean, for dice analysis, this one's going to be tricky because it is tough to watch the dice come in. We're basically just waiting for those knights to be removed, aren't we? Surely.
Yeah.
I mean, how much of a shock would it be if the Torok were removed? Because we haven't been following the dice. I mean, imagine if Jake just picks up the Torok and like, what the hell?
Everyone starts to panic.
Yeah. I mean, we pretty much saw that with Kieran's round 2 battle. So.
Yeah, I think that can't have been that combat because there's not many have gone. The Ordo Sergeants are back down a few though.
Oh,
so I'm guessing that's what that was.
They're great weapons though, so they'll be lost, right?
Yeah.
Viscount confirms the other stream has 5, not 31. He was adding them together, which is also fine by me. And Veil of the Ages particularly says he's drinking highborn wine. Unbelievable.
Probably tears of 5.5 players, isn't it?
Needs to get on this Dark Thunder, doesn't it? That's the only way. I think the Turoks have just rolled every dice ever created into those poor.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Poor knights. He's hoping for a lot of sixes here.
Just picked up all the dice and reroll them for the Jaegers.
Plus one armor.
Sixes and sixes.
There they go.
Like I say, you can have too much AP for knights. You can give them the 5-up ward instead. You want to take them down to that 6. Because their Orison becomes complete nonsense at that point. Because start to get 4s and things.
What is this? The BSB commissioner?
Yeah, I think so. Because they strike at the same time, don't they? Yeah. So you roll them separate. I guess. Although he's got the same chance of hitting in the same strength, so I don't know why he wouldn't just chuck them all at once. But... Unless he is challenged.
Yeah, it could be.
By a champ as well.
Yeah, it looks like it. Oh.
It's nice of him to reform him. Pretty sure he'll pass this test. Should have got the damsel out there. Should have had him.
I just had a thumbs down from Ed, the master.
Ooh.
Do you want to come on? No, don't want to come on. Fair enough. Current master not going to be retaining his crown.
He's definitely lost if he's not come on, because I reckon Ed would have been all over that mic if he did.
Yeah. If anyone had made a 20-0 in 5th place, I think we would have known about it. And that is not the case. So it's still a 4-horse race as well.
Oh look, Jake checking for an overrun into the Archer block.
Oh yeah.
I think he might clip him.
I mean, technically, if unless we're horribly wrong about this, we're probably ruling Rory out now, aren't we?
Yeah, this is going to be. This could be 20. This could end up being 20.
It could. It could be, and that
Yep.
mean
Oh,
unless
that looks like a good roll from Jake.
unless Kieran can match Jake's score or slightly better. No, Kieran just needs to match Jake's score in order to keep.
Oh,
got
looks
him.
like he's caught them. That's a
Has
lot
into
of
the
points.
archers, and he's
So
going into the
many
archers.
points.
He's going into the archers.
Yeah. The only thing
lot
he's
of points.
risked this whole game is his chaff. Not his chaff, his core. None of which is worth over 180 points.
No.
None of those units have been in danger. He's just given up his small units. That's such good play.
Yeah, Bull Lord combat.
It's not even been like the lash or anything like that that's been spiky. It's just been fantastic positioning. It's all been won in the movement phase.
Yeah. Just gonna see if I can get these standings up again.
Oh, was that
This could be
three?
big if
Three
they're
dead
gone.
knights.
Yeah. This could be big. Oh, they're going, aren't there? There's 3 dice.
No, well, he's probably got the attribute on him from Div.
Ah, of course, yes, yeah. Never used that bloody spell lore. I need to remember what it does. Now it's going.
Looks like it, yeah.
And he restrained, didn't he? Because he only rolled 2, so he wasn't
Yeah.
chasing him.
That's right, yeah. But it's his turn, so he wants to go into something, doesn't he?
It's KOE now, isn't it? Because the Turoks just went in.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, so why wouldn't he have chased?
I'm not sure. Maybe because the giant can just eat them after. And he's got something else to go. But what else is there? There's nothing else left on the board. It's killed everything.
Yeah, he might get charged by the hippo, right?
The hippogriff, yeah. I think he wants that fight, doesn't he? He's
Does he?
been setting it up all game.
Might have a stand and shoot with his automatic hitting nonsense as well.
Right, and I've
Yeah.
just thrown after a little bit of resizing, which the chat will have had to have watched, I'm afraid. I've now got the standing showing on the left side of the screen where the action is not really occurring. So just to remind everybody, at the start of play of round 5, we had Kieran on 59 points. We had Rory on 56, but we don't expect that to increase much, unfortunately, for Rory. Then we have Hugh on 55 and Jake on 54. So Jake was in 4th place starting this round.
Only by 5 points, though.
Only by 5 points. So Kieran only needs to do worse than Jake by less than 5 points.
He could. If this is a 20, he needs a 15. That's asking a lot at this level.
Yeah. Especially against Hugh. I mean, there's no chance in Masters anyway, but...
No, that
and
list
if
was
that one
tricky
is
as
a close match, like Paul reported back to us, it could mean that, I'll say it quietly, that Jake is closing in.
Looks like the hippo's charged into the vassals in the ruin, but not sure what the courtier is doing.
Yeah.
What is he doing?
Oh.
He's rallied the
Has
fleeing
it failed?
knight.
Has it failed to charge going into the bolt thrower?
Oh right, okay. I didn't see that.
So
one.
cautious with that.
Yeah.
It's not terrible in combat.
Well, if it was facing the wrong way, maybe that was the only way it could go.
I have to say, I'm liking my pick 4s in this race.
just reminding Kid what he didn't pick, right?
I know. It's what I get for picking on the poor ID. The ID are very good. They're just boring to play. But he's absolute masterclass at positioning here.
Yeah. Of course, if we're talking Hugh beating Kieran, then again Hugh just needs to match what Jake does. But that's just as tough, especially if
That's
if
quite
Jake
it's
is
quite
winning
an
big.
ask against those
Yeah.
rats, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
Saurians don't go down heavy though, do they?
No.
I've not played against this new book.
They
or
do if
even
I'm
seen
playing them, mate.
Sorry,
Although-
I underestimated you for a second there, didn't I?
I would probably argue though that if Vermin are going to go down heavy, then they're going to do it relatively quickly, aren't they? When things just go wrong. If they've lasted till this long, then chances are they're doing okay. We have 45 minutes left. They are still on the board. There seems to look like plenty of rats there. I can see there's 2 Stygiosaur unit is fighting a big block. There's at least 1 Taurosaur still on the table. The Bell is still on the table. There's some Kaiman Elders still on the table. A lot of blocks of Vermins, to be honest. So I think the report that it's even is about as accurate as we can get.
Possibly that maybe the worst possible result for the pair of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it could be. It could be falling right in
Just
Jake's hands.
consigns them to like, yeah,
Mediocrity.
maybe a podium, maybe a podium, maybe not.
Well, it should bring them both above Rory, at least. So yeah.
Yeah, he needs a hell of a comeback.
But who cares about 2 and 3? That doesn't matter, does it?
No, not in the Masters.
First and second loser.
It's all about being the master.
Getting that cool hat.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure why he's gone into those because they're not scoring. Oh, they are scoring. I don't know.
They
Why.
are scoring, but does it make any difference? I mean, he's not challenging the secondary at all now at this point.
No, I'm not 100% sure why he's gone into him.
Interestingly, or at least I'm finding it interesting in the venue, we have only 3 of the 8 games still going on in the Masters.
Oh wow!
And
wow.
considering most of the other rounds, we've had everyone going right till the end. We've only got Hugh versus Kieran, Tony versus Kev, and the one we're seeing, Jake versus Rory, still playing because Lucky Sixes is now counting up against Bondi. Oh no, sorry, Wes is also still playing against Josh.
With the gap between the top 4 and the rest of them, I wonder if there's been a couple more handshakes than you would.
Yes.
maybe
Yeah,
normally have
probably.
got.
Yeah.
Yes, I've seen Guillaume say cheerio to people. I still cannot see Artem anywhere. So I think a few of the Masters people that are finishing mid-table are heading away already. Dan Minto's doing a sterling job of clearing up the tables to help out tournament organiser Matt Wilson. So fair play to
What
Dan.
a hero!
Yeah.
What a hero!
He is. He's done at least 2 tables already, while other people watch games and ignore that he's helping.
Boatload of
Do we know
attacks
what's going on now?
I think
Oh.
I was going to say we're in combat.
Picking
I
up
think.
Archers
Yeah,
again.
there was a lot too many dice for it to be the Griffin one, Hippogriff. I do think it's weird that they've got a Hippogriff. I think that's as opposed to just a Griffin.
Well, you've definitely called him a Griffin a few times, and I've just
I
let
do.
you have it. So you
You
know.
have, you know, I wouldn't
Very
have accepted
magnanimous
that.
of you,
It
Steph,
was.
after all that.
It was.
After being cut through like butter with a hot knife.
Knowing,
My one error.
dived on it, didn't I? Knowing how into our mythology our writers are at 9th age, I'm surprised that hippogriffs have survived because hippogriffs don't exist in.
Does any of it exist?
They're a joke. They're not a real. They're not like they were never believed.
True.
They're a part of a parody.
Yes.
Because griffins and horses hate each other. And a mix of them was a
There you
joke.
go.
It's just always weird that they hang around.
Oh, there you go.
How interesting! I've never heard that before, but I'm not really a mythology buff. But yeah, that's interesting.
But
Yeah, I think
hippo
it
is just such a fun word. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, really, yeah. I thought
Yeah,
Ryan,
it
you were
should
going
just be a hippo, right? It should just be a hippo riding around on a hippopotamus.
A
I thought-
lord.
I thought Ryan was going to come and say that the hippogriffs do exist in New Zealand, but no, apparently
Yeah.
not.
One of them are lethal creatures out there, isn't it, Ryan? You've got to be very careful
Yeah.
of them.
yeah, absolutely.
Amazing.
Like in Australia, you're never more than an hour away from, like the
Nearest
immunologists and
hippogriff.
stuff. Yeah, you've always got there's a griffin in every bar, just in case. And
Griffin.
a little glass thing.
Can I just take a moment just to say thank you to you guys again, for being here with me on this Sunday. It's been thoroughly enjoyable. I know, Kid, you're in your fifth one now, and The smile's still on your face, so it can't be too
Loving
bad.
it.
You can't have hated this experience too much.
What a couple of troopers.
Still starstruck, Hyper-G. But considering the fact it's the first time you've gone through it, it's been, you've got to be really happy with that, man. The
I'm
numbers,
delighted.
it's been
Yeah,
on
yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've smashed it, man. Absolutely smashed it.
I mean, I've even got a double stream going, and Lucky Six's never managed that, right? So
You need to you need to not deliberately lose tournaments again next year, because I know that you've done that so that you can. It is very.
I didn't want to
generous
steal
of
the
you.
show, you know. I mean,
No, well,
Tom's
this is it.
he's 4 years younger than me. I've got to, like, you know,
Yeah,
be
just let him have
the,
his wins.
the experienced.
Put him back in his place next year, Steph.
All right. If
This is
you
it.
insist. Well,
Perhaps
I
your
mean,
charisma is worth more to the community than your gameplay. That's all.
Yeah.
You know?
I'll take it. I don't think. Charisma. Oh, what?
For what?
The hippo has eaten some hobgoblins and has
Overrun, yeah.
overrun. Yeah. I think
Or
it caught
chased
him,
or
didn't it?
whatever. But like, now it's standing there. What's he going to do? I mean, charge the bolt thrower? Meh.
I think, maybe. I think just not die. I think that might have been his plan.
Oh, the bull's moving round. That's not a good thing. It looks like the bull's going straight for the hippogriff as well. It's not moved towards the courtier, has it?
Did we
No,
Did we see Rory take any DTs for the ruins or not?
We didn't see it. Is it flown over it, or is that not a thing?
No, it would take it.
It
Yeah.
lands on it, doesn't it?
Because he's in the back of his base is in. So Jake's just shuffled the Toruk bus. Oh, he's rear charged the knight with the giant.
No, it's a good idea. That giant has spent 3 turns mercilessly beating on that unit.
Yeah.
700 points of a unit, and all it's done is get punched by a giant.
Yeah. And
Very,
fail a
very well
charge.
played
Yeah.
very well played from Jake.
Magic.
Oh, I've got Lucky Sixes wandering towards me. Here he comes. I'll hand you over.
Hey.
Hello, everybody. I'll sort of see if I can squeeze into the studio here.
Sit on his knee, Tom.
It's got a very comfortable lap.
If I go here, is that no?
Well,
Okay.
that's like Jake, isn't it?
Right. when the cameras go down. Anyway. How's everyone been? All right.
Yeah, loving it.
How's this game gone? Is it close in the wire?
No.
It's gone well. It's a good game.
Oh, good. Yeah, we've had some good ones on the live stream so far. But yeah, luckily you didn't see mine. It was 10-10 board draw.
Oh, beautiful.
But I will certainly take that for my personal gains.
Park the bus. So what's your overall score for the tournament then, mate?
Overall, 47. So not quite
average,
the 50.
in the middle.
Yeah, right.
You'll take that with that list, man. That was such an exciting list.
Didn't get zeroed. Yeah, it was really so fun to play. The first game, BSB really killed me having no BSB. But it wasn't too much of a problem the rest of the turns. And to be fair, I mean, Tommy will know I dice Bondi to get a 10-10 as well. So.
And the one that you played on stream, you won, Tom.
Yes, and my only win as well. So when it's on the stream, I up my game.
Big game player, mate.
clearly. But yeah, no, it's been really, really fun and good atmosphere. And Matt has done a superb job as TO, and mainly the real job was Indian food coordinator. With 27 people, I think, going to the Indian last night. That was
of all the foods to coordinate. That is the most complex.
It is, especially where we were at. But no, it was good fun. Really good atmosphere, and it's kicking off again. But yeah. Yes, Hugh. I'll see if I can do a little 5 minutes on Hugh versus Kieran and come back to you. But yeah, keep going with the stream, guys. Doing a great job.
Cheers, man.
How much time have we got left for the round?
We've got 35 minutes left on the round.
Oh, okay. There's loads of time then.
Loads of time.
Jake is moving at 100 miles an hour like he needs a wee. It looks like they sped up.
No, that's just Jake normally. Yeah, imagine if I could speed up the streams as well. I mean, why?
It's not. You can't do apparently.
Apparently not. Yeah.
To be fair, there's a lot of very easy decisions for him at this stage. I think the Giant just took a wound.
Yeah, they're playing this out now, aren't they? I mean, Rory's
at the
given
same
it.
time, Jake needs to, make sure he gets as many points as
Yes.
possible.
Yes.
He doesn't want to just fuck up and give away a load of points for no reason.
Exactly.
It might that Paladin or that Courtier, there's 1,000 points between them.
Yeah.
Either one of those could. We don't know how close the other games are. That could be because he's got a deficit to make up as well, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
Either one of those could be worth.
Oh, he's just taken off the night's questing.
700 gone. I don't think he's got time to pull his Taurox back into anything useful or like heavy point wise. What are they facing there? There's 2 units of knights. One of them looks incredibly healthy, and I assume it's dead.
Yeah, it's dead. Yeah.
Yeah. They're facing backwards towards where the bull is.
Right.
So.
Because I think there's one half a unit sitting back there, isn't there? The one that's full just in front of the water is dead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's a little baby unit just behind it, a dot of like 3, is there?
Has the Giant just been?
Yeah, them ones that he's just moved there. That's just killed.
The Giant.
Well, they've just killed the Giant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, that's
really?
points as well.
That Giant took a bit of a.
It took 3 wounds on the way in, early doors.
Got hit on the bolt thrower, didn't he? All dead eye did him in.
Yeah. Tom's just Lucky Sixes are returned, and he's just telling us. And he's just returning, writing down what he thinks the outcome of Kieran. And he's doing well to write it down because I definitely don't want to be overheard in any way. So I'm going to be very, very careful with what I say for obvious reasons. Although,
those remaining hedge knights are gonna, not hedge. They'll be the Ordos, won't they? Those remaining Ordos who just killed that Giant, they need to run. Those Turks come at them. They need to flee like they've never fled before, I think.
Yeah. So. I'll say the second part of this first because it's the least that gives anything away.
Do you want to put it in the chat and we can say it?
That's a very good idea. That's a very good idea.
When I say the chat, I mean on here and as opposed to because I'm
yeah.
not following other thing yet.
Yeah, let's do that.
This unit needs to
So Rory's charged both the single model units into the bolt thrower at the back. Yeah. I guess he's just going to run them away to preserve points.
Yeah, it's 1,000 points. It's worth doing.
Yeah.
That swing of killing the Giant. Well, that swing of killing the Giant is 300 odd points, and if that unit that is just manoeuvring now gets taken, it's also 300 odd points. It looks like a small to mid win for Kieran, but probably on each end of 4. 2 complicated armies, so it makes sense. Wow. That might not be enough.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah,
like you say though, it's tricky, isn't it? Because there's 1,000 points sitting beating up a thingy at the bottom. That unit that's just run off, I don't think you can get it anymore unless you can get fireball it or something.
Well, no, he's got the other Giant, the other side of the hill.
Yeah, but how many turns he got? Because he'd have to have a turn to get on the hill, and then it'd just run past him, wouldn't it?
Can he see past the edge of the hill? Maybe. I don't know. It's difficult to tell anyway. Yeah, you're right. It's not going to be easy for Jake to get those points, is it?
I mean, it's only 1,300 points. I think he's essentially got left on, isn't it? But
that was a good idea, by the way, kid. Thank you for reading that out for me.
No worries. Exciting, though, right?
I'm probably going to try and keep that up in terms of my comments. Because it wouldn't be fair
I try to as well, Steph, but it's always tricky sometimes.
It makes every second of this game matter.
Yeah,
even though it feels like a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, it's not at all, is it?
No, it's not at all. Because I mean, I've got the standings on the side for the live stream, and Kieran was 5 points ahead of Jake going into the last round.
It's a decent chunk, isn't it? If there's 1,500 points sat on the table still ish from Rory, that could be enough to make you miss by a point.
Yeah.
What happens if we get a draw? Do they just do a race?
It's on battle points, victory points.
Most burpees in a minute. What do we?
Oh, that's going to be tough for Jake to win that one.
Yeah. In fact, there's an extra thing on this Masters that I've forgotten to mention until this point. If Jake does better than Guillaume, then I believe Guillaume was going to be giving his Art of War sword to Jake.
Wow.
No, it's not Jake.
It's not Jake. It's Ed. It's Ed.
Ed,
You're right.
Ed.
Yeah.
Ed played
calm
well in the
down.
first game
Yeah,
with
yeah.
Storing, though. He
Yeah.
must be doing well.
I didn't see the sword being handed over, and Guillaume has left, and Ed is still here. So
Yeah, if I promised that and lost, I'd have left as well. Though,
yeah,
Yeah.
Unless, but then
just
Ed,
don't mention it.
I think I can't see for sure on Tawny Keeper because it's deliberately being left blind. But I do think Ed lost his last battle, so
Oh, really?
I don't know whether the sword even maybe the sword didn't even need to change hands, which is why Guillaume's left. So.
Oof.
But yeah,
I'm surprised, man. Ed played out of his skin in that first game. He seems to know that list inside and out.
yeah.
It's to be fair, the standard of play has been fantastic on the
Hasn't it
ones we've
just?
watched.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, and even this one's going to the wire with only 30 minutes left. I mean, obviously we know the result in terms of win-loss, but we don't know the extent, and that is what is the important part at this stage of the tournament.
so they've killed that bolt thrower, and now they're trying to decide. When you hit a round base, you can pretty much decide which way you hit it at, right? You can just spin.
So long as it's within the same arc that you started.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always been a little bit.
You get
go on,
one
Ryan.
wheel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
one wheel.
You get one
Yeah,
wheel.
you get one
so,
wheel, yeah.
you can hit it any way you like with a single model, as long as you keep to the 90.
Yeah, that's so bloody useful. Those round bases. I think they are. If we're being honest, I think they are a legacy thing. And if you were designing
Yes.
this game from the ground up, they'd be a thing. But they do change. They do make having one in your back line a massive vulnerability. You're just so scared of getting caught by one, because whoever hits it can just go wherever they want. It's moved up, trying to threaten, but I think these two flyers can. Well, one's a flyer and one's single base. I think they can just walk away from it, can't they? Split its attention.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many wounds is on the hippo though.
He's definitely taken a couple. Don't see how many he's got now.
I mean, Jake's still got an Alchemy Master running around at this point, right?
Yeah, who is the Alchemy Master?
And
Is it just a
the-
dude
the
walking
bull-
around?
The bull has the auto hit as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's probably
Ooh.
going to try and shoot it off.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean,
Only
if
strength
it's
5,
taken
isn't it?
2, one more wound is half points as well.
Mm. It's only moving on 4s, and the guy has probably got a 5 up.
Though don't
He
forget
will. He'll have a 4 up ward. But
the courtier is there as well with a druidism, so
yeah, that's
the
true.
ability to heal back a wound may be a potential
The-
option as well.
Yeah, I think the guy who can do alchemy is in that block, sat right in the middle. So his
Yeah.
range is not fantastic. It's the one that's just a bit further back. In the
Oh,
middle
that's got to be
that's
within
in with the
24 for
dwarves.
lash though, right?
To the ones at the bottom right, do you reckon?
Yeah, I'd say so. It looks a lot less in
In
reality.
person.
Yeah. I'd say, yeah. Using my expert skills of deduction, I'm telling you that is within 24. But hey,
You'd
What's the model by the ruin that Jake just moved up? The single.
It's the bull lord, I think.
by the ruins.
Yeah, not ruin. Sorry, the impassable by the hill. There's one little guy.
Oh, the guy right near his hand.
Oh, yeah.
That's his giant, isn't it?
Oh,
no.
the
Oh no, the
21
one
base.
little guy.
Yeah, there is.
Got you.
Yeah.
Correct, there is
That must
one
be the
little
vassal
guy.
conjurer, right?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe the conjurer run up to throw some fireballs around.
Fireball at the
Yeah, because
two
there's
knights
two
standing there.
knights. There you go. In fact, he's pointing that way now.
Yeah, those knights are worth a lot more than a vassal conjurer.
Yeah, he's...
It's 250 that conjurer though.
Well, he's
They-
out of arc.
He's
they
out of
can't
arc,
charge him.
yeah. Yeah, that's a good point actually.
I think
Ooh.
that.
Killed
Got
one.
one.
Boom. Panic. Half leadership.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
go
going.
on.
In fact, I think that might well have been a pyroclastic flow that did that, and Rory passed these saves. I mean, judging on the dice that were rolled, Jake got a low hit count on the pyro flow.
I think it was the blaze. Blaze
yes.
went through.
Yeah.
I was getting to that. Yeah, and I think he got low hits on pyro flow and needed the blaze to kill one.
Is this lash on the lord?
I imagine it
hippo?
will be, and there's the
This will be
dispel coming up
deleting it.
now.
Do
Yeah.
dispel. It's only got
Ooh,
3.
that's a low
I've only got 3. If that's gone through,
This
I think it is, isn't
yeah,
it? It's a
D3.
single D6 being
Yeah.
run, so
That's the Aegis.
he's made it. Yeah, he's made it. He's got a 4 up on it. He's got a 4 up if you ignore his armor.
Sure. Got a few more dice coming in now.
Arrows.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's vassals into the
Yeah,
edge.
must be, yeah.
Well, 25 minutes counting down, and we still don't have an answer as to who the UK master is. I mean, that's the excitement for you, isn't it?
Oh, we've got a charge.
Rory's charge into the. Is that slaves or vassal levies?
Or are they the big fat slave block?
Don't talk about
the-
tanker like that.
The vassals are the long ones, so that they can shoot. I think. So I think that's slaves.
Slave block, yeah. Well, they're not going to block. They're not going to break that, are they?
No, they can't crumble enough of them. I don't think. What can they do? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 wounds, and then.
Nice action from Rory there.
His dice are definitely random by the time he throws them. Then again, if they're stuck in there, they're not as likely to get shot off by a fire wizard, are they?
Yeah, true.
They have just had a very brief conversation about how secure the struts of the table are. I really hope that's not going to be the way that Masters gets decided.
Might be worth Rory giving him a bit of a dig, though, mate. Just
Well, true. Yeah. Oops. If the current master is watching the top table from a distance, Ed, perhaps wondering what could have been.
They're checking the overrun. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, they're checking the overrun, but I don't think that's going to be a concern. I don't think he's going to pop that unit in the turn. There must be a
Is this
into
final turn
5.
then? Yeah, this must be the end of the game, right?
The last 2 turns have been very quick.
Yeah, Rory's had his 6th card out of the pack, so
Yeah.
it is indeed Rory's last turn, bottom of the 6th.
So those two characters survived. So he's going to have Hedge Knights at 316. 8, 70. Yeah, just over 1,000, I think, about 1,400, something like that.
He's lost general, isn't he? And
Yep.
BSB as well?
The flying dude is the BSB, is he?
Okay.
I might be lying. No, I'm not. Yeah, the flying dude, the guy on the
Hippogriff. Yeah. Yeah, the paladins can't be BSBs, can they, these days?
No.
Which is a complete flip on how they used to be, but hey.
Oh no. His lord with Battle Standard Bearer is the one in the Destria. It's the
Yeah.
one. Yeah, so that will have gone. Because he must have been in one of the big units. There's no
Yeah.
way he was in with Hedge Knight, so he must have gone.
Yeah.
Eek. Forget about that guy because he didn't run around on his own.
Yeah, so that combat's just
They're
nothing.
counting. I think. They're counting.
Doesn't, no one
Yeah.
died, doesn't make any difference.
I mean, maximum you're going to get is 50 points out of them slaves anyway, if you get half of them, which he's not, but they're only 100 points, aren't they?
So we're certain that Jake's got the objective. We think it's at least a 16 to Jake, maybe more? Or...
Yes, 16, 17, something like that.
What have the dwarfs lost? The general is fine, the Turok is fine, the prophet is fine, the conjurer is fine, the citadel guards are fine, both levies are fine, one slave went, Turoks are fine, both slingshots gone,
Yeah.
and one giant. Yikes!
And
he's lost.
the big artillery.
And the big
rocket
artillery,
bomber,
yeah.
Yeah, in terms of the other tables, I'm not quite sure because I can't see Tawny Keeper, Bruty, in the chat. But the Hugh Kieran game, which is the most important one in terms of the overall Masters, is still ongoing, and I don't think it will be much beyond turn 4. So that one is possibly going to go the full distance to 4:30.
Looking at the list, it looks like the ID have lost about 700 points,
Hmm.
and the KOE have about 1,300 left. And most of that was in those 2 characters. And flying characters are a bugger to get any which way.
Yeah.
Gunning down that.
Interestingly, I've just seen Matt Wilson come across and give the 5-minute warning to Hugh and Kieran. And checking the round times, the round time actually is supposed to end at 4:15, 5 minutes. So
Oh, wow.
actually, I think this game has finished just in time. And the other game is not, like Lucky Sixes said, probably not getting much past turn 4. But they are still playing, and when you're in the heat of the battle, you do ignore the TO no matter what he says, until the point where you're told to stop by the cleaners chucking you out the building. So
Unless that TO is Slatch, then you don't ignore him.
yeah, true that.
Last couple of turns were super quick, weren't they?
Yes,
Yes, guys,
they
I
were.
think they knew. If what happens, we expect Jake to come at least incredibly close. If he misses out by a point or 2, that really spiky spell that took off the missile launcher thing, the rocket battery, which would have taken off both of those other things, you would imagine at least one of that could be a big thing in the story of the whole tournament.
Or the giant finally giving out to the Hedge Knights.
Yeah, just dying of exhaustion or something.
Yeah. Over rage. Rage to the point of exhaustion.
It's
Looks like Jake's entering the results into Tawny Keeper now.
Ooh.
Okay. I mean, is it definitely locked, or is it unlocked for the final scores? I imagine it'll be locked, because otherwise Kieran and Hugh could check it.
Yeah.
And we wouldn't want that.
Going to be unbelievably close. It's going to be unbelievably close.
Yeah, very close one.
I can see this being about 17, I think.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me, but I'm often very, very wrong in that. Number of games I've had where I thought like, oh no, this is 20, and it turns out that I've lost like 12 or 13 or something.
Yeah, they're the worst ones.
Those Hedge Knights, one of them survived as well, so he got half points for those. So it's not.
Well, no, he's fleeing at the end, wasn't he?
Oh, he was. Yeah, he ran away from being set on fire.
Unless he made
rallied on half discipline at the end.
Half discipline rally check, but I don't know.
Yeah. So that would have. So if let's just say it is a 17, that would have meant that we would have needed a 13 or more.
Yeah.
To stop it being a 5 difference.
Yeah.
How interesting.
So that's really, I mean, a small win for Kieran. The difference between a 13 and a 12 is massive, then, isn't it? For Kieran.
If it is a draw in points, will that go to Kieran then?
Goes to battle points.
Yeah. But will that go to Kieran, surely?
I think so. I think Kieran's lost about 7 people in 2 of those games.
I didn't actually.
The ones that we've watched him.
Yeah, I didn't see the battle points going in. Go on, Ryan.
Sorry. Kiwi, when he was playing them in the army swap, he didn't get a huge amount, right?
No.
And if it's a tight game, maybe he hasn't killed a lot of the Saurians. And Jake has just taken off most of this army.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And Jake has had a big 18-2 win in round 4, so you'd imagine that was a decent amount of battle points there. So has Jake just been a bit of a sleeper?
That slow round 4 might have done him in.
Yeah. I mean, looking back at Jake's results, let's have a look at that, shall we?
We've not seen Jake yet, have we?
Exactly. So round 4, Jake won 18-2, so obviously you'd expect a lot of battle points there. Round 3, Jake won 16-4, so again, potential decent amount of battle points there. In round 3, Jake 12-8 versus Dan Minto, so enough battle points to get a victory at least, or an objective. And in round 1, Jake lost 8-12, so he's definitely had a better second half of the tournament than first.
Submarine.
Yeah. We might have won it on the sleeper. Sneaked up to us last round.
I can't see there being more than a couple of points in it unless the reports we're getting
wildly out, yeah.
Yeah.
But that was a hell of a game, and
Oh
Yeah,
you know, I don't know what you guys think, but it seems like Jake just absolutely played out of the box there and
it does look
didn't
like
make
that.
any
Yeah.
didn't make
Yeah.
any mistakes. It was all
Yeah, I mean,
like spot on, really.
fair play, of course, to Rory because he's given us two very good battles to watch. Do we think that maybe the trap was set and
I didn't see a way out for
No.
Jake with this
For Rory,
setup from the no, I didn't see a way out for Jake with this setup versus this
okay,
this KOE thing. And then once he put together this quagmire in the middle,
yeah,
and then you had a look at it and you thought he sits there and dies, or he comes in and dies, and you're like, that everything he played was so clever.
yeah.
I don't know if Rory made a million mistakes. I don't know if Jake was just very, very clever.
What do you think, Ryan?
I think Rory's biggest mistake was deployment and trying to play around the impassable. It
Yeah.
split the army and it allowed Jake to just control that left side and then be like, well, if you want to come around the impassable in the middle, you're going to have to deal with my block.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to sit back and take as much off as he could until KOE came to him, and then in the second turn they just marched forward and said, right, do something. It was such a
But the hedge
difficult
knights on the
thing.
flanks just didn't have anything for the giants, did they? So
And we've got counting going on in the Kieran versus Hugh game. So it has either been forced to end or it has ended, one way or another. So we are going to be counting up soon and we'll find out who the master is.
I think, Ryan, you know what, actually that's a really good point from the pair of you, actually. I think deployment was the perhaps his only mistake. Those hedge knights are terrible out on the wing. Because they actually can't fight very well, and they're quite maneuverable. Them in the middle might have changed the options he had because of how much better they are as not fast cav, but as chaff than the
chaff
big
and
fire
chaff clearing,
units.
right?
Yeah, that's it. That's all they can do.
Yeah, I mean, if you put them in the chaff category, they definitely can clear other chaff very comfortably, can't they, with a 3-up armor? So,
but I think you know, Jake having that ruin right there, and then Rory's got to deal with the hill and the impassable on his side, which are not. I mean, like the hill's good, but not with the impassable right there like that.
No.
I mean,
That's just a
maybe
nightmare.
Rory needed to play on the right side, his left.
Yeah.
And just
maybe.
And then maybe try and go around the other side with a single model or something.
Yeah.
And put some pressure on.
That's what I said at the beginning. I said, why isn't he playing wider? Because sitting in the middle is exactly what Jake wants to do.
Yeah, the narrower the better for the ID, isn't it? And he had so many maneuverable little pieces. Again, though, I do understand that if looking at that list for the ID, I would be looking at a soft belly I want to punch through. So I do kind of get the thought process, and you know, it's easy with hindsight, isn't it? But in hindsight, I think you're right.
In hindsight, Tommy was right about everything.
Yeah, Captain. He is a tournament winner, so I don't know if
that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Oh, look how green he is. The envy just oozing out.
No, that's nothing to do with the tournament win, though, Tommy. That's everything else.
There
you go.
Brilliant game, though. The standard of players just being
great to watch.
Having watched the games we have, I'm coming away from this just wanting to see these guys play each other with these lists in matchups. I didn't see. I'm looking at some demons list and going, how would that deal with this, or how would that handle that?
A little shake from Jake. Thumbs up from Jake.
He's got to be happy. He's got to be happy with his performance there. That was a masterclass in footsies.
Yeah, interesting.
Oh, he's done it.
19.
Good result.
Did he say 19, did he?
19-1.
Oof.
Much better than we thought.
Yeah, and that does mean that if Kieran doesn't win 14 or more, if Kieran only wins 13, then Jake has won.
He needs a 14 to draw, doesn't he?
I'm very surprised that we haven't got Kieran and Hugh over here talking to Jake. Very surprised. They're keeping us guessing.
The ID just didn't lose anything. I guess they just didn't lose anything. 19-1. Wow, what a way to finish the tournament against that list.
Finish.
Against that list, which is so good and so maneuverable.
Hold on, Brody. We don't know. We don't know if it's an ID champion yet. Now Jake goes over to Hugh versus Kieran. Jake's going to find out for himself. I need the result. I've got Lucky Six's attention.
if you'd have told me that this game was going to go and the artillery, the rocket battery, goes in turn 2, I wouldn't be predicting a 90 on Friday.
No, I wouldn't have
I
predicted a
can't believe
91
it. Lucky
ever.
Sixes has gone over to find out what was going on, and now he's having a chat with Tony on the way over.
He's
Come on.
He's having a great time. He's having a
Yeah,
great
I'm gonna
time.
shout. I'm gonna shout at him. You guys will hear me, but
Yeah, go for it. Tension is high. This is going to be fractions potentially. I'll accept a dwarf win.
I'm
over
waiting for the
a,
Hugh
Vermin
versus
win,
Kieran
so-
result.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. Which
Oh, there's
is
going to be an announcement.
which is okay to be more racist against,
Oh,
dwarves
okay.
or rats? What do you reckon?
I think.
Well, the live stream want to know. They
dwarves
can't
aren't
wait
good
for the
people,
announcement.
but rats aren't even people.
Well,
Oh, come on.
Attention, do we really want to know?
Yes, we do.
Tension's
Oh.
being built.
Tell the live stream right now? Is that
Well,
what you're telling me?
does
Pulling
Jake,
some Who
does,
Wants to Billion-
does
Be a
Jake and
Millionaire
Kieran and Hugh
nonsense
not
right
know?
here.
Have they not worked it out themselves? Oh,
I can
what a
write it down
tease.
secretly. and
well,
that's
no, that's no help to me at all. I'm devoted to the fans. Unlike Hugh, clearly. You know, now you're in the Masters group.
that's so
clearly,
good that
that's where your
this has
loyalty
ended up
lies.
so close, though, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
So that
it'd
is
be so
official.
boring if it was all done.
That
and
is
dusted at the
official,
end of round
viewers.
4.
Lucky Sixes cares nothing for you anymore.
Well,
Yeah.
No, you
everyone
can't
knew
go
that
back
anyway.
on it now. You can't go back on it now, Lucky Sixes. You've
Everyone
made your
knew that
bed.
anyway.
You've made your
That's
bed.
unambiguous.
Proceed with an answer.
It's a bit of a fairy tale, right? 4th place.
Yeah.
Storms in.
Yeah. It just goes to show, doesn't it, how tight this game's
Come
become.
on.
It's not that you've got three the top 3 are all the same army.
The live stream
the
chat
same
wants to
lists,
know.
like all that stuff's gone now. Everybody played something very differently, so it's a really good sign of the health of the game. I mean, it's not a great sign of the health of the game
The
that,
live stream can't hear
us
you.
4 weren't playing. But
I'm getting heckled here, as you can no doubt tell.
yeah, like you say, especially because going into that, the underdog was Jake. So if he's
Okay,
managed to pull this
right,
out,
I'm with you. 2. Yeah.
Yep. That's good.
go on then, Hyper G.
Okay.
Master of Ceremonies, you've earned this.
Yeah, because I'm not sure how much the actual announcement will hit the live stream, because it's going to be a little way away from the camera, I think. So I don't think we're going to be able to show that. So I can officially say, providing I've understood what Lucky Sixes has mimed to me, and bear in mind I've never been good at charades, that Kieran won 15-5 against Hugh,
Oh,
which will mean Kieran is the
Wins by a
master.
point.
Yes.
By a point.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh.
good God. Well, if that's the case, then fair play.
If that's the case.
He has done so well for
yeah.
that.
Yeah,
Wow.
73 to Jake, 74 to Kieran.
Wow.
If I've
Wow.
understood correctly. And
That would be a round of applause. Yeah,
I
get it
mean,
confirmed.
I'm
Get it
not-
confirmed. But
Yeah, I'm not planning on ending the live stream just yet, so I will hang around just a little bit longer. Let's just have some thank yous, because massive thank you, kid. You've been with us through all 5 rounds. It's a
Yeah, thank
real
you,
good
mate.
achievement, and I've loved having you. And I
Yeah,
know we're
same.
going to talk more after this event as well, so thank you for being here. Tommy T, day 2, what a legend. Yeah, I hope you've enjoyed it, Tommy.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Sorry I couldn't come on more. I would
Well,
have loved to have been there yesterday.
There's always a home for you with PTG, you know that. Same for you, kid. And Ryan, how you've done it, I don't know, but you're still
Yeah,
awake.
what a trooper.
Yeah, thank you
absolute
very
legend.
much.
And what about
It's
a round
been
of
a-
applause? What about a round of applause for Hyper G? Putting
Oh,
all the
yeah.
for
effort in,
me? Oh, for me?
creating 53
Oh.
different streams just to keep it
I know.
exciting for the
Yeah,
fans at
yeah.
home.
Yeah,
Well
too
done.
right. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed this.
Spending 8 hours in the car just to sit on the live stream for the entire weekend.
Yeah,
That's
which
impressive
technically I could have
stuff.
done that from home, right? You know, I just got
Yeah.
lucky to plug a webcam in, and I could have done it at home. But yeah, yeah, and thank you to the guys who've watched in the live chat and elsewhere. You know, we've always been above 20 today, which is very good for a Sunday. Bearing in mind that a lot of the people who are interested in this room anyway. And yeah, international super fans that you all are. Love you guys. I've enjoyed this. I hope you all have. And we'll look forward to doing some reviews afterwards, I guess, because I know that you know, Lucky Sixes will definitely have something to say about his scathing cheating that he did against Wes. So you know, And yeah,
Super Dragon.
we might even be able to get the new crowned master on, but we'll see what time we get and everything else. Thank you to all my other guests throughout the weekend. MattyP, I hope the swimming is good wherever you are. Pateglio, genius in every respect and gorgeous. Henry from round 1, thank you very much. We had James Ruti or Ruta, I can't, he's still getting my name wrong. But yes, you were on here as well. Am I forgetting anyone, kid? You've been with me the whole time.
Don't think so. I think that's
Yeah, and thanks to Henry's snake as well, long and sinuous that it is.
Yes, indeed. Yes, it is. Yeah. And I hope that bad day at work that you had yesterday wasn't entirely caused by the fact that you stayed up all night with us on the stream. But it probably was. So, you know. And you know, as Broti says in the chat, applause PTG and Paired Weapons Podcast. Yep, couldn't have done it without Paired Weapons Podcast. Their content has been brilliant in the build up to the tournament. All the other content providers as well. You've been brilliant. I am just going to throw you a picture, I hope, of the prizes. You guys won't be able to see this in the Zoom again, but that is a picture of the prizes for the live stream to see. We've got various prizes on offer. Can't remember who it was I said that provided that. Was it Northwest something or other?
Model Centre.
Northeast Model Centre. Northeast Model Centre providing the prize support. So that's a fair whack of prizes. Dice trays, dice, game sets, model sets there. So some hobby stuff as well, I believe. I can't see. There's 2 wooden spoons. So for whoever finished 16th in the Masters and whoever finished 10th in the Open, I imagine. Brilliant. What a haul that is. And Matt Wilson, you've done a fantastic job as tournament organizer and the Durham Raiders. The venue's been superb, so the Croxdale Community Centre, thank you to you guys for letting us be here. I'm running out of remembering who else I've got to thank. Thank you to Lucky Sixes for making it to the Masters and leaving me in sole charge of the...
And taking such a crazy list.
Yeah, absolutely. And then giving it to Dan Minto in the army swap. I mean, that's just genius, isn't it, really?
I love it.
Yes, brilliant. So, yeah, I think I'm hanging around. I don't know how long it'll be until the official announcement is made. I guess it'll be another 3 minutes because that is that. Right. So what I'm going to do is I think I'll end the live stream there now that I've said thank you forever, and I'll leave it running. Well, I'll pause the live stream but leave it running. Up to you, Ryan, Tommy, and Kid, whether you stick with it on Zoom or not. But I'll go and see what's happening with the announcement and the prizes. See if we can. Fair enough, Ryan. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Ryan.
Lovely meeting you,
guys.
pal.
Have a good day.
Have a good evening.
What I might try and do is get a camera set up for the awards, but I'll see if I can manage that. Otherwise, we'll pause the live stream there, and we may be back for surprises. I'll let you know in a minute. Bear with us, folks.
No worries.